Hey everyone, I'm Nemo. I'm a women grandmaster from Canada, and I'm joined here today with Fabiano Caruana, number 3 in the world for chess currently. Fabi, how does it feel to be at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh?
Feels fun. Feels good to be here. I'm looking forward to it. It's a new experience for me.
Is this your first time here in Saudi Arabia?
Yeah, first time. And I only got here like 1 in the morning last night.
Do you think players from this region or the Asia region are going to have an advantage over you?
It's probably more convenient for them. But I think it usually doesn't come down to these physical factors. It comes down to like your form on that day, and it could be based on a lot of things, like maybe tiredness might play a role, but it might not as well.
Bobby is sounding very confident. Let's see how confident he is once he is blindfolded, because that's what we're going to do. So Fabi, you can pick between one of these 3.
They all look the same to me.
This one's slightly different.
Okay, I'll take one of these. I'll take this.
Okay, Fabi has also offered to move the pieces himself on the board. How confident are you that you're going to be moving it correctly with the blindfold on?
I hope that you'll tell me if I make a move that I don't intend to.
Are you ready?
Ready.
Okay, good luck. It is 3 + 2. Oh, I can press the clock for you. Or are you?
I can press the clock.
You're confident?
Yeah, that's one of the easier parts, actually.
Okay. All right. E4.
C5.
C5 is correct. So you're here representing Team Liquid.
What was your move?
Knight to F3. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Knight to C6. Are you confident that a Team Liquid member is going to be winning the chess portion of the Esports World Cup?
I'm cautiously optimistic, but it's going to be tough. We have a lot of really strong, capable players here, but our team is really good. This is E, I assume?
Yep. That is E5. So you're going to the Sveshnikov. Knight to B5. Yeah, go ahead. You're confident that Team Liquid will be taking the crown for this one?
Yeah. I think we have a really good chance.
When you say that, are you talking about yourself, or are you potentially talking about your fellow Team Liquid partner, Magnus Carlson?
Well, it wouldn't be the bravest thing in the world to say that Magnus is a huge advantage to have on the team. Obviously, the player with the best chances overall. If we look at the numbers, then he has the chances of like 4 other players combined easily.
Knight to D6. Check.
Knight, that's bishop.
Nice. Yeah, bishop takes D6. Okay, queen takes D6. Queen. Oh,
F6.
Almost. That's F6. Got it. Okay, I'll make this easy for you and go into the end game. So queen takes f6.
Oh, thank you. Very kind of you.
Yes. Knight takes f6. You're surprisingly good at moving the pieces on the board.
Thank you.
f3.
Oh, you're allowing me to play d5.
Oh, was I
take
not
this
supposed to?
Take this opportunity.
Look, I'm just banking on the fact that you're blindfolded, so e takes d5. At some point, you must forget, right?
No, I don't think so. Is this my knight?
Yes. Knight takes d5.
This doesn't feel right, but I think it is right.
That is
That's
correct.
my e5 pawn. Okay, we're good.
But yeah, Magnus is going to be... You feel like Magnus is your failsafe for Team Liquid?
Yeah, I think usually you can count on Magnus, but it's not always a guarantee, especially this format. It's so random in some sense because you have no increment.
c4. Are you going to tell me that's a bad move?
I have a very strong feeling it is, but
Okay, knight to...
knight d to b4, is that next to the c4
Yeah,
pawn?
knight to a3. Is it hard to play chess while blindfolded and answering questions?
No, it's not that difficult. I think like blindfold skills are one of the most quickly developed when you train as a kid.
King d1.
Let's go bishop f5.
So at what age were you able to play chess blindfolded?
I think like really early on. I don't remember exactly, but it's like one of those skills that you just need to play chess normally because all of your thinking is in your head. You see the position, but the vast majority of the variations you go through are all visualized.
Fair enough. Bishop to d2.
e2, okay.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm very tempted to go a5. I think that's my a pawn.
that is your a pawn. a5 looks slightly dangerous for me. Bishop to c3. Long castles.
That's c8.
Yeah,
Okay.
got it. King to c1. So-
Oh, this is mate. Okay.
Wait, what?
Knight a2.
Oh my gosh. No, this is actually a forced checkmate. It's crazy that
You can still escape, but
it's not looking good. I'll
not
just get
looking
checkmated so we can go into a second game. Rook takes a2.
is this my knight?
Yeah, that is. Knight to b3 with checkmate.
Okay.
All right, good game, Fabi. I got destroyed both on the board and also with his physical moving the pieces. That's crazy that you're able
My
to do
pieces are pretty well centered,
that. They are.
unless you were adjusting them, but
I wasn't. I only
Okay.
adjusted one. What percentage would you give yourself to win this event?
I think realistically like 8%.
8%.
I don't think many players will have a high, there's just too many people taking the pie.
There's
And there's Magnus.
16 and Magnus, right? How much of a pie do you think Magnus is taking?
I think on a conservative side, like 30%, and probably, with 16 players, like 30% is already really high, but he has such a track record in this field.
So between the two of you, you got Team Liquid has 38%. Are you excited to be playing in front of a stage, in front of an audience?
I'm a bit concerned, especially with the double in-ear and then headphone setup that we're supposed to use. But I do have some experience with that, so maybe that will help and hopefully won't be too uncomfortable.
Fair enough. If you had to compete in one other esport here at EWC, what would it be?
I haven't played any of them, so I'd be equally hopeless at any.
Okay, well, pick one. Pick the one that you want to, or the one that you've maybe tried at some point.
But I haven't tried any of them.
Literally
Yeah.
none?
Yeah,
Not a single one.
I don't think so.
Have you watched any?
No, also, yeah. So I don't know what I can give you a random answer. I'll just
Yeah,
say
you can just give me a
StarCraft. It's
StarCraft? Okay, I
Yeah.
feel like you'd be a good StarCraft player. Yes,
I appreciate that.
of course.
I don't think so, but I'll take the vote of confidence.
Well, thank you very much, Bobby. Good luck, and we'll be rooting for Team Liquid.
Day 3 at EWC. You can throw out the ratings today. It's all about form. Hey, well, Tyler. Hey, speaking of ratings, what's your rating?
First of all, that's personal, but it's 2,000.
Well, almost 2,000. While Tyler works on his rating, let's head inside for the quarterfinals.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Chess at the Esports World Cup. We started with 16 players, and now we've whittled it down to 8, as today we enter the quarters and the semis. By the end of the day, only 2 will remain in contention for the top spot. Our grand finals will be set. We're live in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and we couldn't be happier to have you join us. We also couldn't be happier to have Anish Giri joining us in the studio, a special guest alongside I am Yovi Hauska and GM Maurice Ashley. But Anish, I got to come to you first, my friend, because I want to know what the player experience has been like so far here on the Esports World Cup stage. Lights, stage, audience, prize money. What's it been like?
Well, it's a very special event. I mean, I've never been part of something this big. Just the number of people involved. You know, from my hotel room to reach to the playing venue, I think I meet like 50 people that each walk 10 meters with me. It's a really special experience. And then there are so many of you guys here, and there's, you know, the commentary A, the commentary B, there's probably commentary C somewhere. We don't even know where it is. Surely there is. And, you know, just the venue and the lights, and there were like drum people.
Exactly. Opening ceremonies now, right, for chess. It really can't get bigger, but to think that this is only the inaugural edition of chess at the Esports World Cup, Yovi.
Yeah, I know. I mean, where do you find an event where players are playing in an arena, right, with the bright lights where they're made to feel like superstars? I mean, this is certainly the beginning of something very, very special.
But it gets serious now here, Maurice. We've only got 8 players remaining. We're into that single elimination bracket.
I think that the players are thrilled to at least have made it to this point. You got that whole beginning out of the way. You got to go through the whole journey and then the double elimination. I think now it's simple. You're facing one player. You've got to play your games, be focused, knock him out, and you'll be able to keep on going, and the money only gets bigger and bigger.
Money's getting bigger, but perhaps you can speak to the brutality of this format. I mean, one, it's a 4-day event, and actually speaking of some of the style and the number of people that you run into on the way to the arena, we see some of the players themselves making their way to the arena courtesy of Jamil Motorsport. But it really is. It's such a brutal format. Already 8 players eliminated after 2 days. And in 10-0, it really feels like anything can happen.
Yeah, I was quite relieved actually that, you know, I came in as a qualifier, so at least I spent a week here prior to that. I've played something and I've achieved something. But the people who just have already qualified and they just came on a long flight, they played this couple days really and you know, the round can last like, I don't know, half an hour, maybe a little bit more. And we're used to these tournaments of 10 days, 5 hours a day, and just, you know, going back home after 1-2 days is just it's so disheartening.
Yeah, and it really was yesterday where we saw a complete slaughter of a number of the keys. We got a quick peek of it right there. Nihal Sarin being one of the players who had to run the lower bracket and crush some keys. One of yours being the one to go in the crusher. Were you able to make it over there and actually see that thing in action? Because none of us have been there yet. We've only gotten it through the clips.
Yeah, I've watched the clips too. I don't know, is it supposed to make me feel pain, or physical pain? Because part of me did, but maybe it was from laughter. I'm not sure. Like, it's really a special experience. But I must say, although a lot of the esport things I find, you know, sort of things I need really to get used to, the key crushing thing, I'm down for it. Like, let's do that. That's cool.
I love it. I love it. All right. Well, as you know, it's not just here on the Esports World Cup stage that are bringing you all the chess action. We got Mike Klein, the man on the move constantly. Let's go check in with him at the beginning of the day.
Here we are. 8 players are on a flight home. 8 players remain here in Riyadh. And good news for chess fans, 2 of those players remaining are the top 2 seeds. Will we see Magnus Carlson face Hikaru Nakamura? All the chess fans hope so. But what about the club championship? It was a great day yesterday for Team Falcons as both of their players advanced to the knockout. Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja. Bad news for Team Vitality. Even though they're leading the overall club championship, both of their players were sent packing yesterday. A ton to be decided today. Who will go through to the finals? Which team will take over the club championship? We're going to find out starting soon.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million. with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
$7 million in play for the top prize here for the EWC Club Championship, and I really couldn't have said it better than Mike Klein did himself. With both of Team Vitality's players out of the chess tournament at this point, it is really open season for the remainder of the teams to start moving up this leaderboard. You can see their Team Falcons only about 450 behind. For Liquid, it's going to require a little bit more, but look at that. They're just within 900 points. So if Magnus ends up taking this, Maurice, 1,000 club championship points, boom, right to the top of the table.
No question, Magnus is favored to take it. In fact, although he's got to be feeling a little bit more pressure now that his teammate Fabiano Caruana has been sent packing home, and we're seeing, of course, Alireza and Naka on the same team. Is basically now like 2-on-1 based on our favorites from the start of the event.
Absolutely. 2 chances for Falcons, and they're already better positioned. So even a second place finish from one of them would shoot them up the boards as well. But now I want to go to you, Anish, because these chess players, yourself included, joining esports clubs all within the last few months, it's a different type of responsibility as well now, stepping on the stage, not just competing for your own individual glory, but now competing on behalf of a team in a larger event.
Yeah, it's a new experience both for the teams to deal with chess players. Dealing with chess players is one of the hardest experiences you might have discovered recently. And for the players as well, dealing with the esports organizations. And, I feel both sides are learning something. Both sides are really enjoying the cooperation. What I really find interesting is the dynamic of having 2 players. My team only has 1, which has its perks. Because, they having 2 people on the same team, I know, I'm a little bit following Formula 1. It's a little bit of the same, Of course they are on the same team, but there must be some inner competition, for future contracts as well. You want to be the better guy of the 2, don't you?
Right, you want to be the A driver, not the B driver, right?
Definitely.
You don't want to be the support, the support to the guy who might be seen as the front runner. But at least here you do get 2 chances. I will say there were some interesting group dynamics, Yovi. Again, with both the Team Liquid guys going into the same group, both the Falcon guys going into the same group. It ended up working out really well for Alireza and Hikaru because now they go to opposite sides of the bracket, and they could actually be a finals match. Unfortunately for Fabi, it meant an early exit.
It did. And just kind of going back to the point about the teams, we did hear from the players early on, and they were saying that being part of a duo in a team was actually really good because they could support each other, they could help each other as well. And yeah, you're completely right. Magnus's strategy of pairing Hikaru and Alireza in the same group completely failed because, as you mentioned, when Hikaru and Alireza meet, that's going to be in the final, but they've already just racked up a whole number of points.
Right. It's a good call. It was he was the one to make the first move there, and then Hikaru said, all right, if this is the game you want to play, I'm going to toss your teammate right back in that group with you, and it bit him in the end. But continuing the conversation, I think, around esports and chess, I want to hear from the chess players as well as some of the commentators on what it means for them for chess to be joining the esports world.
I absolutely love seeing chess in the esports ecosystem. As a longtime fan of games such as League of Legends, Valorant, Teamfight Tactics, it is amazing to see chess here in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup. Chess doesn't usually get played in this type of way. Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. It's like all my childhood dreams are coming true.
It's super exciting for me that chess has joined the esports ecosystem. I think the players as well, with their teams, they've been rocking those jerseys. They've been loving kind of being part of something bigger.
Yeah, so for me, taking part in the Esports World Cup is really exciting. I think as someone who's played chess on the internet for a very, very long time, to be part of the inaugural edition is really special, and I'm looking forward to a very exciting event.
I've been following the esports scene and different video games like LoL or Rocket League, of course Counter-Strike, especially now that Vitality is so strong. I enjoy it, and I think chess is a natural fit for esports, especially now that we play a lot online.
I've been playing computer games since I was 11, in the early 90s. So I have the most experience and the most heated battles with my friends. It is a young player's game, but this has been there forever.
I love having been part of the process from very early on here of bringing chess to the Esports World Cup. I think that chess, even though it's an ancient analog game, it thrives in an online setting. Most of chess is being played online these days. So yeah, getting it here is very exciting, and hopefully it's just the beginning of a fun journey.
Well, I can say as somebody who comes from the esports side of things, I am so very happy to see chess joining our world. But I want to come right back to you, Anish, to kind of close the loop on this chess joining the esports world, because we've now heard through a number of these video packages, the likes of Fabiano, who says, I've never really touched a video game. I wouldn't even know what to play. We've heard from Levon, though, and MVL there, big gamers and following the esports scene. Where were you on that spectrum? Are you an esports watcher prior to this? Are you a gamer, or is just chess and nothing else?
Yeah, no, I'm on the wrong side of these things. but I would like to mention, obviously all the players are happy to be here. It's just a great tournament, the good prize fund, like everything is good about it, the organization and so on. But there's one player who I feel really feels at home here, and I think it's Jan Nepomniachtchi, because I know he's like a really long background of playing Dota.
Yeah.
I don't know what Dota is, but I know that it's something he was playing. Mm-hmm. And it's a big game, and I just looking at the players, walking around here, I feel like Jan is feeling at home, he feels like he belongs here. And I think that might give him that tiny edge to perhaps make the difference and maybe have a high placement, maybe win the whole thing.
Look at that. That's that behind-the-scenes insight we needed to maybe affect some of our predictions to come later on in the day. Dota 2, though, that's the adversarial game to the one that I was born into when it comes to esports and League of Legends. All right, from the team competition to what y'all are fighting for personally, let's take a look at what each of these guys is after here at the Esports World Cup.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
We had 16 players and 16 keys enter the tournament 4 days ago. Yesterday, we saw 8 different keys crushed. Here's a good compilation of them all. Nihal Sarin, one of the first to dive in there and crush a key. Of course, these keys will be immortalized like we talked about. Anish, would you prefer your key to be selected to go into the individual trophy, or do you want it immortalized in the overall team or tournament totem?
Yeah, it's a very confusing thing, but I really like that thing. We should have thought about it in chess. We should have had our own key system. I don't know what we were doing the whole time, not having a key thing. But now that we know it exists, I think every tournament, every chess beginning has to have that something. Maybe keys already taken. Maybe you can have like a star or a heart, or like
I'm already thinking about
teddy
it.
bear.
I promise you.
Or like this Russian dolls. You can put a doll of your opponent in there. There's lots of places and things we should have been done. But it's finally great to see it done here.
I love it. You're already thinking about the future. This is incredible. The form of each of these guys. We saw the reticence early on, I think, to crushing some keys. I think the guys warmed up to it as we got further into the tournament. Here's a picture of the 8 remaining players alongside the 8 who have been eliminated. Only 2 now remaining from that LCQ that you had to fight through as well. We've got Nihal Sarin and Levon Aronian. Did you feel like it was a bit of an advantage to be able to get into the format, feel it a bit? early on and kind of adjust before stepping on stage here?
Yeah, that's how I feel for sure. It was really hard to make it through the LCQ, but I think once you've made it, you've got that warm-up. You are not tired yet, but you also are, the time zone and everything is like you're acclimatized and ready.
$1.5 million prize pool, $250,000 top prize. Everybody who's already made it here to today, Yovi, has secured $85,000, but there is still so much more money in play.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we're also talking about career-defining moments as well. If someone like Sarin makes it to the top, just imagine how his life will change. So there's so much on the line aside from money.
Yeah, so much on the line aside from money, but this is big money. And I think for a number of players, yeah, we can look at the top end, the likes of a Magnus Carlson, and say, okay, this is money that he's seen before. But for a lot of chess players, this is a huge opportunity.
Yeah, and it's not like the players really want, to buy a particular car or, they know how exactly to spend the money, but it's more that the money also signifies prestige, And when you play a game like chess, you want the stakes to be there, you want prestige, you want to feel that you're doing something meaningful, and I think this event delivers in that sense.
Well, Maurice, let's get to some of the gameplay that we saw yesterday. Kadia has put together some top plays for us, and it started off with the rematch here. It was Jan Nepomniachtchi up against Yesipenko before we quickly moved to Wei Yi and Sindarov. They were playing for an opportunity to challenge Nakamura later in the day.
Yeah, Wei Yi absolutely showed his class against Sindarov. It was just this sad moment for Sindarov where he had a chance, but then Wei Yi said, give me the piece, sorry, you have no chance here. He looked very much in control, very smooth in the game, and just took it to the youngster, saying no chance there. But then it was Nakamura who took it to him in the next matchup. He had a great chance against Naka. Naka found a second life in this one and was able to win. And you saw him head bobbing like, yeah, I got this. And he was able to take down Wei Yi.
Head bobbing there at the end result, Yovi, but we saw just an absolute roller coaster of emotions for Hikaru yesterday.
What you saw there on the screen, that was the Armageddon. It was all happening in game 2. That was the game that had us on the edge of our seats. Hikaru, Wei Yi, maddest time scrabble I have ever seen in my life. Blunders galore. No one knew what was happening, and eventually it was the clock that decided everything.
What did you make of that? Did you get a good picture of watching Hikaru there? I mean, he was banging his head. He was talking to himself through it all. Eventually, he kind of recovered his composure, and we saw the speed demon that he is near the end to ultimately take. But he looked like he was on the precipice of exiting the tournament.
Yeah, it certainly looked that way, and I think everything was going wrong for him. But at those very last seconds, what really matters are your instincts. And these, I can't prepare for a week for this. I can do this for 2 weeks, but it's like a lifetime of experience that Hikaru has. And all these extra pre-moves is just so deeply in him. He can be acting, but it just comes natural to him in the end.
Let's roll it all the way back to that Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Yesipenko matchup. I want to walk through some of the key moments. I'm going to hand this off to you, Maurice, because it was this missed opportunity here for Yesipenko that Nepo pounced on.
What's crazy is Yesipenko had been getting owned by Jan before this, and then he beats him in the first matchup, and we're thinking it's not going to happen again, and yet he put Jan to the edge of the precipice once more. Jan had to fight for his life. You saw the faces he was making, but it was one particular moment in the entire match that cost Yesipenko everything. And it was a chance here, if we could take a look at the position on the board, that Jan, he was just so stunned. You see him looking there. Yesipenko had this one moment. We all thought it was over. It's time for Jan to go home. And here is the moment where he had the chance to take a whole rook. It was a whole rook sitting just for free to be able to take. He had this chance to take it. He did not. Instead, he got cute with the move C5. This move led to the shocking rook to E5. And here, Yesipenko could not believe that this move had been played after captures. Now he's completely stunned. What happened? I was just winning this game, and he made this blunder only to be hit by bishop, takes on H6, ripping apart his king, and suddenly mating threats galore on the board. The rooks were just owning him. He had to face this, and then bam, a knight disappeared as well, and he was completely busted. Imagine, he was tasting the victory in his mouth, and it was all gone, and he went on to lose the Armageddon and go home. Yeah. You could see when my client interviewed him afterwards and said, "Are you going to watch anymore?" And he said, "No, man. I'm just going home. Totally dejected, devastated after what he had done.
Nepo snatching victory from the jaws of defeat there. Here's the second half of our results from yesterday. It was Wei Yi again who took down Sindarov for his chance at Hikaru Nakamura. Nakamura, though, taking it in Armageddon. Then Noterbek Abdu double Armageddon victories for his shot into the quarterfinals. We go back to this time scramble, though, Yovi. It was impressive.
It was just the craziest thing I've ever seen. I was going mad. Maurice was going mad. We were all going absolutely crazy. I mean, this was played with seconds left on the clock. And as Anish mentioned, Hikaru just made that adjustment. He knew that he needed to flag, and that's exactly what happened, where he manages to flag Wei Yi on the clock. He just has a king remaining. With that draw, he took it to Armageddon.
How important is that skill going to be for pro players as the evolution of chess and esports continues, where you have to recognize when your win condition might change? It's maybe no longer about actually finding the win on the board, but finding the win on the clock.
Yeah, and it only really matters when you have two absolute top players facing each other. Of course, if you're top player playing some guy who is really good at mouse but can't play chess, it's not going to help him. But when you have people like Wei Yi and Hikaru Nakamura go down that final moment, that's when these skills are essential, and you can't just catch up with Hikaru. He's been doing this his whole life. It's an uphill battle.
Now, we also, with those final results that you saw there on your screen, had our first really disastrous moment on the stage. A big mouse slip early on in the Armageddon here from Duda means a resignation, and he's out of the tournament. Now, Anish, I got to be honest, I did expect a mouse slip at some point over these 4 days. I think it's just the nature that it would eventually come to play, but I didn't expect it in that scenario, that early in a game, and in that type of game where it's Armageddon. I feel like you want to make sure you're getting off on the right foot.
Yes, and also a lot of the mouse slips you sort of get away with. You just make a move which is suboptimal. Sometimes even the move is not even better than what you wanted to make, but this one was really fatal.
I mean, so with that, it's Abdu who gets to go through, maybe not in the fashion that he would have wanted, but even still, he's going to be happy and maybe feeling like he's a bit on a cloud to have booked a ticket to the top 8.
He had good chances of going through anyway, so it's not as though that was the defining moment. Although I guess it is. I'm kind of intrigued by the fact that the evaluation by the computer is only an X and not a double question mark. It's for the D5 move, which we would expect. But nevertheless, again, as far as he's concerned, he's happy. He's not thrilled to win a game like that, but I think he won't mind taking the extra 25K and moving on.
Here you have the reactions of all of our players from throughout the day. There's the look of surprise at the mouse slip itself and maybe a sigh of relief. Can't believe this is how I made it to the top 8. A young Sindarov exiting the tournament for Vitality, and that brings us to this playoff picture. In your quarterfinals, up top, it's Arjun Erigaisi up against Jan Nepomniachtchi. We've got Noterbek Abdu up against Alireza Firouzja. Magnus Carlson taking on one of our dark horses in Nihal Sarin, and Hikaru Nakamura up against Levon Aronian, one of the guys who's having the absolute best month of his life in chess. I'll note for everybody, it's the 30th or 31st of July. So what happens if Levon moves on to tomorrow? Does his month extend into a second month of brilliant play?
Well, the problem is maybe not that the month is flipping, whether your opponent is Hikaru Nakamura. That's a bigger problem than change of months. And it's not going to be easy, but everything is working out well for him. He's playing well. Also, he's getting a bit fortunate as well at the same time. That's a perfect combination. Who knows where his run's going to end?
Everything's got to fall into place, right, for a champion to be born. I want to pull up these Aramco Power Rankings. This is something we've been working on all week. We've moved players around. These are our 3 favorites. Now, this has not changed, Maurice, all throughout the tournament. These have been the 3 since day 1. And it still seems to be the picture.
It is a solid picture, and it is likely that those 3 will also be in the semis as well. They are just absolute beasts of the board. They know how to work that mouse. They know how to act when it's down to the wire. Magnus may not be one of those who plays bullet all the time, but he shows that any format is good for him. And of course, Nakamura is a bullet genius, as Anish said, as is this youngster. I don't care. Any one of them wins, you'll say, yeah, shrug of the shoulders.
And now this is, I think, where the conversation gets a little bit more interesting. We are, of course, keeping this to the 8 players who are still within the tournament. You've got Abdu Nepo, Aronian, and then, of course, Arjun Erigaisi. Nepo is somebody that we've been ping-ponging around. After his performance on day 1, we dropped him out of contenders. With yesterday, we pushed him back up. Do you feel like that's representative of, where people belong in this field?
you shouldn't look at the way somebody played before. The fact that you played badly and made it through only helps you, really. You know, Nepo knows he's a great player. He doesn't need the confirmation of it every single day. Now he knows he's getting lucky too. And when you're feeling the luck is on your side, you feel empowered. And I really think Jan is going to give it his best to try and make a difference.
Arjun Erigaisi, is he being slighted a bit by only being a contender since he was one of our first qualifiers through on day one?
Well, he's a great player, and also he's going to be extra incentivized by the fact that Gen G are in second place, and he's their representative.
Only one guy in the dark horse category. It's Nihal Sarin. He's one of the LCQ qualifiers, but everything that anyone tells me about him is you should fear this guy on the mouse.
Yeah, he's sort of the definition of a dark horse. You know, he's lower ranked in terms of classical chess, but he's probably got the fastest mouse speed. He's so fast and so extremely tricky. Like, if you saw what he did to me yesterday, it was so dirty.
We're going to have to go back and watch that then. We're going to have to get a replay of that maybe later on in the show. He's got a tough battle ahead of him, though, today because he got drawn into a matchup against Magnus Carlson, which brings me to our schedule for the day, just so that you at home know what's coming your way. Both on the A stream and the B stream, we can take a look at all of our matchups. We'll be kicking things off over here on the A stream with Notabek Abdu Satorov versus Alireza Firouzja. On the B stream, happening at the same time, it's Jan Nepomniachtchi up against Arjun Erigaisi. We're following it up with two more quarterfinals, Magnus Carlson, Nihal, as well as Hikaru Nakamura and Levon Aronian. This is just the quarterfinals. We are also playing through the semifinals today, so there's a lot of chess ahead of us, and for a number of these guys, if they thought they were running marathons on the previous days, well, then they're running an ultra marathon today.
Youth is going to matter as well, I think, in some way. Can you keep up the stamina as you're playing all day long? I see the favorites. I'm picking all of them. I don't know how to call it in the Arjun Nepo match. That should be quite an interesting one.
All right, well, let's focus in on our first matchup of the day. Notabek Abdu Satorov diving into a matchup against Alireza Firouzja. Alireza, one of our favorites. Of course, this is a little bit of a grudge match between these guys. They played recently, and it was Abdu Satorov who came out on top.
Yeah, it was done in a little bit of a kind of dodgy way, in the sense that Alireza blundered his queen in a winning position, and it cost him his team the championship. So Alireza is definitely wanting something. He wants to get revenge for that loss, because, you know, chess players, we don't forget anything.
Well, we don't forget anything, but if I'm to take you at your word just a moment ago, we should forget a poor game from the past and rely on Alireza really living up to, kind of the powerhouse that he is, not just in chess, but in this type of format of chess.
Yeah, the unique thing about Alireza is that he is incredible at the classical, traditional slow chess, but he's also equally incredible at like the fastest forms of chess, not even the bullet, but like the ultra, the hyper bullet, you know, the 15-second chess. His mouse speed is insane, and he's got that combination, which I personally find really difficult to face him, because he's got both of these worlds, and he's a big favorite in all of these matches.
Well, stylistically, what do you expect out of these guys? Is it going to be fireworks from the beginning? Do you think there's going to be a slower approach? As well as the fact that they're playing 4 games here in a quarterfinal. For yourself as a player, how would you be approaching knowing that you've got that many games to play?
Well, the whole knockout format on one hand makes you feel anxious. You know, every mistake can be lost, so some players tend to be a little safer, a little tighter, but there's no time really to control what you do. With no increment, you just make moves, and sometimes you don't even know what you did, and it's already on the board. And these players, you know, they're fighters, they're attackers. I expect the wild stuff.
Maurice, what are your thoughts on this one?
I echo that indeed. As he said, it's 10-minute chess. There's no increment. You're up against the wall. You just have to play. Your instincts have to take over. All your training in the world up to this point is going to be what takes you to finish.
All right, down the line, going in reverse order. Who takes it? First prediction of the day.
Today, Magnus.
Oh, but in this matchup, sorry.
Oh, which one?
Abdu Satorov, Firouzja.
I got Firouzja.
Firouzja here.
Yeah, I'm not taking any chances, Firouzja.
Firouzja.
Also Firouzja.
Oh my goodness, we got a
board.
stacked desk on this one. We're going with the favorite. We'll see if Abdu Satorov has anything to say about that. It's time to get our first quarterfinal underway here for chess at EWC.
Arjun is a very formidable opponent, of course. He's like very creative, he's like very versatile in the openings, but he always gives you chances, but he also always creates some chaos at the board, so whoever wins more games wins the match.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the very best players in the world already for a couple of years. I would not rank him as high as, let's say, Magnus and Hikaru, but just below. Like, he's a very good player, of course.
Nihal Sarin, it was a surprise in a way, but for me, it wasn't a big surprise.
Absolutely amazing to get a chance to play against Magnus. Speaking of a game plan, just try to give my absolute best to have any chance. If I'm in very good shape, I can put up a fight against pretty much anyone.
I was very impressed with Nihal, his speed and also his precision in pressure situations.
Alireza Firouzja is very strong, but he also has, I think, weaknesses. If I can exploit these weaknesses, I think I will have great chances.
I'm not sure what my style against him will be. Both Levon and myself, we've played each other many, many times over the years. When you play someone like Levon so many times, you become pretty familiar. Like, I know his style very well, Levon knows my style well. If you avoid losing, good things will happen.
Hikaru is a very special chess player. I mean, he is great at all-time control.
Hikaru, you always know you're going to get something spicy and strong from Hikaru every single time.
Yesterday's games were hard-hitting, action-packed thrillers. 8 players were sent home with their dreams and keys crushed. Now, only 8 remain. Who will have what it takes to make the grand finals?
Yesterday is history, Tyler. And history is written by the victors. And the players that join us today in the SNB Arena are no strangers to defeat. But that is not on the cards, because you only get one shot at making it to the next stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, our first quarterfinal of the day, starring Norderbeck, Abdu and Alireza Firouzja. Exceeding everyone's expectations, including his own, but he made it to the top 8, and his opponent taking down the number 2 in the world and his own teammate.
It's do or die time, guys. How are you feeling right now?
I feel fresh. I feel ready to go.
Norderbeck, you've had a sensational run at the tournament so far. Now you're in the top 8 against one of the strongest contenders in the tournament. How are you feeling coming into today's games?
Yeah, I feel great. I'm looking forward to play better. It's going to be a tough match, and I hope the spectators will enjoy it.
All right, well, gentlemen, we wish you the best of luck. You know the drill. Keys onto the pedestals. Make some noise. It's Na'Vi versus Falcons. It's Norderbeck, Abdu taking on Alireza Firouzja. Casters, the first quarterfinals is here. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Sandstorm and Tyler. Sandstorm, good to see you found your sleeves overnight. Welcome back, everyone. It's day 3 of chess at the Esports World Cup. This is the first quarterfinal match. Norderbeck representing Na'Vi, Firouzja representing Falcons. 2 titans of the game. Only one can move on to the semi-finals. It's not the group stage anymore. Lose this match, you're out.
It's knockout time. There are no more excuses. The players have fully warmed up. They won their way here. They made it through some really tough opposition, but the biggest challenges still lie ahead.
Absolutely, and no safety nets as it is a knockout. This is the battle of the prodigies, and this is going to be a 50-50 showdown right here. You know, their brand of chess, fireworks. We can expect those high-pressure moments in abundance, and this match will come down to who handles those better.
Now, we have seen both of these players handle a variety of situations en route to getting here. Firouzja has had the easier route. He won the winner's match in his group. He's had a little bit of extra rest. There's an argument to say that Norderbeck, by comparison, has kind of been put through the ringer a little bit to earn his spot here. Both players say they're well rested, though. Do their different routes to the quarterfinal make a difference here?
Yeah, on paper, it's nice to have that extra day that Firouzja has had to prepare for this match to get psychologically ready. But Abdu Satrov, he's going to be feeling so confident. And that extra little bit of rest, helped by Duda's mouse slip yesterday, he might feel like it's written in the stars that this is fate, that he's here to stay.
You know, both have been giant slayers, right? Notebek's on that stage right now after taking down Fabiano Caruana. Alireza Firouzja took down his own teammate, Hikaru Nakamura, on the way right here. And it's go time between these two players. When you don't have names like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, like Fabi, like Anish Giri in the bracket, you know exactly how brutal the field is. This is competition at its highest. It's go time.
Now, just to remind everyone watching at home, if you've been watching the event so far, you'll note that the players had one game with white, one game with black, best of two effectively with an Armageddon if necessary. We're into the quarterfinals now. This is now a best of four. All right, so we're going to get 2 games each with white and 2 games each with black, and it's only at the point where it's drawn after that do we go to Armageddon.
And normally I would say that the longer match means that players will be kind of scoping each other out on the first few moves, on the first few games even. But these two, they never let the pace slow down. And look at this, Alireza Firouzja with the white pieces. He played an opening that he used against Hikaru Nakamura earlier in the event until this last couple of moves. And this one, a pawn sacrifice. I've never seen it before. I've been playing this opening since I was a child. But look at this, the players improvising, surprising us early on. Black's knight jumps forward, grabs a pawn, forced to retreat. White is trying to blow open the center in return, while the black king is still marooned there.
Exactly, at least 2 moves before the possibility of castling is even on the board. So really trying to ramp up the pressure on black very early on. This clearly looks like prepared stuff from Firouzja.
100%. He had a day off, and this is a deep, sharp preparation he's gotten. Everyone's taken, you know, their notes from the action here. In this format, with no increment, you get that early surprising. You force your opponent into that quick think. You're going to be up on the clock. But look at that. Neither of these two players intimidated. Yes, Notebek might have been shocked with that pawn moving forward. He responded quickly. And despite that, it's Alireza who's behind on the clock.
Wow, this is very odd, very surprising. Normally, if you do land the first blow, if you surprise the opponent, you at least can bank on a time advantage.
Right.
But Alireza there, maybe just trying to mull over a few tempting options, decides to bring his bishop out. There's a lot of tension now in the center, and black cracks there. Nodebek pushing a pawn forward, given an exclamation mark. He didn't want the tension. He is sacrificing his rook in the corner.
He's not only giving up the pawn, which can be picked up by the bishop, but notice how that black rook is trapped. So you'll eventually end up losing an exchange. And all of this strategy relies on winning this light squared bishop of white. At the end of that sequence, once the queen will swoop over to capture the bishop, and you'll be left with all these big holes around your king if you're Alireza Firouzja, something he definitely doesn't want.
That is such a big commitment, though, like opening yourself up to going in exchange down by move 10. This is some really scary, deep preparation here. And the fireworks, yesterday, they might have been on the board after a slow opening going into the middle game. Right now, though, they are all over the place.
Yeah, all over the place, and this is crazy stuff. Look at how that white bishop swooped in to win a pawn. Now he can, if we just do a quick action replay, we see bishop takes knight first from the white side, hitting the black queen. And when the pawn recaptures, the black queen is needed to defend her rook in the corner. We did see the white bishop swoop in to capture b7. And the black queen defending now, exclamation point. If the white bishop took that rook, he didn't there, Alireza resisting temptation. Let's show what would have happened. The black queen would have swiped across, recapturing, and given one more move, the black bishop is going to come into the position, the black queen is going to swoop in on the diagonal, and the white king, wow, it's a sitting duck. It would have been a huge target. So this was what Firouzja decided to avoid, despite the fact white has a material advantage, and instead the game goes on. We see him instead try to trade off light squared bishops, perhaps fearing that black's bishop would have become a beast.
This is already completely insane what's happening on the board. You know, the pawn formation, very unorthodox for black. You've already got double pawns on the F line. The big question when that happens is, where is Nodebek's king going to find safety? You can't go on the left side of the board, castling rights lost there. On the right side, are you sure you want to get there with the G line open? For the rest of the game, Nodebek Abdu Satrov might be forced to leave his king in the very center.
And then often you think if the king's going to be in the center of the board, you would feel a lot safer if the queens were swapped off. Makes perfect sense, but also easier said than done. There is no obvious route to offer the trade of queens in this position yet, so plenty of complexities here to navigate.
Yeah, this is one of the wildest starts to the game that we've seen so far here at the Esports World Cup. 14 moves in. Who knows who's better? The computer, of course, stubbornly says 0.0. The eval bar locked in the middle. This game could turn either direction any moment. It's all about who can navigate these treacherous waters. This middle game is going to be really fiery.
There is a threat on the board that White has set up with this bishop retreat. You know, if Black takes his eyes off the ball right now, White is threatening to capture the bishop on e6, force Black to take it with the pawn, and then suddenly the White queen slides over to h5, delivering a devastating check to the Black king. So Alireza needs to make a decision. How does he either counter that idea, or does he simply trade on White's terms?
Yeah, and big decision as we see Black here tanking, spending a bit of time. It's a big time investment, but it's a big critical moment. Good decision here for Nordebek to pause. I don't think either of them enjoys defending. Neither player enjoys being on the back foot. So the fact that the Black king is in the center may be a bit of a red flag here for Abdu Satrov.
And let's also point out that, in fact, Alireza did win that sacrificed pawn back. So there's not even a material deficit on the board, something for Nordebek to show for this big time span that he's got to be doing right now. And he does indeed trade at the center of the board. Places, develops the other bishop behind his pawn chain. Not the kind of connect for you like David.
Yeah, normally I rave about pawn chains when they're on a diagonal in a 4 formation there, but this move given a question mark, and I think it's simply because White is going to conquer the light squares. The White queen is going to jump out to one of the squares you mentioned there, Tanya. The White knight is going to land in the center very soon, and Black has minimal influence over that color complex. The Black knight a bit blocked, the Black bishop looking terrible.
Yeah, so choosing to place the bishop on g7, queen g4 does get played and you castle to defend it. Obviously a conscious choice there, but placing it behind the pawn chain like that, is this anticipating the attack that's incoming? What's the thought process behind that when you could have picked another square?
I think he just wanted to block any checks to his king. The bishop maybe looks like a defender, but ultimately it doesn't really do too much. Yes, it blocks this one line, the g file, but it doesn't hold the dark square, the light squares here. Doesn't really stop the White knights jumping. There's a huge threat on the board.
On the one hand, if you're playing with the Black pieces here, I'm looking at it going, ooh, king h8, rook g8. Hey, and guess what? You get to push f5 twice. How brilliant. But in fact, Tanya, that sounds great on paper, but it takes time, and maybe we don't have that many moves to spend right now.
Alireza Firouzja's opening surprise has worked to perfection. Your idea would be a brilliant defensive resource, but like you said, a queen and knight, the strongest attacking combination in chess.
Right.
White has a massive threat on the board. That knight from e4 wants to land on the f5 square. Knight d6, knight f5 is coming in next. And yes, you can slide your king over, but also the rook is needed to guard that f7 pawn. You know, the tender spot on the board. So incredibly difficult and complicated here for Nordebek to defend this, but great call there, John, by you, because king h8 has been the move of choice, but I'm not sure if he'll find enough time to make that defense work.
So will we move the knight into d6, back out to f5 like you suggest? Rook g8 could be coming, but are there ways maybe to open up a second point of weakness here in the Black position that Firouzja can exploit?
Yeah, it looks so tempting to drop that knight into the position, but instead he does look for that second avenue. It's another piece joining the attack. The White rook slides across to occupy an open line. Maybe entry points in the near future. It's very hard to know what Black should be aiming for. That's the problem. Maybe Black's queen can improve, maybe the Black knight can jump, but ultimately White has such a bind, such a grip on the light squares.
To get the last pieces into the game, is f4, f5 a potential idea for White to get the other rook in without having to move it across?
Definitely possible. I think that's why he used this rook. The other White rook might have other purposes. We saw some indecision from Abdu Satrov, who's down around the 4.5 minute mark. On his screen a moment ago, it looked like he was about to bring the Black knight to the b6 square to try and hunt down White's intruder, the d pawn, but then he took it back.
This is the kind of position that Nodibek Abdusatov's nightmares are made of. You know, having to defend this without real counterplay, your pawn formation destroyed, your king under attack, white having these beautiful light square domination right there with ideas of the knight jumping forward, the rook coming swooping onto that 6th rank potentially. It's so hard for Nodibek to get his kind of position where he can try to at least play for counterplay here. He does so. He tries to create something on the left side, but it looks like just too little, maybe too late.
Yeah, that is very slow. The idea is very nice. You're going to kick away the white's knight on the b file. You're going to swoop in with your rook, grab a pawn, but it's just a pawn. Checkmate is likely to end this game if Firouzja has anything to say about it. His rook, his knights, they look poised to swoop, to jump in. There we go. A rook lands. Beautiful square, cutting across the board, controlling a lot of important points.
And comes in with a big threat as well, right? That rook will move over to the line of the black queen. Rook d6 next, pins that black knight, also inviting the knight on b3 to jump over. Right now, Alireza's knight is under attack. He does retreat, eyeing some other light squares. Notice how he spoke about light square domination?
Yes.
Every single piece of Alireza is headed to a light square. That knight from d2 will also land on c4 next.
And of course, the knights on light squares have the potential to attack the dark squares in front of the king as well. So that bishop, feeling a little bit nervous still on g7. Not really sure what the plan is going to be long term here. We've got knight b6 on the board now. And of course, you cannot take. It's defended plenty by the rook and the queen. So the question now for Firouzja is, how do we advance from here? The rook on f1 really is the only piece that's not yet actively in here. Maybe the knight on d2 can be improved as it's being rerouted, but white's pieces have a lot of activity in this position.
A lot of activity. At least now he does have a small threat. Abdusatorov, he wants to go for white's central pawn, but also to trade off queens. It would be such a lifesaver if he can step his queen forward and initiate a trade on the white queen. With queens off the board, suddenly it becomes about pawn structure, and black's pawns are relatively mobile if they can remove the light squared blockade. So a great move there from Nodibek, and another key moment for Alireza to pause and think how to build the momentum. It looks almost perfect, white's position, but sometimes positions like that can cause you to tank.
And even in perfect positions, you need that final breakthrough to happen, that blow to happen to convert it into that full point. 4 marks to Nodibek Abdusatorov. You know, getting this very difficult position at the start, he's still finding resources. And I think that's the part about these best players in the world, that they're not letting the noise in their head get the better of them. They are finding defenses. And look at that. Speaking of defenses, queens have come off the board. Is the worst behind Nodibek Abdusatorov?
Wow, internally, he's going to be so relieved. Nodibek, yes. The second wave of attack might be coming. Even with queens off the board, the white d-pawn is very strong. But now he knows he will not be checkmated, at least not in the near future. And you could imagine the black bishop suddenly becoming quite good if he can push pawns later, especially the f5 pawn. And there we go. He doesn't even hesitate. John, you mentioned 2 f-pawns pushing. Maybe we see 2 pawns land on the f5 square. One has gone, the other is coming.
I think so. I mean, it just looks really good, really natural at this point. If you compare this position for Abdusatorov compared to 6 or 7 moves ago, he would 100% have bitten your hand off to get to this position. There was a move where it really difficult to see. The only move that would have protected the pawn on d5 at the time was to move the rook across to d6. Borderline impossible to see on a moment's notice. So this is a fantastic position for black, but white is still pressing home an advantage here. Let's be clear.
White's pressing super hard. I mean, it's far from over for Nodibek. I mean, yes, he pushes that knight out, but let's not forget, right now, temporarily, black is a pawn down, just sacrifice. I'm not sure if he'll have enough time to recapture on b2 with all the threats that are about to come in with this knight jump. Right. Now eyeing another light square, e6. Again, you know, we see the bar go down. Maybe not the best move, but Alireza, he played it fast. He's coming in with a threat, and that's what matters, because mistakes like this then happen.
So
Wow,
that's
it's
been given a question mark.
Yeah, big blunder. Apparently, there was only one move to minimize the damage. I just want to point out how difficult that was. The black king apparently should have slid across 1 square to g8 in order to help the black rook challenge the 7th rank, but he missed it too late. And now the white pawn, the d pawn, is going to start motoring forward. The white rook just needs to get out the way. He's 2 squares from touchdown.
It's not every day you see both players have a passed pawn on the same file, which is really interesting. The D pawn for both players is passed, but it does look like the pawn on D7 is far more dangerous. Black can't put a rook on D8 behind this passed pawn to try and challenge it because the knight is stopping that from happening.
Well, he's trying to win it instead. He's not going passive with anything. He goes rook B6. He lines up the rook against the knight, making it impossible for the white pawn to move one step forward. So Alireza might be about to lose the most important pawn in the position. How is he going to create compensation for that? Does he simply snap up the F5 pawn, or will he find something even stronger?
There are tricks here. You can imagine a switch around. If the white knight lands on the F7 square where the rook currently stands, then white is winning. And there we go. The white knight is dropping back. Would show what's about to happen. There's about to be a knight fork. You cannot prevent this. This is actually checkmate. A smothered mate in the corner. The black king suffocated amongst its pieces. Exhaling from Nodebek. He needs to use one of his rooks to cover that square. And for example, if he uses the rook on D6, maybe there we go, slides it back. He has. I was going to say the white knight is going to jump in and cost black its rook. But let's show this maybe with some arrows. The white knight went the other way. He could have gone forward to F7, check, and here a rook for bishop advantage. Yes, black has some pawns, but this is surely winning. Really surprising he didn't go for this.
I'm at a little bit of a loss there, like a fairly straightforward exchange up. Firouzja there deciding that this maybe was stronger instead, but the position certainly remains more complicated, right? Because you have more pieces on the board, more things to calculate as both players now below 3 minutes on the clock. Surely simplifying, especially when time is of the essence, would be useful.
Big threat here. He's trying to infiltrate with the rook on the back rank, now defended. Alireza could have picked up that rook, but that would have led to an exchange. It's still extremely dangerous. Nodebek still needs a miracle to survive this one. But we've seen miracles happen in Riyadh.
Yeah, and look at this, the eval bar dropping already, the advantage almost gone in just one move. It's bizarre that he didn't try to cash in his knight for the rook earlier. That was so straightforward, it was the logical continuation of his plan. He's now one pawn up still, so white has an advantage. That reflects why the eval bar says around a 1 point advantage for white, now slightly rising again. But it's anyone's game. The black d-pawn still super strong. And this last move, given a question mark, maybe the white knight, now unpinned, can just jump.
You know, miracles happen in Riyadh. We saw Duda with the mouse slip. We saw Hikaru save a dead lost game against Vachier. And just as I was saying it, we see a miracle right here, right on this board. And Nodebek Abdu back in the game, but still has to be extremely precise. He doubles down on that pinned knight on C5. If that moves, rook takes rook, I think Nodebek should be super happy with this trade now, with the double pawns that white has created.
Firouzja in the background there was shaking his head for a moment. White still is in the driver's seat. The white knight is a beautiful blockader, but it's level material for the first time in ages. And that is so unlikely given the position from a bit earlier. The white king is going to start marching forward. It's a full-on bullet battle now. Bullet brawl, 1.5 minutes each.
White has that advantage, but is it enough? Because Firouzja has blown most of it, and now it's so much about the clock one more time. But we know who's a beast when it comes into that bullet territory. It's got to be bullet boss Alireza Firouzja. Does he have enough to keep the game going, to try to flag Nodebek Abdu?
Mouse skills are so important here. Look at the white king stepping forward. Everything on light squares. Again, that strategy. The black rook unable to deliver any checks. At a moment's notice, the white rook can start checking the black king and maybe force a draw here. It is white from a position of strength, but all about the clocks. Alireza is actually down 10 seconds. Doesn't sound like much, but in a game like this could be decisive.
I don't think he's going to repeat. He's going to play for more here, Alireza Firouzja will. Down to now, touching the 1 minute mark. He's got less time on the clock. This is the moment of truth, and he does go for more.
Goes for more, but he's about to get checked by the black bishop. Now the black rook. Pawns are dropping. You have to calculate this well. No time to checkmate the black king as the white knight is hanging. While still anyone's game. Firouzja, though, it feels like he's totally lost control. No longer white, the only one who can win. The black d-pawn is a runner.
And the black bishop needed to stay in this diagonal to stop any folks from the e7 square. Nodebek Abdu, will he be the one who's going to try to push Firouzja on the clock?
Oh, and it's a draw by agreement just at a moment when it looked like both sides were getting a bit nervous, both low on the clock. They decide to settle it in peace.
What a game one. Alireza Firouzja declining to go the exchange up, trying to positionally force himself higher and higher up as far as the evaluation goes. But we watch that +4 go to +1 and then equal as they just about draw in the end game. That was very, very exciting to watch. What a roller coaster as well.
This was a roller coaster which felt like Alireza would be the one who'll come off smiling and laughing, and he's definitely the one who's heartbroken at least, or realizes what a big missed opportunity this was. I mean, starting with that opening surprise, being on top the entire game, pretty much crushing it against Nodibek Abdusatrov, but he just let it out of his hand. He just let it slip. And Nodibek Abdusatrov, he got his moments, he got his opportunity, he cashed in and escaped with a draw.
Wow. Well, if you are Nordebek at the moment, are you wiping your brow thinking, oh my goodness, what a relief? Or are you thinking, haha, I've got the white pieces now, time to turn on the jet engines? How are we feeling after that first game?
Definitely both for Nodibek, a range of emotions. He's used a few of his 9 lives, I'm going to say, to get here already. That might have been another one of them. And although we see him sitting there calmly for now, Alireza inside, he's going to be kicking himself. That was actually a perfect game. Great opening preparation, incisive middle game, one material with some nice maneuvers, but he just couldn't put the ball in the back of the net.
But is that not scary for Firouzja? If you had the day off, you prepared this was going to be your secret weapon, and you used it to such great effect, but didn't bring home the result.
He's not happy with himself. He knows this was a big, big miss for him. You know, getting that lead in game 1 in a best of 4, that's exactly the dream start that the player at this stage with a semi-final spot on the line is hoping for. And look at it, you know, it might feel like he's not thinking about it, but on the inside, that last game is still on his mind. But the turnaround time, barely anything. It's go time. It's not a back now who'll start with the white pieces. Alireza Firouzja has to be ready for the onslaught.
It feels like whoever gets the first opening blow is going to be a favorite in this next game. Abdusatrov is very dangerous with white. We've seen some mixed results from him. He's been very convincing actually in some black games, beating Fabiano Caruana there, but in general, he tends to play very aggressive chess with the white pieces. And as we saw in that previous one, whoever gets on the front foot first starts as the favorite. Firouzja, I'm loving this camera angle. We see the board in his glasses. He's thinking over what could have been and what might be in this next game.
So, as the players get ready for game number 2. In fact, every second that goes by now, hopefully, is another second where Firouzja can start to ease the tension, start to forgive himself for maybe not converting that advantage in game number 1. We also have to remember, being the one to push for the victory, even if you don't get the win, knowing that you were the player on the front foot for most of that game does give you a degree of comfort. Sure, he used his opening weapon, but think about Esipenko, for example, knocking on the door of victory several times before converting and being on the front foot, not in a single game, but throughout the entire match. Firouzja could be experiencing something similar here. It is not all doom and gloom just because he didn't win the first game.
Absolutely not. This is a best of 4. There's a whole match left to be played, and there's a whole story of asserting your domination, because let's not forget, this is the clash of the young titans, you know, the battle of the prodigies. On one side, you've got Uzbek Grandmaster, the 20-year-old, the youngest ever world rapid champion, an Olympic gold medalist, Nodibek Abdusatrov. On the other side, Alireza Firouzja, the youngest player ever to break the 2800 barrier, the winner of the Grand Swiss. He's one of the heavy favorites in this one. Both players have landed on the stage after taking down some big names in the event so far. Neither intimidated by each other. You know, they are prepared that today is going to be a big fight. There's going to be no walkover in this one. They really have to go down to the wire, test each other and themselves to the limits.
I'm going to say that neither of them is young, Tanya. They've been playing elite level chess for so long. They've both been grandmasters for like 10 years already. Alireza, he was at his peak, at least ELO rating wise, around 5 years ago already. It feels like, yeah, they're just world beasts at this level. We've got to just stop thinking of them as young. Everyone's young.
What does that make us in the studio?
I was about to say, like, excuse me while I go take some pills and fetch my crutches so I can walk out of here between games. But no, you're absolutely right, David. If you think about how long ago they achieved their peak ratings and how long they've been on top of the game, that actually just makes their achievements even more mind-blowing, that they were able to accomplish so much at such a young age. I'm still going to call them young. I think they are very much still young, and the best could be yet to come in their careers as well. There's a reason why people keep talking about a passing of the torch moment, how these young guns are going to really rise to the top of the world chess. They're already there, to be clear, but there may be like a couple of steps from the summit, and certainly winning at the Esports World Cup would be a fantastic claim for one of them.
And I love how our bracket is set off, you know, in this generational clash, because in our quarterfinals bracket, we've got 4 youth and 4 experience. It's truly the battle of players from different generation. You know, you've got Alireza, you've got Nodebek, there's Nihal Sarin, there's Arjun Aragaisi. All these 4 players under 22 years of age. And then you've got the big names of the chess world, Levon Aronian, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Hikaru Nakamura, Magnus Carlson here in Riyadh at the EWC. What will prevail? Will it be experience or youth?
So game number 1 here was a draw between Nodebek and Firouzja. Of course, on the B stream, we have the other quarterfinal being played concurrently. So we shouldn't forget that as well. We've got Jan Nepomniachtchi taking on Arjun Aragaisi. They have also concluded their first game, which resulted in a draw. So no first blood yet for either of those fierce competitors. Obviously, we'll be moving into game number 2 there shortly. If you fancy checking them out, go and watch the B stream. Otherwise, we've got Abdu Firouzja here. And then later on, of course, we have Magnus Carlson and Nihal Sarin. What a fantastic match that will be, as well as Nakamura versus Levon. A clash of the titans. And that'll be on the B stream after the first match. Fantastic stuff. For now, though, it's about right here, right now. Draw in game number 1. All eyes set on game 2.
Yep, 8 fantastic players, 8 of the best speed demons on the planet right now. And yeah, I can't wait to watch some of the other quarterfinals too. It's very hard to predict, very hard to call. Maybe Magnus starts as the favorite in his, but the other 3 quarterfinals on paper so balanced. And we saw that in the first game. What strengths they have, often balanced out by the opponents, as we saw Alireza attacking Nodebek, showing all of his resilience, all of his trickery, resourcefulness there.
Again, I'm going to say it, you know, you brought up those matchups. If you look at those 8 names, you can also look at the 8 names that didn't make it. And that'll tell you everything that you need to know about the Esports World Cup, about chess happening here. You said 8 of the world's best. They started with 16 of the world's best.
That's a good point.
There are some of the big names that are absolutely missing from there. This is a superstar show.
Maybe we can get like a camera shot of the 8 crushed keys. And just zoom out from that and be like, guys, this is how good the competition is right now.
You know, yesterday in the studio, they were having a discussion about who is the master crusher of keys out of all the players. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but Nodebek Abdu, when he was crushing the key,
he loved it.
He was enjoying it. He was the only player who didn't cover his ears. He did it with both hands. And he means business. He loves that part of it. Definitely anything, the master crusher.
If anything, it makes me a little bit frightened how much he enjoyed that. He was savoring every moment. He'd like to crush some more. We'll see if it's possible for him to do that with the white pieces now in game number 2.
And we start here with the Caro-Kann defense, although it's kind of transposing now. It's kind of morphing into a King's Indian attack. White here with a quick fianchetto, castling the king, pawns on e4. It resembles the King's Indian defense with the black pieces, just with colors reversed, and some pressure there indirectly on the black center. This is something that Firouzja's been doing since he was a child, playing the Caro-Kann defense and playing it very ambitiously. Black in the meantime also fianchettoed, also with a nice pawn center and full tension ahead. I just want to mention on the topic of key crushing as well, all of the 4 players who made it through that kind of lower bracket in the group stage, they all crushed 2 keys. It was always the player who kind of dropped first that rose to the top.
It's a good point, actually. Yeah, the more you win yesterday in the group stages, the fewer keys you crush. Isn't that interesting? Obviously, that stops now because it's very much single elimination. But I feel like Nodebek, he's had a little bit of a taste for it, whereas Firouzja still waiting for his opportunity. So maybe that just makes that first key crush even sweeter.
And we'll see if he gets that opportunity. In the meantime, there is a small threat of breaking the tension finally in the center. Black's e-pawn is attacked 3 times. Okay, he's arguing that it's not a threat, Alireza Firouzja. The black knight jumping to the edge of the board. I was looking at tension in the center. The white queen, white rook, and knight all lined up against this pawn. But there would have been tactics in the air, potentially. The white queen might have found herself pinned if he had gone for anything direct there. Instead, he's built the V pawn structure with his pawns on the light squares. Here, Nodebek, Abdu all on the light squares, forming a nice little formation there, but about to get attacked. The Black Knight threatening a nasty fork, hitting a pawn on c2.
That's the big idea. But David, like you mentioned, there were tactics earlier where White, in fact, looked like was about to be pawn up, but, tricky Alireza had traps of his own.
Yeah, and if we just go back one move to show the subtleties lurking beneath the surface, after Alireza decided to bring his knight to the edge of the board, we could have seen a pawn capture, and here Black would have taken back, and knight takes e5 now, would have walked into the Black queen, swooping down, and line opened. And here, Black's queen just too active, beautifully placed. The Black knight coming into the b4 square, nice outpost. Black's bishop opened up on the long diagonal, and this was just something to avoid, simply, for Abdu Satrov. So all of these tactics, all of the activity here we see with the arrows, just all in Black's favor. So if we go back to the game situation, then we see a very different game state.
So all of these sidelines, these complications avoided here. Deciding not to go into those potential continuations where the Black queen could infiltrate, which is very, very reasonable indeed. After the knight went to the edge of the board, of course, still took b4 as an outpost. And after an intermezzo move, the question now gets asked, are we okay with the bishop for knight trade on b4? Queen comes out to d2. It looks like the Silicon's not particularly liking that move, although on the surface, it looks reasonable enough.
I think the reason that, it might come to mind because the queen still remains vulnerable. You're actually inviting Black to develop the rook coming out with a tempo. Your queen won't just move once, it's going to move a couple of times right now.
So would we have moved to e3 instead?
It was an option that he could have thought about, but again, it's a move with a heartbeat, right? And that means that it's very important that you play quickly. I think the players have realized it's not important to find objectively the best move here. As long as you know what your follow-up is, and Nordebek clearly did, he wants to place the queen lining it up against the Black queen, also putting pressure on that b4 knight. He keeps the calm on the clock as well.
It's hard to blame that sort of move, right? Because the knight on b4 is targeting that pawn on c2, and you don't want anything getting forked. So moving the queen across with the idea of going to c3 makes perfect logical sense. You don't want an opportunity for Black to unleash those kind of tactics. So it's interesting that there were potentially better options available. But again, like you said, Tanya, if there are better options available, that's when you sort of save your time and try and use your bank of time to identify those critical positions and see if you can gain just that little bit of a small advantage by making a slightly better decision. Choosing when to go into the tank is such a difficult skill.
And talking of a small advantage, the Black Knights now are hopping forwards. The White Queen may be feeling a bit misplaced. Queens should be often behind their infantry. The cavalry, they should be behind the pawns and knights. The White Queen actually prevents White from kicking away the Black Knight on the b4 square. Pawn would have loved to be on c3 instead. And already, computer giving an over +1 advantage for Black.
Oh, wow.
That is significant considering its level material, its almost symmetrical pawn structure. It simply reflects the fact that the Black Knights are coming. And I wouldn't be shocked here if Alireza Firouzja decides now to plant another knight. There we go, in the white half of the board.
I'm looking at this thinking, I'm wondering if there is an even stronger way we can punish White's dark squared bishop, because it really doesn't feel like it's going anywhere anytime soon. If you're going to trade it off for the knight at this point, the knight feels like such a powerful piece compared to the dark squared bishop. Why not chop it off straight away?
It's what you'd want to do, but Black has these beautiful options of just recapturing it with a pawn, opening up the queen to that c line, and then that c2 weakness becomes a clear target.
Right.
Now, you might think you can capture it, but there's also a possibility of actually just trying to kick that out with a potential fork. That c pawn right now can go to c3, and it feels like, hey, wait a second, did Alireza just blunder? Of course not. Alireza does not blunder. c3 would run into knight d3 because that square has been left vacated, undefended by the pawn moving forward, and in fact, it's Black that comes in with a devastating fork.
Yeah, you can't remove those knights without them being replaced by equally strong pawns. There's going to be a bind either way. There are knight forks in the air. And if you can't touch these super strong pieces of your opponents, you just feel uncomfortable. It's psychological here, objectively as well, White suffering. But a 3-minute time deficit and a bit of a smelly position here for Nordebek. It doesn't bode well for him.
Also, if you White does have the ability to trade off both knights now, right? Let's not pretend that's impossible. But what ends up happening is that they get replaced by pawns. The position opens up even more. And hey, would you look at that? Firouzja has the pair of bishops. Very happy to go into the late middle game, into the end game with that potential advantage.
100%. And I think that is what makes this position so difficult for Nordebek Abdusattorov, that he's playing with the white pieces, and within the first 19 moves, he's come under so much pressure. Look at the amount of times the white queen has just jumped around and landed in perhaps the most inactive square on the board. Right. And that's definitely not a part of some grand plan that Nordebek had. He's in big trouble. You know, this is the makings of game one. Alireza Firouzja outplaying Nordebek Abdusattorov so far, but this time, can he get the ball at the back of the net?
Yeah, that's a big check. Unless he's thinking of sacrificing his rook for that knight, then the white king needs to shuffle into the corner. Nordebek kind of talking to himself there on the camera, trying to will himself to find something. But yeah, he spent 5 of his first 19 moves with his queen, and the white queen is so poorly placed. And there we go, he sacrifices his rook for that knight. That is pure desperation. He's trying to kick the other black knight back in order to install a knight of his own in the center. The white knight will land on d5 potentially. At least one strong piece, but surely not enough compensation.
I have to ask the question, because king h1 was an option in the position, but Nordebek choosing to sacrifice the exchange instead. Was that necessary? What would have happened if king h1 was played? Why was that inferior, perhaps, to what went on here?
Yeah, the current board state, it looks like black has a material advantage. Rook for knight, big lead there for Alireza. But if the white king had moved away, we show this on the green analysis board right now, the black knight would likely have jumped back, attacking the white queen, forcing it to move for a 6th time in this game. And when it does move, the black knight takes a pawn and hitting another one on f2. Once the black knight moves out the way, the black dark-squared bishop would soon be unleashed on the diagonal. It's a key pawn, a very important central one. And this would have given black another different type of decisive advantage.
Amazing. And we thought, okay, actually, sacrificing the exchange there is probably preferable to having to deal with this long-term positional disadvantage where you are just playing for 2 results, and it almost gets a little bit depressing to try and defend.
Yeah, depressing is a good word. And often the top players in the world, they try to just change the momentum. If they know they're in trouble anyway, they just try to change the nature of the position. If they're going to suffer, give up material, at least create some threats of your own.
And it's going to be hard to create threats of his own, but Nordebek is trying. He's not only pushing the black knight away, he wants to get his own knight to the center of the board on d5, where at least it will cut black's rook activity, that extra rook that has just been won by Alireza. But I have to say that so far in this match, Alireza has simply outclassed Nordebek. Yes, he didn't win game 1, but he was so close. He was the only one pushing for that win from start to finish.
It was the psychological victory, perhaps, in game number 1. Extremely strong stuff, and really asking some questions now of Abdusattorov, saying, look, even with the black pieces, I'm able to apply this much pressure. We should point out, how do you put it? The game is not won yet. One of the hardest games to win in chess is a winning position. Converting that into a full point is unbelievably difficult, and often something that is hard to see just from watching. But game number 1 was arguably also a good example of this.
And I think, to your point, this is not going to be an easy convert. Yes, black has an extra exchange, but focus on that knight at the center of the board, the knight on d5. He's going to solidify that with the c-pawn moving 1 step forward as well, c4, and basically deny Alireza's rooks any open line, any activity. At some point, Alireza will try to break through with the f-pawn moving forward, and you can see it. There's some frustration on him there. He doesn't see a clear path right now. The knight goes back. I don't believe Nordebek will trade that knight. c4 is the move that I'm expecting here.
There we go, played. That is a rock-solid knight, just as strong as the black knights earlier. Yes, he's down material, but he's changed the trend. He's also made up most of the time deficit, Nordebek. That was an inspired decision to sacrifice. A good tip for everyone at home, defend actively.
I've got a follow-up chess coach question for you guys. That white knight on d5 is undeniably a monster piece right now. There are 2 ways black can try and take it off. The knight can play back to e7, or once the queen moves out of the way, the bishop can go to b7. Which minor piece would you rather give up for that knight, or are you happy for it to stay there?
I think short term it's okay, you play around it, but long term you have to get rid of that stallion in the center. Most likely you want to trade it off for a bishop, since the center is so blocked. Knights thrive more than bishops. Very hard to imagine any great diagonals for those pieces. But here we see Alireza maybe going for the other white knight potentially. The black knight also has some nice jumping posts So we'll see a bit of a mirror image potentially if bishop takes knight next, black knight jumping into the center.
That's a beautiful positional idea that Alireza's just played out. You know, planting his bishop to a square, always threatening that trade that David mentioned, so that you've got the d4 square, a beautiful spot for the knight. Having that rook, that extra rook on the board for black, is only as useful once he starts getting those open lines. So Alireza, he's preparing right now. At some point, there will be a challenge on the board, either with the knight at the center or one of the pawns moving forward, threatening to open up files for that rook.
So let me simplify here for the folks at home. Whether you're supporting the white or the black pieces here, it does look like, based on pawn breaks, f5 is the square to keep your eyes glued on.
Yep. It will come sooner or later, probably not right now, just because white's pieces are so centralized. All of white's pieces look like they're fighting against any pawn break with f5. We might also see the black knight jump into the center at some point, either to b4, d4, but for now, a bit of a maneuvering phase. The players are basically dead level on the clock, heart rate far from level, but it is compensated for, Alireza's heart rate, by his material advantage.
It's a game around that break. You know, all the last few moves that have happened, the way white placed the pieces, the way Alireza's put his rook behind the e-pawn, it's all directed towards hinting at that f5 pawn push. It needs to be timed really well. And I think part of Alireza's strategy is to keep delaying it till the point Nordebek is down to those final minute in the game, so that he doesn't have enough time to be able to counter that accurately.
We're maneuvering all the minor pieces. What's stopping black from just going rook f7, rook f8, and doubling on the f-file? Is there something else the rooks need to be looking out for?
No, I think is the answer.
Oh,
I think
okay.
we might well just see that idea. I think that's a great decision. You just want to tease the opponent first. He just moves his king, not committing anything here, not ruining anything. We'll see the black rook set up perfectly, and only when it's down to 1 minute each, then you go for it.
There's also no increment, so it could also be mind games. You're making your opponent think, oh, maybe there is something else. Maybe there is a second weakness that I haven't actually considered before committing, even though it gets played now. So just keeping Abdu guessing a little bit.
He is. He's just shuffling pieces around because it's Nordebek who needs to be careful. And sometimes it's hard to keep the tension, you know, and which is why Nordebek does take on d4. We see a trade. And in fact, it's Nordebek who's pushed his f-pawn. Another trade at the center of the board. And white's pawn's looking really good right now there.
Yeah, it's much easier to push white's central pawns than any of the black pawns right now. I don't see any good pawn breaks, actually, for Firouzja here. Suddenly white has full control over the light squares, and maybe the status quo won't be broken, maybe it's just level, but that's good news for Abdu Satarov.
You know, again, notice how there's no single open line, and he blunders. He allows queen takes pawn. The black queen pinned.
There's a beautiful diagonal here that the white bishop has been sitting on for ages. Black loses a pawn in the center, because if that queen is captured, we would see bishop retaking, and when the black rook moves, the white bishop will retreat. The central pawns for white are marching forward. The black bishop is dead on the side of the board. That is not participating in this battle at all. This is a big, big advantage suddenly psychologically and on position for Nordebek. He's turned it around.
This is unbelievable. We went from a position where we thought, okay, we're going to shuffle around a little bit, and then we're going to watch black play f5, to a position where there are tactics on the board for white. f5 looks like it's a million miles away for black, and suddenly the tables have turned a little bit. Did Firouzja just wait too long?
They didn't turn a little bit. They've completely turned around. If anyone, white's the one who's going to be pushing in this endgame. You know, he's got an extra pawn as well for that exchange. And all the ideas that were pointed out, get the bishop back. You have these beautiful bishop pairs on these stunning diagonals. e5 coming next. What's important here is that for white, the follow-up is so easy. The moves are going to come quick. For Alireza, it's going to be much harder. He's down to 2 minutes on the clock. It's now about trying to hold this position if you're black.
And I'm slightly surprised that Nordebek pushes forward, but it is his style. He's very direct as a player. Now he drops back with the bishop. Now white does not have two connected pawns, but you do have a light squared bishop that could soon come to life. He tries to get it in, creates a threat, but watch out. There's a hit on the white rook. You've got to be careful where you step. You can't step to the side and block this pawn, since rook takes bishop would win, and the black bishop would suddenly come to life. I think that was a bit of a misstep. He could have prevented the black pawn from moving. And here, suddenly it's a 3-result position. Question mark given. Who can hold their nerve?
And he again places it on a square, which is in the eye line of the black bishop. Alireza calculating, can he go for that same sacrifice? Pick up the d6 pawn, and he does it. Rook takes rook is the only move, and now the d6 pawn falls. Black's d3 pawn is a powerful one. This is Nodibek Abdusattorov pulling the brakes with that trade. This one's headed to a draw.
Wow, after all of those fireworks, twists and turns, Alireza with the advantage, suddenly Nodibek striking back. It's going to fizzle out. Opposite color bishops with rooks, with queens on, do have chances dynamically, but here both sides will just block on their respective color complexes.
Yeah, we've had so many games so far in the Esports World Cup where the opposite colored bishops were a danger because you had rooks on the board, you had queens on the board, and the bishops could work together with other pieces to form some really quite scary looking threats, but not in this situation. When it's the bishops and nothing else, one side dominates the light squares, the other dominates the dark squares, and you effectively sit there and go, right, let's call it a day and move on. But once again, Alireza Firouzja, the player who was pressing for the win, first with the white pieces, now with the black pieces.
And for the second time in a row, a save by Nodibek Abdusattorov to keep the match level. This has to be frustrating for Alireza Firouzja.
He's a very emotional player. That's one thing that's marked his career, and internally now he is going to be raging that he's let 2 games drift away. 2 games he had decisive advantages. You would bet against him messing those up every single time, but somehow he squandered those advantages. And Nodibek, credit to him, look at this, he's analyzing his game quickly. He doesn't even care about the next one. He's trying to break it down, try to figure out how much of an advantage he might have actually wangled a bit later, but ultimately a draw, cancelling each other out, a fair result.
And Alireza doing exactly the same.
Right, folks, we're going to give the players a minute or two as a breather. Now, you can even see Firouzja shaking his head as he gets up to go for a quick bathroom break. So we will be back with game number 3 of this all-important quarterfinal after this short break.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Over here in Stream B, after the halfway point, Arjun Erigaisi has opened up a 1.5 to 0.5 lead over Jan Nepomniachtchi. Now, Arjun was better in Game 1 in a night endgame, but his extra pawn wasn't able to break through. However, in Game 2, despite the material being equal, his pieces were more centralized, they were more cohesive, and Nepomniachtchi was essentially playing without a bishop. Arjun was able to score the point, and now Jan's back is against the wall as they go into Game 3. That's the report over here in Stream B.
So it's all square after 2 games in this first quarterfinal here at the Esports World Cup. But even though the scores are level, the drama has been anything but. Team Falcons and Alireza Firouzja pushing for wins in both of these first games as white and as black. Nordibek Abdu representing Na'Vi on the back foot, having to find more and more lives, I guess we can say, to stay in the competition, to stay in the contest. He's successfully done it. Let's give him credit for it, but we have to be running out of those 9 lives now, surely.
Yeah, he cannot continue like this, Nordibek. The openings have not quite been disastrous, but he's definitely been reeling there on the back foot, recovering from punches early in games, and that's not what you want at this top level. The opening stage is clearly where he needs to improve, Tanya.
100%. That's where it's all gone wrong, and then he's just been under pressure. This has been 2 games, 2 wars, and I have to say, Nordibek Abdu not cracking so far has been a surprise, simply given the kind of advantage, the amount of advantage that Alireza has had. So far, this has been a story of surviving against the ferocious Firouzja Storm.
Whoa. Game number 3 now. Here we go. Let's see if second time lucky here with the white pieces for Firouzja.
And so far, a repetition of what we witnessed in Game 1 of this quarterfinal, as Firouzja now pausing for almost 20 seconds, deciding to castle. It's a repeat. And who will be the first to blink and switch things up? Alireza brings his knight out this time. In the previous game, we saw the white pawn push forward to e4, and that ended in a great opening success for white. So very interesting there, the dynamics, the fact that he was the first to switch it up and go his own way.
And that just shows this incredible strategic aspect of the game, right? Very often the players have this one game surprise. He's very sure that in that time between the games, Nordibek would have checked that pawn sacrifice. He would know exactly how to handle it. So Firouzja now goes into the same line, but tweaks it just a little bit with that knight move earlier. Nordibek would have definitely been prepared this time had Firouzja stuck to what he played in game 1.
Yeah, it was interesting. They didn't get long in the break. They only had a few minutes to freshen up, maybe visit the bathroom, get a snack, get a drink. But these top players, maybe that's why we see them analyzing their games on chess.com between encounters. A quick action replay, check with the computer, and yeah, you don't want to repeat things twice. Old wisdom used to say you can get away with playing the same opening 3 times in a row, but modern times, maybe just once, maybe just twice before your opponent susses you out. And this time, we've seen an early knight for bishop trade. White has the bishop pair, and the light squared bishop, if he can get it going in the near future, might be a real weapon. But for now, the king shuffling into the corner, it feels like Firouzja with white just trying to build up. As we see there, the black bishop jump out, maybe going for 2 bishops versus 2 knights in the near future.
This feels a little bit different to game number 1. I'm taking a look at the board. Black feels like there's a little bit more space, a little bit more freedom, certainly a lot more pressure being applied. And this just feels like so much more of a slow burn for white. Comparing that to the story of game number 1, even though the positions in the opening are very similar, the way this game is playing out seems to be very different.
It's brewing. You can feel it. You know, there are so many imbalances in the position already. The bishop pairs pointed out. Look at the pawn formation as well. Quite non-standard in the position. Both players with their sort of weaknesses. For Nordibek, again, he has to be careful about the e6 pawn, but also the dark squares around the black king, which can, if white is able to take the long diagonal, really long-term create some problems. I have to say, early days, but I'm still liking Alireza's position. Feels more compact. Love that it's an open position. You know, long-range pieces are what you want. The bishop pair, in fact, here, Alireza invites that bishop takes knight trade. And it's on the board, but does this weaken the dark squares a bit too much for Nordibek?
Yeah, it's Big decision, of course. Two bishops in general, we talk about them, we hear about them all the time. The top players in the world are biased towards the bishop pair, but there are some circumstances where there are exceptions, and right now it does feel odd that Alireza thought for a minute and then basically wasted a move, pushing a pawn to a3, saying, it's clear you want to do that anyway. I'm going to give you a free move to accomplish what you want, and in return for that free move he was given, Nodebek brings his rook across to c8, the white queen goes back where she came from. And now if the black knights, I'm looking at the e4 square, the black knights can kind of combine to sit on some outposts. He's got decent stability, still very much in the balance, but I don't think Nodebek's complaining at all.
It's not often you see a top-level game where we're very happy to give your opponent the bishop pair, not even having a bishop ourselves. So it's a very interesting dynamic to witness that in this particular game. The question that we'll have in the long term is, where are those bishops going to sit? Is the light squared bishop on g2 really on the most useful diagonal? Even though it is the longest diagonal, it's pointing away from the king. Is there an easy way to get the dark squared bishop onto b4 and start lasering? That looks pretty obvious as a great place to be, but when you have those knights going onto the outposts, don't forget, black gets to move as well, and Abdu could end up being a menace with the pair of horses.
Exactly, especially at this time limit. Horses jumping, it's so scary. Knight forks galore. We've seen a few tricks with knights already in the Esports World Cup. And just to point out, one of the black knights sitting on f5 is going to be very hard to get rid of. You can trade pawns in an attempt to get rid of that knight, but it won't help. You might have to trade your light squared bishop for it long term, and there we go. The double fianchetto incoming.
I hear you guys. I'm still a fan of the bishop pair in this position. I love the idea that Alireza is setting up right now. He wants to put that bishop on b2. That is the most beautiful diagonal on the board.
Absolutely.
You know, we've been talking about the weaknesses in black's camp. He wants to target them as quickly as possible. Yes, beautiful knight. Could be a nightmare, especially that knight on f5. Not only an attacking piece, a great defender as well. But long term, I just feel the bishop pair, open position, that's got to give white practical chances.
It's definitely one of those positions that could go either way. It's just a matter of taste. In chess, we talk about the eval bar, we talk about computer evaluations. Computer says this is only slightly better for black, but basically equal. And ultimately, if you favor bishops, you love it for white. If you favor knights, you might prefer it for black. But turning it in your favor, twisting it to make sure that your piece configuration actually comes out on top, that is the real key, as black creates a threat on the c-file.
I guess the one thing to note as well is that the pawn structure actually lends itself towards the knights just a little bit as well, because if a knight hops into f5, the only way you're getting rid of it is if you're removing the light squared bishop. So this is it's tricky because the outposts are there and it's really clear.
It's going to be fun to watch how this dynamic, this imbalance plays out. But this is getting sharp, right? Because the queen and the rook lined up, the pawn on c2, it's not easily defended. You really don't want to make your rook passive, so Alireza has to go on the offense, as he does. He places his queen, moving around quite a bit in the last few moves, to a square where it hits not one, but two pawns. e6 under attack, as well as a7. Queen b6, offering a trade. David, if the queens come off the board, I think white should also be happy with that circumstances, because you end up with a double pawn on the b line. I would be considering the queen trade here.
Yeah, maybe out of necessity, he'll take the queens off. There are some short-term questions for white. What to do about the c-pawn once the queens do leave the board. He actually pushes it forward first, so trading queens, likely, but he's saying he's going to do it on his own terms. If the queens disappear, the white dark squared bishop will jump out with gain of time. Very interesting. It looks like a pawn sacrifice, but it is opening up white's light squared bishop on the longest diagonal. Very much in the balance here.
Would you rather be white or black here?
Normally I take the bishops, but I just have this spidey sense tingling that the knights are going to be quite strong, especially that black knight on f5. I actually wanted to keep the queens on if I were black, because long-term, that's when bishops come to life. Short-term, knights, if you give them a queen, some attacking chances. I'm slightly surprised Nodebek went for that, but I'll still say black.
Hot take for me, you know what? I'm taking Alireza in this position. I'm going to stick with my bias towards the bishop pair. But of course, it's a game for all three results. I think this is the best position that Nodebek has had the entire match so far. That we can all agree on.
That's why I'm biased, I think, towards the black position. He's going to be loving it compared to what we saw before.
That's very true. I mean, if you think about the story of the match so far, it's Firouzja's relentlessly applying pressure to Abdu and Nodebek's trying to find ways to weasel out of positions, creatively, with genius, to be fair, but still very much on the back foot. It is really difficult for anyone to argue that Nordebek is on the back foot in this game. He definitely feels like he has a great fighting chance, and more importantly, the 33rd piece on the board. We're talking about the clock, of course. 7 minutes plays 4.5. Firouzja is very much down on time compared to Nordebek here, so maybe we're starting to sense an opportunity to strike back in the match.
Alireza is known as a bullet beast, a blitz brawler, but in rapid chess, that's the one thing that has occasionally hindered him. In big games against the likes of Magnus, against the likes of Hikaru. He does drop low on time very quickly. Once he gets there, Firouzja handles it better than anyone else. He's incredible. His instincts are so sharp. But yeah, this is maybe the area where I would say that Nordebek could have planned in advance to try and strike, to try and hustle on the time, on the clock. But he just wasn't given that opportunity in the first two games. So this is definitely the best chance so far as White installs the bishops on the long diagonals. And very much an endgame clash now, bishops versus knights.
And also pawn formation, right? You can see some targets that White could have on that d5 pawn. Yep. If the White bishop, the dark squared bishop, is allowed to the center of the board, you could start attacking the double pawns on the B line. White's also threatening to challenge the open C line, trying to get the rooks off the board as well. And I think this endgame is just still 1 for 3 results. Perhaps draw is the most likely outcome, but could go either way right now, and the clock will be a big factor, even though the queens are off the board.
I'm trying to figure out what Nordebek is thinking right now, what the different directions he's deciding the game could go in. He's entering into very, very deep thought. He's using a lot of time. He had that 2 minutes advantage. It's starting to eat away.
I'd be very tempted to plant that knight on e3 and just get rid of one of the bishops, get that bishop pair off the board. Yep. But Nordebek, he wants to keep the tension. I think he's starting to play against Firouzja's clock here.
Yeah, that's a very ambitious move. It's a short-term pawn sacrifice. It's not going to be for long, but White's light squared bishop can go and capture a pawn on the b7 square, but this would be met by the black rook reaching down onto the second rank with a double attack of its own. That would be a real step in the wrong direction for Firouzja. More likely, he's going to contain the idea of the black rook infiltrating.
So it is possible that he's doing what we thought he was going to do, which is how can I play against this time advantage in the best possible way? I'm going to spend some of my extra time here thinking about this, but the goal is to force a response that means you cannot just play on intuition. You have to switch between intuition and calculation. And if Firouzja gets down to below a minute, you're not going to have time to calculate anymore.
That's the brutality of this format, right? Clock management, time management is part of the skill game here at the EWC. The knight eventually does land there, about to perhaps pick up the bishop, neutralize that bishop pair. But the computer does not like it. In fact, counterintuitively, it wanted Nordebek to keep the knights on the board.
Yeah, those knights were pretty nice and stable, and look at this.
Whoa.
Counter-attack, ignoring the hit on his rook, saving the bishop pair. If there'd been a knight for bishop trade, we would have got closer to that draw. Now he's counter-attacking against the black rook on c8. If we see trades, if all the rooks come off, the knight's no longer stable, the black pawn's very, very weak, then Tanya's prophecy there could start to come true.
Just want to remind everyone, I picked the bishop pair about yesterday.
Yes, you did. And no, I don't think anyone will be watching back the VOD going, we're just going to double check what Tanya said. You've been very, very clear about it. And the bishop pair, I mean, this goes to show why the bishop pair is so powerful at the sharp end of top level chess. If there is a way, sneaky, genius, whatever you want to call it, if there's a way to preserve that into the endgame, we're going to find it's a bishop h3 here inspired by Firouzja.
That's actually a beautiful move. You're hitting the rook on c8. Also, the d4 pawn at the center of the board is under fire. If Nordebek even trades the rook on c1, White would have simply taken it, controlled the open line. All the trumps with Alireza Firouzja. So right now, Nordebek, he picks up his rook. Also another rook lift, a counter rook lift by Alireza, saving his own. Bishop takes pawn, always in the air after the trade on the c line.
Hanging by a thread now, Black's position. If he doesn't find an antidote in the next few moves to either re-establish those knights on strong squares or maybe trade off some pawns, then he's just going to be in huge danger. He keeps looking away at the clock, Nordebek, but he does still have a small time advantage. That might just be eaten up, though, over the next few moves. It's so tough to know what to do with Black. He trades one set of rooks, but now the Black knight on e3 is hit. It will have to retreat, most likely, or move, be defended, but the Black pawn in the center is weak. What is this? Landing on the D1 square. You rarely see a knight land on the opponent's enemy back rank.
Very few times I've seen a black knight land on the starting position of a white
Exactly.
queen.
This doesn't count as a backwards knight move, guys, because it's the wrong color. It's actually the most forward the knight could possibly get. What a move that is.
That is beautiful. And don't get tempted to put pressure on it. Rook d3 would run into a massive knight fork. You might be thinking that you're about to trap the knight, but there are checks all over the board. Knights, super tricky pieces.
Yeah. The problem with advancing so far forward with your knight is that the only way is back. So he has to make sure he doesn't get trapped. If he can trap that knight, Alireza wins. If the knight doesn't get trapped, it might just wreak havoc in the white camp. And a check. The black king is going to move. And he's trying to open lines for those bishops. Very, very consistent play here from Firouzja. He's been nursing that bishop pair for a while, and he's trying to turn the position in their favor.
Very instructive there. You know, when you've got the long range pieces, you want as many open lines and diagonals on the board, get those pawns trading. That knight on d1 could either be Nordebek's biggest asset or his biggest liability, because it also dominates the dark squared bishop. It's threatening all these folks, but only until it can save itself from any threats.
Exactly, and knights take longer to go across the board as well. So dark squared bishop swings up towards the enemy king. All of a sudden, you've got both bishops and the rook attacking, and then you end up having a minor piece outside of the game, effectively, because you don't have enough time to get back to where you need it to be. So that could be the long-term strategic plan here.
I changed my mind. Go for the bishops. Is it too late?
It's all on our video. Everyone knows you picked the knights. You can't change your mind anymore.
And David, to be fair, this is Nordebek we're talking about. It's not too late. Like, the bishop pair might be advantageous, but he could pull something out of the bag at the 11th hour. He's done it so many times. We would be fools to think he couldn't do it here.
He's done it twice. Today.
That's just today, right? Exactly.
And the knights are coming forward. A check potentially being threatened on f2. Again, so much tension in this position. Despite so many pieces off the board, the ones that are on the board are creating big threats.
And we have to start thinking about who's going to be better in the time scramble. In the previous two games, just as we were reaching that last critical kind of climax of the game, both sides down around the 1 minute mark, we saw the draw agreed. I wonder whether we'll see the same again in this one, or whether some of the players, one of the two here, is going to take their chances, gamble a bit, try and hustle on time. In the meantime, white is a pawn up. Very short term, though, because the white light squared bishop is attacked. The knight's jumping, and the pawn will be regained. Here we go on the next move.
About to be picked up, and Nordebek decides to do it with his pawn, and that is good chess wisdom, right? Traditional chess wisdom. The flank pawn moves towards the center of the board rather than capturing with the king, and white tries to bring his own king towards the center right now. As does black. Nordebek aiming for those dark squares.
Black is the only one with the passed pawn, I should mention. The black D pawn has no pawns around it, no blockaders of it yet, but white does have potential long-term to create passed pawns. Knights struggle especially against A and H pawns, those corner pawns. If he can get a passed pawn later, he's going to tie down one of those short-range knights. And already looking like he's got some stability now, Alireza Firouzja. 1.5 minutes, plays just under 2 minutes though, 30-second difference. Could be decisive.
It's still super tricky, right? With the knights jumping around, all the threats of the forks, as well as the disconnected pawns, weaknesses, black's king at the center of the board. It's hard to call this one. It's still a 50-50 who takes this.
Here we go, the knights have to keep jumping. There's nothing else to do. Black central pawn, if it ever pushes, might just become too weak. It might overstep the mark there. And often when you have to keep jumping, it's a lot of pressure for you. You just have to set up those traps, those threats, those forks. Nordebek shaking his head there, burning all of his time advantage away in one move. And the bishops just continue stepping out of checking distance.
This is getting into bullet territory, very dangerous for Nordebek Abdu Satrov. Alireza, an absolute beast when it touches 1 minute, a hyper beast, an ultra beast if it goes into the 30-second territory right now. And Alireza, he's not happy with what's just happened.
Both sides shaking their head. He does go in behind with his bishop here, threatening a nasty check. And checks are all prevented now by that knight retreat. White bishops have to keep dancing. Alireza just has to move. It's all about the clock. It's a level position, a drawn endgame, but could still go in one side's favor here.
And now that it's the red mark on the board, 58 seconds, I think we're going to see a completely different pace in this one by Alireza Firouzja. He knows it's about the clock, but when it's about the clock and you're facing double knights on the board. You have to be very careful about not losing a piece to a check.
There we go, it's a threat. One of the black pawns attacked twice. He's turned down a repetition, Firouzja. It's definitely him trying to make things happen, trying to avoid the draw. Nodebek frantically trying to guard his pawns on both sides of the board, but these short-range knights, they're struggling. And now a check.
He loses
dropping
a pawn. He picks it up. That's the first pawn for Alireza Firouzja. Nodebek Abdu Satrov realizes it. He's about to lose the b6 pawn. Alireza winning for the third time in this match.
Wow, can he convert? 45 seconds against 48 seconds. The bishops are dominant, but he's allowed a trade here. Taking that bishop off the board, get rid of one of them at least, and you should be getting closer to safety. You have to take that bishop.
But make a move, Nodebek.
There we go, the bishop does leave the board. The black knight is going to hunt down White's b-pawn now. White will not be left with sufficient material to win this game.
About to be second pawn up, but only for a move as the b6 pawn undefendable. And now with the 2 pawns on one flank, Black's knight's about to rush through, give itself up for the f pawn. And unfortunately for Alireza Firouzja, the h pawn is the wrong color as his bishop. Queens on a wrong square. That h8 point is of a different one. All Nodebek has to do is find a way to give up the knight for the f pawn.
And he has to do it in time. We could see some flagging play a part here. The black knight desperately trying to get to that white f-pawn, but 20-something seconds. If he can keep it on the board as long as possible, Alireza, he cannot lose. Black only has a knight. If white runs out of time here, the game is declared a draw, but that is not, that cannot be said for the other way around. White still has pawns, therefore can still win this game. Firouzja is playing with house money here.
It's 15 seconds for both these players. This is crazy. This is about flagging. This is only about the clock.
Nodebek's dropped down on time. He still can't find a way. Don't take that knight. It would have been stalemate. The knight trying to give itself up. Still so difficult to win this game for White. You cannot bypass with that f-pawn, but 5 seconds left. Nodebek here.
He's about to get
doomed. The knight is trapped. Look at this. Beautiful.
He's lost on the board. He's lost on the clock. He does escape with the knight, but he doesn't have enough time to make moves.
And there we go, Alireza Firouzja wins on time.
Hyper quick with 50 seconds left to go. Firouzja wins a pawn. Not quite enough to win on its own, but uses it once again to apply pressure to Nodebek, Abdu Satrov, and this time around, at the third time of asking, the cracks appear. The miracle wasn't there this time. Firouzja goes ahead in this quarterfinal match.
Wow, and that was all about the clock. Firouzja, he applied pressure on the board. For 1 or 2 moves, he was concretely, directly winning. But ultimately, those extra few seconds, that extra speed, it was visible. And for Abdu Satrov, the pressure finally telling.
Third time lucky for Alireza Firouzja. He finally gets it done. But the whole game, you know, it felt like the one time when Nodebek kept it under control. But Alireza never was. He kept putting the pressure. He declined those repetition and eventually paying off in these final moments. Nodebek, no time on the clock. This time, this bird of prey from Team Falcon does not miss. For Nodebek Abdu Satrov, he must win the final game to force an Armageddon.
And you could see he was breathing a sigh of relief at the end. It wasn't a fist pump, it wasn't a celebration, it was a, oh, thank goodness I was able to do that, because it does feel a little bit like Abdu Satrov is doing his best Houdini impression in all 3 of today's games. He was able, at least once in each game, to get back to equal from a position that could have been considered lost. But the score is now 2-1, which means there's only 1 game left in this quarterfinal unless it goes to Armageddon. And the only way it goes to Armageddon is if Nodebek wins on command right now.
And the worrying thing for me for Nodebek is that he didn't look too frustrated. He kind of just looked like he accepted the fact that he got flagged, like he expected it. It was self-inflicted. He could have pulled the break way sooner, and he should have been able to find a way to give up his knight for that f-pawn. But he was too slow. It looked like he was a bit indecisive and just not trusting his instincts enough there. Alireza using all the tricks in the book. Alireza's played tens of thousands of online bullet games, and all of those skills paid off there.
Just so impressive. I mean, for me, the most fascinating thing to watch is how Alireza is behind on the clock.
Right.
But when it comes to that under 1 minute, how he completely becomes a different beast. And from there, he's the one who flagged Nodebek Abdu Satrov. You know, I think in Alireza's mind, he just believes he's the better player here.
But also, there are some questions to be asked, right? Because if you're Abdu Satrov, you're thinking, well, hang on a second. I get that I got flagged when, you know, it was maybe 10, 15 seconds ahead on the clock, but he was 2 minutes ahead at one point. We mustn't forget that. Is there something he could have done better? There's going to be questions he's going to be asking himself about how he avoids that happening again.
Yeah, and in the meantime, a decision made in terms of opening here. I love this decision from Nodebek in a must-win situation. He's grabbed a pawn short term. It looks like a queen's gambit accepted, just with colors reversed. And while the pawn will be regained, he's going to create two outside pass pawns of his own. Look at this, the white A and B pawns versus the black D and C pawns. Long term, there's a lot of potential here. Endgame's very favorable for white. He's created a lot of imbalance, and it's only just move 11. So a great start to this game for him in this quest to strike back. But he has to be quicker. He needs to apply pressure on the clock. You cannot get down to 1 minute versus 1 minute against Firouzja. It's just suicidal.
Yeah, he's made one thing clear. He's not going to go down into the night slow and silent in this one. Just the opening choice he has, right? The two connected passes that you're talking about on the left side of the board. But it's central control for Alireza Firouzja as well. It's going to be a very dynamic middle game. These kind of openings lend themselves to 2, not 3 results. Either white wins or black wins.
And a draw is the same as a loss, so ultimately a win-win scenario for Abdu Satarov here. He puts his bishop on the longest diagonal, and yeah, I've actually studied these types of positions myself. They're just so irrational. Even with computers, it's hard to get to the truth, and that's rare in chess these days. Normally a computer will tell you, this side is better, that side's better, this is the plan, but here, it's very hard to find the correct moves.
So, in summary then, really, really good choice of opening from Nordebek in a must-win situation. Place yourself in a position where, frankly, there's not going to be any shuffling of pieces around with 30 seconds left to go. I've got 2 pass pawns and we're on move 13, right? There's going to be plenty of life in the position. Yes, he might lose, but also he's giving himself the maximum opportunity to win, and that's exactly what he has to do right now.
He doesn't have an option. Now, black doesn't have an option in one position. One plan that must be stopped at all costs is to make sure that white is never able to push that a4 pawn. The game sort of revolves around that. White develops pieces, places them in such a way that knight headed to b3 next to assist that a pawn to move forward. Firouzja's going to do everything under the sun to make sure that that doesn't happen.
And this is an element, like the opening choice, closing thought there. It's an element to chess that is unique to chess as an esport. You're never going to sit here commentating Dota or Counter-Strike or any other esport or StarCraft or anything where you say, right, we don't actually have to win here. There's none of that. We can be playing for the draw. We can tactically prevent our opponent from winning, and that can be good enough to get the match result. So it adds another layer to the strategy, another layer to the metagame, to the psychology of what these players have to go through on this stage.
And the beauty of this specific quarterfinal, this clash, is that neither player is just not in their blood to play for a draw. But yeah, definitely a new dynamic that is unique to chess and is often one of the hardest to master. I know so many young players who are sitting there like offering draws or playing a bit passively because they know it's enough, and just playing moves that you feel suit your style. That tends to be the best solution, no matter the type of scenario you find yourself in. In the meantime, white's queen improves itself. It feels like he's getting ready to centralize his other rooks, maybe strike in the center with a white pawn soon, and that would signal the next phase of the game where it's all about calculation.
And I think this kind of a position suits both these players. This is where they sort of thrive on, both Alireza and Nodebek, you know, right, where it's extremely combative. Energetic play is required by both of them. Queen c2 hinting at the e-pawn moving forward. We spoke about the plan for white trying to get a5 eventually. For black, it's the other pawn it wants. You want to aim at pushing your pawns in the center of the board if you're black here. e5 at some point in the air as well. It becomes a race. Flank versus the center.
And there's going to be a world where white has passed pawns on the A and B files, black has passed pawns on the C and D files, and it becomes very, very dynamic, and you have to constantly calculate and count the number of moves to make sure that you're not losing by time as opposed to by position on the board if your opponent gets a queen first in the endgame, for example.
Okay, shall we have another prediction here, another vote? Last time you said bishops, Tanya, bishops versus knights. What would you take? Flank pawns or center pawns?
Oh,
that's a tough one. But you know, my record so far in the prediction game's gone pretty good today.
It's
just a sort of reminder.
Yeah.
I'm taking the flank pawns in this one. You know, I want this match to go down to the wire. I want to see an Armageddon. I think that's the reason I'm taking the flank pawns. What about you guys?
I like the idea of the center pawns. It's still one big pawn chain there, and I feel like if this goes down to a time scramble, having two weaknesses on opposite sides of the board to defend, could end up coming back to bite white here. Assuming it goes to a time scramble, I think I'd rather black's pawns.
And normally I'm very kind of classically trained. I'm very biased towards the center pawns, but I kind of want to see Armageddon as well. So I'm not going to say I favor either side's position, but I know what result would be fun.
You are such a
You can't
diplomat.
dodge that. No, you can't dodge that.
You're
But,
such
you know,
a peacemaker, David. Unbelievable.
It's exactly how I feel. My mind says center pawns, but my heart says flank pawns. David, you got to make a pick.
I agree with Tanya. I've stuck my neck out on the line here. I don't mind burning and being wrong, but I need some decision.
I'll go center just because the flank pawns might drop. The flank pawns might be doomed. The last move from black is ganging up on this A pawn with the rook, with the knight, and with the queen behind. This pawn might be falling, so he needs to do something quick, maybe in the center or on the other side of the board, Nodebek, to compensate for that pawn deficit he's about to incur.
It comes with some consequences, this last move. That knight has lost connection to the other knight, right? This is the moment that Alireza can think about the bishop and knight trade simply to destroy Nodebek's kingside pawns.
Yes, exactly.
And then try to target those weaknesses. Bishop takes knight, forcing black to recapture with the pawn.
Yeah, and let's show this. The white queen might now slide up one square to attack that newly made doubled pawn on f6. Not just that, but the white A pawn threatening to move up the board. If black takes a timeout and defends that pawn, say marches forward in the center or moves his king, then the white A pawn advances, and this spells disaster for black. The knight will have to drop back and the pawns will only continue to advance. We might see a scenario, however, if the black king doesn't defend the pawns and we see a rook capture. Now the white queen will jump in and the black king feeling very airy. This looks precarious. The eval bar says level, but it's anything but dull, this position. That's good news for Nodebek. It feels like this is what he's forced to do in this position if he wants to go for the win.
So plenty of imbalances in the position. You're right, Tanya. There is the opportunity now, a golden opportunity to potentially introduce that extra imbalance into the game, taking that knight. And maybe that's what's causing Nodebek giving a little bit of pause here. Are we going to see that happen on the board? It's also very committal. Once you do that, you're committed to that being your strategy for the rest of the game.
I just want to say, if that swap happens, and I think we're headed in that direction, pawn takes bishop has to be played. The queen does step up. We see the line being played out. f6 pawn. I think defending it is super dangerous. You know, we said this earlier. You cannot allow white to go a5.
Right.
That's just not legal in this position for black to do. So he's about to trade the a4 pawn with the f6 pawn. If that happens, our bet is off the table because those pawns have just disappeared.
Sure, but if you're going to do that, though, and you say a5 cannot be allowed to happen, what else are we thinking about here? Just take on a4 immediately.
You got to do it.
Yeah.
I think his hand is forced. I think he might have underestimated this sequence that we've just seen, Firouzja. Maybe he just thought, I'm getting rid of the enemy flank pawns. Danger averted. But no, the black king being this open with queens and knights nearby, that's going to force him on the defensive for the foreseeable future. And as we've seen so far in the 3 matches, neither side really wants to be defending. They would far rather be active about it. So the white queen coming in seems inevitable. There we go. One pawn disappears, the other pawn disappears, still level footing. Black's center intact, but the king very, very weak here. And a pre-move on the screen from Nodebek.
You know, you take that rook, you want to recapture with the rook. So that's actually great online chess strategy, you know, for everyone watching, playing on chess.com. If there's a capture and you know what you want to take it back with, that's the pre-move that you want on your screen.
I should point out, we've seen pre-moves go wrong before. I experience pre-moves going wrong on a daily basis, I think it's fair to say. You want to make sure that you generally only use pre-moves in forcing situations where you know there's only the one continuation. Otherwise, if you accidentally pre-move and your opponent has multiple options to choose from, and they happen to pick the one you're not thinking about, often ends in immediate disaster.
Happens to all of us, John. You're not alone in that, but in this case, after rook takes rook, it's got to be the move rook takes rook. You know, you have to keep your queen there defended. You just capture back, hit the black queen. I'll point out one idea that Alireza needs to watch out for in all positions. It's the queen sliding over to h6, the knight jumping over to g5. And that's a checkmate in 3 that you need to watch out for.
Yeah, I'm wondering if something like knight d7 is almost forced so that you can play moves like, oh god, I'd be really scared to think about moves like f5 in this position, but I'm wondering if that actually allows the rooks and queen to slide across a little bit easier, try and take away g5 as a square. And yeah, we're addressing that threat immediately, but that knight can still jump into g5.
Stopped.
There we go.
There we go. Either way, bringing pieces to the defense of your king is always the solution. Often you need one defender, maybe two defenders. Here the black queen, black rook are guarding some important squares. Likewise, the black knight might have been a great defender. Knights are a king's best friend after all. But it does mean that, there we go, white gets access to the open A file, putting pressure on both flanks. He's going to be playing a bit of a guessing game here with Firouzja Nodebek. He's going to be applying threats on the queen side in order to deflect the black pieces away from where the real action is happening near the black king.
This is amazing full board awareness by Nodebek Abdu Satrov. You know, he's not just thinking about one side of the board. He's using all corners, all entry points to sort of get that attack to fruition right now. And look at that, almost ready with his next move. Barely took any time because he knows that the clock is also a weapon that he must use.
It's very important. 5 minutes plays 3.5 right now. Abdu Satrov is doing very well indeed. We mentioned, of course, and we've seen that Firouzja is an absolute beast when he gets to the sort of bullet and hyper bullet time controls, but nothing beats just having more time than your opponent to consider your next move. He's fantastic with 30 seconds on the clock, but is he more fantastic with Nodebek with 5 minutes, for example? That's always difficult to justify.
Yep. He's learned his lesson, Nodebek. It's almost hopeless against Firouzja when it comes down to a mad scramble. The mouse skills just unparalleled. And here we see keeping a bank of time. 4 minutes 40 against 3 minutes 17. The pawn stepping forward, connect 4 again for the black pawn structure. I'm very biased towards that now, but it does mean that the white knights get a bit more access to squares. The black pawn's blocked for now on the dark squares. There we go. One knight jumps, creating a square for the other knight to leap forward to potentially. The white knight on d2 is currently unemployed, needs some kind of work. And very difficult to know how to improve here for black. Queen trades, who does that favor? Might be white, unclear. And definitely not the type of position where there's easy moves. That's the key. That's why Firouzja was shaking his head.
Can the knight on b6 be used in a more clever way than just as a blockader of the pawn? Because I'm looking at the light squares that knight is looking at, and I'm going, it's clearly doing a good job of stopping that pawn advance. But beyond that, it's not really involved in creating any threats.
Yeah, the black knight, I think that's just the problem. It takes a few moves to get to more active posts, and not easy now. The route is cut off. That white rook hitting the black bishop, but also preventing the black knight from really moving as Firouzja facing the threats. This is a golden opportunity. Abdu Satrov's done everything right this game. Perfect game so far. Just the execution of the finish. If he gets a chance now, that is going to be the key. He needs to keep the 2-minute advantage.
Strange question here. Tanya, do you think this is one of those positions where later on we could see a c3 push, sacrificing that pawn so that c4 becomes an outpost for the knight? Is that a thing?
It's definitely on both players' radar. You know, you always have to watch out for that pawn advancing one square forward, combine them with tactics or strategic ideas like you mentioned, has to be timed really well. But I think the position lends itself to extremely concrete play. Right. So bishop to b8 first attacks the rook, and Nodebek takes a pause. To me, this looked like a move that he should have had a response to. He keeps the rook on the 7th rank, attacks that knight. Now your move, c3, is being threatened. Now that the knight will assist that pawn to move ahead.
Yeah, not just that, but the black knight actually has a square to jump back to, and the white rook almost trapped. From there, it will leap into d3. It's going to transform from a poor, lowly horse to a stallion if it does land. It just needs one more move, 2 more moves. This is danger suddenly for Abdu Satrov, who is burning away that clock.
And I'm looking for ways for the white knights to maneuver themselves to try and stop that straight away. It's going to take several moves for that to happen. There's no like one move counter offering to swap off a pair of knights.
No, that's not a luxury that Nodebek has right now. And you know, these are the difficult moments to deal with because you've been on the attack. You've been the one who's been putting the pressure on the front foot. And now suddenly, out of nowhere, one of the worst pieces on the board for Alireza Firouzja becomes a big, big weapon. You know, that knight, if it lands on d3, combine it with the queen against the white king, it might be Nodebek who needs to go on the defense. He moves forward with the knight because that's the only chess that these guys know. Go forward, attacks the bishop, continues to attack the bishop, not giving black the time for that knight maneuver.
He's really consistently, stubbornly hunting down that bishop now. Not too many safe squares for it. There we go. It finds a way to create a threat, at least, hitting the white rook on c1. which doesn't have too many safe squares of its own. There we go, protects its own king. Now the white king huddled up nice and safe. It's just about whether white can create any threats before the black pawns push forward.
I'm scared. I'm scared for that c-pawn. I mean, 3 steps away from becoming a queen, a direct path assisted by its own minor pieces right there. This is getting fun.
There was a part of me that was thinking, hang on a second, we're going to have to start calculating whether or not we can just push right now, because the bishop on a3 is watching the queening square as well. This is so dangerous for white.
So dangerous, this could turn. The eval bar says big advantage, and whoa, tactics. If that knight is captured, the white queen is staring across the board at the black knight. The queen's vision on the 5th rank now blocked by the black rook. He needs to keep up the energy here, Nodebek. Is there a reply? Maybe he missed this block by the black rook. Firouzja certainly missed the knight jump, but reacted and recovered very well.
Wow. So now, black is about to win a piece.
Whoa, he gives up his queen.
What?
He gives up the white queen. He gets a rook, a bishop, and pawn in return. It's actually level material after all of that. But you have to think that the black queen is going to do a good job of covering everything here.
And also, creating chaos, thriving under time pressure. It's 2 minutes versus 1. I know we say Firouzja shines in these scenarios, but is this a little bit too much to overcome? Crazy imbalances and so much to calculate.
And he's not happy with this imbalance, you know? He had that shake of his head again. He's panicking because it's not only the rook, knight, and pawn. That b5 pawn is way worth more than just the pawn, you know? It's going to make sure that it ties down plenty of black pieces. Now, Nodebek attacks the black knight as well, pushes the pawn. Nodebek might be down a queen, but he's still playing for the win.
Yep. Clock is key here. 2 minutes versus 1 minute. He needs to keep the speed. Nodebek, you can take the black knight. You can just remove your own knight from attack. Either way, he's done everything right. Magnus has said it. Levon, Aronian has said it. It's easier to play with pieces rather than a queen when it comes to a time scramble. You have more pieces to pre-move with. This is his golden opportunity. Can he seize it?
And it's 49 seconds for Alireza Firouzja, who needs only a draw to advance to the semi-finals. A semi-final spot on the line. Nodebek Abdu has created everything, all the opportunities to get that comeback win. The knight moves forward. The black queen needs to attack the white knight to keep the material balance. Rook takes knight, queen takes knight, loses another pawn.
It's now 2 pawns, a rook and a knight for the queen. So much material. The white knight isn't a great piece, but it can save itself, can improve itself. He's only got 34 seconds, still so much of the game ahead, Alireza Firouzja. Surely we're headed to Armageddon now, but Abdu nervously looking at the clock, shaking. You can see the nerves on his face as he calculates, retreating with his knight. That's not a great square, but there we go. He carves out a square for it to jump forward to.
But it comes at the cost of a big pawn in the center. And now Alireza gets the rook to tie down that B pawn from moving forward. Nodebek Abdu trying to activate every single piece. 27 seconds.
1 whole minute advantage for Nodebek in the time scramble. Firouzja is going to need to show off all of those bullet skills to save this one. The checks continue. The black king being tracked down now. The white rook still need to coordinate. Still eyeing up some pawns.
This is going into an Armageddon. That is my prediction. 19 seconds. I know Alireza Firouzja, he is an absolute mega beast with that much time on the clock. But look at the position. The 2 rooks coming in. Checks. Pawn on f6 being attacked right now. Defended. Gives a check.
Big mistake apparently from Alireza Firouzja. It's not about the board, of course, it's more about the clock. But the white rooks are wreaking havoc right now. The black king is actually about to be checked back to the back rank. And there we go. Nice hit on the black queen. Finding a way to keep the tension, keep material. And he's blundered his rook!
Oh my goodness,
Nodebek.
no!
He's blundered his rook with 12 seconds for Alireza.
He's still playing on the clock. That was a blind spot. Nodebek Abdu recovers, gets straight back to the board. But now, completely lost on the board. Alireza Firouzja about to deliver checkmate, and he does. He goes through to the semi-finals.
Alireza Firouzja in dramatic fashion, might I remind you. 30 seconds played, 1:40, back against the wall. Incredible imbalances in the game. Manages to win with checkmate on the board to seal the series 3-1 and advance to the semi-finals of the Esports World Cup.
Wow, that was incredible stuff. We were holding our breath here in the commentary booth because we just thought that the clock would be the decisive factor, but no, Alireza Firouzja stamping his authority again. It was helped, aided by that rook blunder from Abdu but here we go. The rook takes h7 slip. causing the game to turn around here. Maybe forgetting it was check. There was no time for white to go and skewer everything. Abdu Satarov, though, forcing himself to recompose and try to play on Alireza. This checkmate at the end, so sharp. 9 seconds, he sacrifices his queen. Brilliant.
These tactics, he eats them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Alireza Firouzja, he's the guy who topped C group. And this is how he finishes it off. You know, not just the scoreline, not the fact that he needed even to go into an Armageddon, but how he dominated the match with his play from start. Incredible stuff. The Falcon continues to spread his wings here.
Knocking on the door of a win. Didn't get it in game 1, didn't get it in game 2, broke through in game 3, and then turned that around fantastically with seconds left on the clock in the final game for an emphatic victory. Let's hear from Firouzja now, live on stage.
Yeah, I'm here with Alireza. I'm not gonna lie, time was the main factor in this entire series. Yep. Game 1, almost with the distance. Game 2, game 3, all these games. What was going through your head in that last game when you're down 50 seconds? You see him blunder that rook.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy at the end. Of course, I had the lead, so it was like, worst case I will lose. I have the Armageddon still, so it was a very tense match. Yeah.
Very tense indeed, and I want to ask you, do you just thrive under that pressure? You seem to just love playing when there's like 15, 20 seconds. I mean, at this point, 10 seconds on the clock at the end. Is that where you feel like you're in your strongest, you're in your element?
Yeah, I think my advantage to others is that I can use my time and play a lot of moves at the end with few seconds. So I use that, and yeah, sometimes it pays off. Yeah.
I mean, it definitely paid off there. Congratulations. You are now our second semi-finalist. You will be facing Arjun Iragaisi for a spot in the grand finals. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have 2 more quarterfinals to play and find out who will be the rest to join us in the final 4. So let's head on over back to the studio.
He says sometimes the speed is working in his favor. I'd say here at the Esports World Cup, it's always working in his favor. Alireza Firouzja comes out on top against Nodirbek Abdu Satarov in our first quarterfinal of the day. And what a finish it was, Yovi. Finding that blunder, but with less time on the clock, still manages to put the pressure on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was tense from start to finish. I mean, and this game that we're seeing right now, you know, Nodirbek had the upper hand. We thought it was going to go to Armageddon. Nodirbek was going to do it, win on demand. But boy, did it get wild. And Alireza just drawing in every ounce of energy, strength, wit to kind of navigate that time trouble. Oh my God.
When there's seconds on the clock, you're getting nervous, your hands shake. This guy is living in his refrigerator. He's so absolutely cool. You saw how his opponent cracked under the pressure just when he had the chance. He was right there. Then he blundered his rook, and then he blundered mate. Well, the mate was produced in spectacular fashion by Alireza. It's just when the pressure's on, the bullet skills come out, and they show why they're so mercurially quick in the finish.
And you saw right there the reaction from Nodirbek himself. A bit surprised at the mistake, but again, Alireza Firouzja, at just the young age of 22, he sees the opportunity, he takes it. He already had the lead in the matchup, but he decides, hey, we're not going to Armageddon. I'm not giving you another breath of life.
I don't think he was even thinking about it. He was just moving on instinct. He knew the situation. He felt like he had just blown everything, and that's how he was playing. But when your back is to the wall, as Hikaru said, instincts take over. It's fight or flight. He did the fight, took it to his opponent, and won the game and smashed him in the match.
Yovi, I also think it was such an interesting kind of curvature to the game, right? Draw, then we get the first decisive victory. The pressure's on. It really just felt like ramping up from start to finish.
Yeah, I mean, totally as well, because Alireza was actually probably winning in some of those games at the beginning, but, you know, he just drew blood on the third game, and then by the fourth one, yeah, he just drew on absolutely every ounce of energy he had.
Of course, while the action went from, from start to finish here in this quarterfinal on Stream A, we have plenty of action happening over in Stream B. Let's head to Mike Klein now for a word and an update.
Well, over here in Stream B, Arjun Iragaisi has defeated Jan Nepomniachtchi by a score of 2.5 to 1.5. He won in the decisive game, game number 4 as black. He won a rook endgame, and we're just waiting to speak to the man of the hour now before he goes over to the key crusher. He's going to walk up, and we're going to ask him how he got it done. Now, he did suffer a setback in game 3. He got totally blown off the board, never got in the game, had his knight on a1 and was out of the game. He had actually, Jan used almost no time to win in game 3, but he regrouped in game 4, and of course, that takes a lot of mental strength because there wasn't really any time between games 3 and 4. And here he is, there's the man of the hour, Arjun Erigaisi. How did you regroup after game 3? Because you were crushed in game 3, but how did you regroup to get it together and win in game 4?
Yeah, it was not easy, and I ended up playing an opening which I normally wouldn't have played. But okay, I think when he played knight f4, he missed d5, and his position became tough after that.
Okay, well, we've got to let you go. You have to go crush the key. Enjoy that.
Thank you.
All right, there are the thoughts by the man, Arjun Erigaisi. Now, I do want to say that the game was so mentally challenging for Jan Nepomniachtchi. We saw him in the closing moments bang the table. That's become kind of stock in trade in chess. He also crushed the water bottle, so very visibly upset. In fact, after the game was over, Jan walked off. He did come back to shake hands with Arjun to show some good sportsmanship, but tough, stressful day for Jan. He's out. Arjun continues his journey for Gen.G.
Speaking to the stakes of the tournament right there, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he wanted it. He didn't get it. Instead, it will be Arjun Erigaisi who moves on to face Alireza Firouzja in the next matchup. Our first semi-final is set. Another cool note that I'm going to go ahead and deliver to the fans. I got it from Mike Klein back in the green room. He said there was a whole slew of Gen.G team support, other esports there as well. So it's awesome to see his own esports club in the stands there rooting for him along this journey.
Tables banging, water bottles being crushed, walking off stage. That just shows how tense the moment is right now. And Jan Nepomniachtchi, he was one of those players we knew as contenders. But Arjun Erigaisi, I said it, put some respect on his name. You may not have thought of him as a favorite, but here he is going straight into the semifinals. Has he played one Armageddon game yet? It looks like he's just rolling through the opposition. That's a young man we're going to have to pay attention to.
I'm telling you, this guy's a sleeper. Anish was saying Nepo was maybe the guy we had to worry about, especially because he's more of the esports guy, but it seems like Arjun Erigaisi just can't be shaken.
Yeah, I mean, he has a super dangerous style as well. He loves chaos on the board, and it's so nice to see that his teammates, Gen.G, they're currently in second place, willing there, standing, cheering him on. I mean, you must get some energy from that, right?
Absolutely.
And Arjun delivers.
Coming right back at you, though, this semifinal matchup, of course, we'll see that a little bit later in the day, but, you know, your initial thoughts on Arjun versus Alireza.
It's going to be chaos on the board. You know, both these players, creative, complicated, they love the imbalance. I think we're going to be looking forward to fire on the board.
I will say my experience so far with Arjun on the freestyle circuit is usually up on the clock with a winning position in the middle game. The question has been sometimes whether or not he can actually take that winning position and convert it into the actual full point victory. Do you think Alireza is going to give him those kinds of openings though here?
I think the issue is the differential on the clock speed. We saw it happen in this last match with Alireza. When you're basically even, these two players are top players, you wouldn't say this guy is so much better than the other. It is what is that skill that you bring to the table. Alireza keeps showing that it's when we have only 10 seconds on the clock that he's going to blitz out those moves and take the edge.
Both guys bringing plenty of skill to the table, also getting opportunities to crush more keys and more dreams here on the Esports World Cup stage. 2 more competitors have gone down already early in the day. Alireza Firouzja stepping up to crush yet another heart.
Yeah, and first time for Alireza to crush those dreams.
Yeah, that's a good point. He was one of the first ones through at the top, so didn't necessarily eliminate other people. But here we have Nihal Sarin arriving to the studio courtesy of Jamil Motorsport. He's our dark horse pick for the remainder of the competitors in this tournament, but he has a tall task ahead of him. It's Magnus Carlson that he's staring into, the world #1. We'll see if he can get it done on the other side of this commercial break when we come back for chess at the Esports World Cup.
This land is calling.
We're here with Grandmaster Nordebek Abdu, whose defense held up well in Game 2. You were down the exchange. And then in Game 4, you found this queen sack. Did you think that you were going to win on the board or on the clock?
Yeah, I thought that I was going to win on the board. But, yeah, I made a horrible blunder. Queen h7, rook h7. I mean, yeah, that sealed the match. But, yeah, I think it was extremely tight match. And, yeah, but he held his nerves well, and he deservedly won the match.
And he won with only 9 seconds left on his clock. Do you think it was one of those positions where if you were not winning on the board, you might have won on the clock because you would have just sort of held a little fortress there?
Yeah, I'm not sure because he had a attack on my king, so my king was weak, and I pretty much gave up after I blundered this rook. But okay, I mean, it was an unfortunate moment, but overall, yeah, I played not so well in the first 2 games, and then in the third game I played well, actually. But yeah, I mean, in the end, it was a draw, but he managed to flag me, and yeah, I got my chance in the 4th game, and I was very close, but couldn't succeed.
Still not bad, a quarterfinal in your first experience. You hope to be back next year?
Hopefully.
We hope to see you there. Nordebek Abdu, whose event ends, but he played well to get here.
Welcome back to Chess at the Esports World Cup, where we have 2 quarterfinals down and 2 to go. The next one here on Stream A, though, sports the world #1 in Magnus Carlson up against the dark horse in Sarin. And we're welcoming in for the first time today, GM Ben Feingold, to help us preview the match. So I'm coming to you first, my friend. It really is, a tale of 2 sides of that table, the favorite to the dark horse. How are you looking at this matchup?
Yeah, and Magnus was always saying he wanted to play the new generation of players like Firouzja, like Nihal, like Abdu. So Magnus got what he wanted, but we'll see if the dark horse lives up to his name. It's going to be a tough match for Magnus. Nihal, so good with less than a minute on his clock. This is the time control where you think Magnus has the least advantage over Nihal.
Magnus getting what he wanted. He wants to challenge or be challenged by the younger generation, and that's because he is the titan that he is within the chess world. For more on Magnus and his historic run as the world #1 in the world of chess, let's go to a quick video.
I think Magnus's chess is just out of this planet. He's been the world #1 for more than a decade. His domination makes him the greatest of all time.
There we go. So resignation. Magnus takes the win. It was about to be checkmate, or Black would have had to give up too much material. Queen and Knight combo again. Magnus on fire. He was born at the perfect time for a chess player. He was born in 1990, so when he was learning the game in his early years, technology was starting to help, computers were starting to help. But Magnus, of course, he has a lot of raw talent, raw ability. Much of it is linked to his incredible memory. It's almost photographic. He can remember chess games he played 25 years ago. He also has this thirst for knowledge, always trying to learn more. He's always watching games. He's obsessed with chess.
No, because then it's a draw. Wow. King G7, what recognition! Magnus is the king of that.
Magnus is, in my opinion, truly the best chess player to have ever walked on this planet. And I'm not saying that lightly. We've obviously had some very good players in the past, Garry Kasparov, Bobby Fischer, but nobody is quite at the same level of Magnus.
Most of the time, I just try to put pressure on when they make mistakes. Yeah, obviously resigning in a winning position, that's kind of an extreme example of trusting your opponent when you shouldn't.
There is no weakness about him, and of course he thrives under pressure. Even if you even have a heart rate monitor on him, you'll get to see that in times where pressure could be very high, he's very calm. And of course you see that from a 5-time world champion in classical chess. A very confident, strong Magnus is extremely hard to beat, almost unbeatable in a way. So that's probably the hardest thing to do, and the hardest player to face is Magnus.
And when we speak about legends of the game, it's not just about how they push their own limits, but how they push the limits of the game itself, of the sport itself. And I think that's been Magnus's big contribution to chess. It's not just over the board, what he shows, his skill set in every aspect of the game, but also what he's done for chess overall to make the sport grow, and as an ambassador for the EWC, for the Esports World Cup.
I want to win everything that's in front of me, and the Esports World Cup is one. It's new, but it's also an exciting format and a direction where I really want chess to go. I'll be around for a while still, and they will have to earn it. I'm not gonna necessarily give it to them.
There you go. Okay. He's already, without a doubt, left an indelible mark on the world of chess, but you heard it from him right there. I'm not done yet. I'll be around for a while. And so I turn to you, Yovi. It is really a titanic matchup. This guy, though, for how good he is, there's one more thing that I'll add to it. It's win or nothing for him. It's really the thing that he cares about most. I've never met somebody so competitive.
He's incredibly competitive. Also, he has this big desire to win in absolutely anything he tries. But as David there said in the video, he's obsessed by the game. He's simply always thinking about chess. And I would say that his preparation at times is very relaxed. He prefers physical fitness and just keeping calm to actually over the board study. But it really seems to work for him. He just plays tremendous chess in whatever format there is.
I would not be surprised if 18 holes of golf were played already today by Magnus Carlsen as a warm-up to stepping onto the Esports World Cup stage. But as we narrow down towards this matchup, I'm really interested then how our dark horse, and Nihal Sarin can get it done. Because by all accounts, with everything we've said, it just sounds like it's a predetermined result.
No, I mean, Magnus obviously is the huge favorite on paper. What Nihal has to do is get good positions out of the opening with a nice time advantage. If he can put the pressure on Magnus, sometimes the pressure gets to you. Now, the match is a 4-game match, which helps Magnus. He can make a blunder or lose a game and still come back. So Nihal has his work cut out for him. But if anybody can do it, Nihal, with his great skills in bullet and blitz, he can do it. But Magnus obviously is the huge favorite, and I got to pick. I'm picking Magnus. I'm always picking Magnus.
All right, I'm not going to press you too hard on that pick in this one. I'll let you get away with it. But how about that? Just the idea that we've expanded from 2 games to 4 games. Maybe your best opportunity to beat Magnus was actually in the group stage, and it's only getting more difficult as he has more room to maneuver.
Exactly, because it's 4 games, right? You know, you win 1 game against Magnus, he's going to be incentivized to make that big comeback. And you know what we say about Magnus? He's really motivated by those losses. But just to echo what Ben was saying, you know, I feel that if Nihal wants to win this match, then basically he has to get Magnus to be frustrated. He has to really, really just turn the screw, try to navigate those kind of positions where Magnus feels like he really has to push forward. It's very difficult to do because, of course, beating Magnus is what everyone is trying to do, and everyone is not doing that very, very well. I mean, it is the million-dollar question, but yeah, I mean, Nihal has to rely on his strengths, and that is in those closing seconds.
So in the closing seconds, that's interesting because I was about to ask, does he need to come out playing fast?
For me, I think that he needs to keep toe-to-toe with Magnus in terms of time, but get those long games where he can frustrate Magnus on the clock at the end.
All right, well, you're picking Magnus. You've already talked to me a little bit about how Nihal gets it done for Magnus, though. Let's talk about what we want to see out of him to prove to us that he really is in top form as he races towards the finals.
Magnus wants to keep control. He wants to get an advantage with the white pieces, get a time advantage, put the pressure on, which he loves to do. With the black pieces, Magnus tries to equalize, get an equal position, gain a little time on the clock, and again, use his experience to beat his inexperienced opponent. That's Magnus's recipe for success, and he's been very successful for many years.
Magnus's teammate exited the tournament early, so he is the last bastion of hope here for Team Liquid. Wonder if that will add to the pressure a little bit. Another interesting conversation could be about the idea of pushing Magnus to an Armageddon. Am I trying to actually maybe just draw all the way to an Armageddon? That's my best shot as Nihal.
Yeah, that would be a good strategy. But first, you know, you've got to overcome the whole drawing 4 games against Magnus. Not easy. But what I would say is Nihal just has to instill chaos on the board. Magnus is in his element in those comfortable, very safe positions. Just get it wild.
No, I can safely say I would draw 4 games against Magnus. The problem is we'd have to play about 500 games for that to happen.
Okay.
So 4 out of 4. Now that's...
And even still, unfortunately, he's the one advancing. Exactly. Either way, there you have it. Our next quarterfinal bout out onto the stage. It's the world #1 in Magnus Carlsen looking to do it again on a new stage here in chess. Nihal Sarin, though, he might have something to say about it. Let's get into our next quarterfinal. And you might notice a name that came out of the last chance qualifier over another LCQ qualifier in Anish Giri. That was his first match of the day here for Nihal Sarin, and he's proving that point.
Nihal Sarin is an absolute beast. Love watching his play. He's an unorthodox type of style player. He gets people out of theory very quickly. He gets positions he likes. He's able to move fast and keep you thinking while he actually knows what he's doing already.
His speed and also his precision in pressure situations, it reminded me a lot of a couple of the runs he's done at the Chess.com Global Championship. If he gets the right matchups and has a good week, he could do really well.
Well, I knew him from Global Chess Championship. And I remember him just playing incredible chess there, where I started seeing him on the scene. I was like, wow, Nihal is beating everyone, or he's like just getting to a zone.
Yeah, Nihal Sarin has been super impressive. I mean, he made it all the way through the qualifier. Then he also beat Anish today, which is something I did not expect. And he also beat Vachier-Lagrave. So for me, he's really the big surprise of the tournament that he made it to the quarterfinals. But he's showing that he can really beat anyone.
Nihal Sarin has had a crazy road to get to this point. I mean, he came in through the last chance qualifiers, and he's had to fight his way to get to this point.
It would be, of course, absolutely amazing to get a chance to play against Magnus. Speaking of a game plan, well, try my best to be cool and just try to give my absolute best to have any chance.
for the next semi-finalist begins right now, Sandstorm.
That's right, Tyler. Alia Yakta Est. The die is cast, and it has chosen our next two contenders. A king comes down from his throne as a challenger approaches and aims for his crown. Welcome, the challenger, Nihal Sarin!
Versus Team Liquid's Magnus Carlson!
A fearless prodigy with everything to prove versus the King of Kings with nothing left to fear. Getting a little overexcited over there.
I want to put that key down right away. Not gonna ask you too many questions, guys. Just want someone. Are you ready?
Yes, sure.
Yeah.
Same question, Magnus. You've been here so many times before. Are you ready for? I want to say like for another challenge.
Yeah, always.
Always. I like it. Well, gentlemen. Keys onto the pedestals. Gentlemen, make some noise for your second quarterfinal on the stage. It's Liquid versus SAUL. Magnus Carlson versus Nihal Sarin. Casters, this legendary matchup is yours.
Thank you very much, folks. This is incredibly exciting. The king versus the challenger. We mustn't forget, though, they come into this on equal footing. No one's here to knock anyone off a pedestal. They've already reached. Everything is earned here at the Esports World Cup. Magnus Carlson had the easier route in. He's had an extra day off, but at the same time, Nihal Sarin feels like he's thriving off of situations where he's being forced to play more and more and more. He gets thrown in the deep end, and he doesn't seem to have a problem with it. He doesn't want to stop.
Yeah, Nihal Sarin has been so impressive, taking down some giants in the last-minute qualifier. And here already on stage in Riyadh, Magnus Carlson had warmed up on day one, had a day off. This might be the time for Nihal to strike, though, with Magnus coming in fresh after that 24 hours of a break.
Getting to the stage for Magnus Carlsen, he cruised through with wins against Nordebek Abdu Satrov and Jan Krzysztof Duda. A different storyline for the kid, for the prodigy on the stage. Nihal Sarin taking down yesterday some big giants himself. Momentum is on his side. Wins against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Wins against Anish Giri without a single loss. You know, on paper, Magnus Carlsen wins this matchup 9 out of 10 times. Even Nihal Sarin here, looking for that 1 out of 10, and he wants to do it today.
Well, like Ben said on the desk, right? 4 draws in 500 against Magnus. You know what? Those 4 draws could come now, right? And that could instantly send Ben into the Armageddon for all we know. The point is, if the opportunity is there, you take it. And Nihal Sarin, Magnus himself said his performance is absolutely incredible. He's gone out of his way to praise his opponent, and it's very weird being on a stage as well where we're talking about a chess prodigy and it's not Magnus, but he sat there himself. This is very exciting. It has the potential to really serve us up a classic.
Exactly, and although he does start as the underdog Nihal Sarin, he has the weapons to hurt Magnus. He has the mouse skills. He did it against MVL, some trickery in a difficult position, helping him on the clock. He did it against Anish Giri, forcing Anish to blunder a queen in a winning position, again, due to clock pressure. And if he can cling on, surviving these games against Magnus, take it down to the wire, down deep into the endgame, maybe he'll stand a chance. In the meantime, it's the Catalan opening to start this one.
Nihal's best chance in this match would be really trying to get into those time scrambles where both players have got about a minute on the clock and the position is dynamic. It's crazy. It's still got pieces on the board and he's not completely lost in that because Magnus converts that then. For Nihal, it's going to be about building that time pressure, trying to get to that Armageddon. The odds for him would increase. I'll say one thing. Nihal is the one player who's played more bullet,
right,
barring Hikaru Nakamura and Alireza Firouzja on the planet.
Which is...
And that sort of has built this cheat code in him, which gets activated under 1 minute. And I think that's what he'll be looking for today in this matchup.
I mean, that's amazing, right? The fact that he's, in terms of number of games played, he's third place behind 2 of the favorites to win this whole thing. It really shows that he belongs in that top drawer alongside all of the rest of these names. So he's fantastic when the time gets scarce, but he has to build up that advantage to begin with, and he's already 1 minute behind Magnus at this stage of the game. And I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised because considering that game plan, like you rightly mentioned, Tanya, I feel like Nihal should be blitzing these out to try and get a 1-2 minute advantage very, very early on, but he's on the receiving end of that right now.
Yeah, the one thing about Magnus, though, is that he at least starts games quite quickly. The only time he really slows down is if it's super complicated, there's a lot to calculate. But this isn't one of those types of positions. It's hard, of course, when you start with black. For Nihal, a draw would be a great way to begin this quarterfinal. But the pawn that he went up, Nihal Sarin, is about to fall. Magnus pawn hunting with his queen. It's a queen's gambit accepted in a way, but Magnus is going to remove the word gambit from the equation.
On the very next move. And, speaking of trying to build on the clock, it's not easy when you're up against Magnus Carlsen. You also have to balance that on the edge of your sword by not just getting into a position that you're completely lost in the first 15 moves.
Sure. Yeah.
So you have to play the good moves. You have to keep control over the clock. And that doesn't seem to be going so well for Nihal so far, reaching the 7.5 minute mark. And I still think it's early days. The Catalan, one of the most studied openings, slightly surprised how much time Nihal's taking here.
I'm worried that we have some parallels here from the conversations that we were talking about earlier with Nordebek versus Firouzja, for example, where you can be an absolute beast with under a minute on your clock. But to what extent does that matter when your opponent still has 5, for example? And I'm a little scared because that advantage is about to go above 2 minutes, and we're only on move 12 of a very well-studied opening. So I'm curious to get inside the head of Nihal Sarin here and find out, well, what is it he's thinking about right now? What is he planning? What does he unleash off the back of this?
Yeah, he unleashes this move, a pawn sacrifice of his own, and Magnus reacts there on the camera. This one is a pawn sacrifice in 2 different ways. Can be captured by the queen, it can be captured by the pawn. Either way, there are downsides for white. He does take with the pawn. Maybe if we just go back a move to show what could have happened if he had taken with the queen here, Magnus Carlsen. The black knight would have jumped into b3 with a nasty fork. This one devastating the black knight, snacking on the white rook in the corner next move. Instead, taking with the pawn comes with downsides as well, as we see Nihal has jumped into the center with his knight, and the white pawns are wrecked on the queen side, all isolated, all weak, long-term, short-term. This is a great way to fight against Magnus in the opening. Go direct as Magnus swings his queen across. Already a question mark from the world number 1.
Magnus going direct as well. Yes, I see the question mark, but again, a very human approach, right? He sets ideas of his own. That bishop from c1 is now about to snack on that pawn on h6 as the g7 pawn was pinned, forcing Nihal Sarin to fight against that threat. He does attack the queen, which feels a little vulnerable. Magnus, did he rush through with that square?
Yeah, Magnus rushing. Nihal closed his eyes there, leant back. I don't know if he was taking a short nap, whether he was meditating. That is a feature of some of the modern generation. This meditative state they go into, just stay in this kind of trance, just remove the nerves to stay focused, stay present. I will mention there is a bit of a dynamic here. Nihal, compared to some of his compatriots, like Gukesh, like Pragnananda, like Erigaisi, hasn't faced Magnus that many times. I was looking through games between these two. They are few and far between, mostly in speed chess. So some experience there, but often you need to have experienced those devastating losses. You need to kind of believe with a first win against Magnus that you can do it again. But Nihal, he's doing this for the first time.
First little bit of a think there from Magnus, eating into that time advantage, which was up to about 2 minutes, now shrunk to closer to 1 minute. Queen h5 played, but continuing to hunt with the bishop moving back to the back rank.
He does, and he makes that move pretty quickly. And to your point about, his teammates, his compatriot, I will point out that Nihal Sarin was the first Indian prodigy to break out into the scene. But his training, his method of improving at chess has been drastically different compared to Arjun, Gukesh and Pragnananda, where he focused so much on these fast play formats, on playing online a lot, and sort of mastered that, especially during the pandemic, which is why we see him with these incredible performances when it comes to speed play. Somehow in the classical, it always felt like he felt a little short. He felt just a little bit away from the rest of them who focused on the classical format, and that's something I think Nihal is actively working on now, but so far his biggest strength has been speed chess.
And it's paying off so far in this game. The Black Knight has been happily gobbling up, like Pac-Man, all of Magnus's pawns. Suddenly it's Nihal. He started the game a pawn up. He gave a pawn back. He gave another pawn. He was a pawn down. Now he's a pawn up again. And for now, Magnus has some compensation due to active pieces. But Nihal, great start to this game. I've been teammates with him before in some leagues in the Spanish league. Literally at dinner, he's playing bullet chess on his phone. He's team meetings, playing bullet chess on his phone. 2 minutes before a classical game, playing bullet chess on his phone.
That's why he's so quick. If you can do that on a touch screen, like a mouse, you can be really precise. Doing that on touch screen is insane.
His speed is absolutely nuts. There's a reason he's called the Flash.
The Flash. I'm learning that for the first time. And will it be a flash in the pan? Will it be a win for Nihal Sarin this match? First, he moves his queen off some vulnerable squares. The white knight leaps forward. Magnus is trying his best to create threats, create some action going, but that can be guarded by the black bishop, the weak e6 pawn. Still looking very healthy for Nihal. It feels like he's playing from a position of strength. If he wants to, he can just lock this game down, maybe return a pawn to force a draw. But
it almost
maybe more
feels like his game plan here is, right, let's see if we can swap off all the pieces and play against the pawns on a3 and c5 and just play against those weaknesses long term. If I get a win, great. If it ends up being a draw, it's going to be uncomfortable for Magnus. It certainly feels like Nihal here in game number 1, at least for now, has the upper hand. But he has the upper hand on the board, and he's back to 2 minutes down on the clock.
But he's doing really well on the board. You know, he's up that pawn. Right now, attacked, comes in with a big threat, this last knight move. Knight takes pawn would be a fork on the queen and the rook. Expecting Nihal to find a way to defend it, to use one of the pieces. He could think about improving the position of his bishop, to use that as a defensive piece, or maybe even a potential rook lift to keep that pawn defended. But to your point, John, whichever he decides, he needs to do it fast.
Yep.
He goes with the bishop, connecting the two rooks.
Great move, great start. Magnus quick with a response. And no, Magnus isn't necessarily known as the speediest these days, but he used to be great at bullet himself. And I think, at least in the middle of a game, he's one of the fastest. He trusts his instincts. He knows what type of endgame he might be wanting to head for. He's very practical, Magnus Carlsen. So getting him down to the 30-second versus 30-second mark, that is already a huge achievement and not easy to accomplish. Nihal, definitely with 4 minutes left, needs to keep this pace going.
He does keep the pace on the board, right? That last move is also hinting at that e-pawn moving forward.
For sure.
It's a 4 versus 3 on the right flank for Nihal. And that advantage is only as strong as the mobility of the pawns at the center of the board. So it's something that Magnus has to worry about. Once that pawn gets to e4, it's going to shut off the light squared bishop as well. Magnus Carlsen improves the position of the king. Are we going to see the pawn advance?
Ooh, very subtle play. I'm going to say very professional from both sides. The king positions not entirely comfortable, so they get ready. Just kind of keeping each other guessing. I think your move's going to land very, very shortly, Tanya. The black e-pawn is about to push, but Magnus might want to either brace for impact and get ready to reply, or start the action himself before Nihal is ready.
Magnus Carlsen, he's on a thing. The clock's getting closer now. Magnus down a pawn, but a lot of piece dynamics, especially on the left flank, trying to think about how he can make the most of it.
Plenty of tempting moves. One move would be knight to b5, the white knight jumping forward to attack the black queen. You could think about pushing your c-pawn forward, some calculation involved there, maybe another temporary pawn sacrifice just to open lines for the white rooks. For now, the white queen struggling to be improved, the white bishop also struggling to move. Feels like a knight or pawn move incoming from Magnus Carlsen, but a bit of indecision, time advantage drifting away.
I'm glancing at why Magnus is spending that much time in this position, and this is definitely not my own, but it turns out bishop takes pawn is on in this position, because combining that with your idea of pushing the pawn forward, David, you can take the pawn first and then fork. Magnus has decided against it, but he was probably doing some calculation on whether that line was any good for him.
That would have been very, very flashy. We could have seen a bishop takes pawn move followed by white pushing forward with c6. And instead, there was a little trade in the position. And let's show that possibility that Magnus probably spent 2 minutes calculating there. He could have played bishop takes b7, and if the black knight recaptures c6 here, would have regained the material, potentially with interest. I think the black bishop would be forced back, and after some trades here, We could see the white rook coming in, maybe a queen trade as well, and an endgame that Magnus possibly didn't like. The black bishop would have been very strong in the center of the board, even though he might have ended up with level material. Magnus instead, if we go back to the game now, keeping queens on, keeping a bit more tension, and at least now it does feel like a 3-result game. The other one might have been closer to a draw, but not what Magnus wants.
And what's great as well is that inside the head of Magnus Carlsen, he would have just looked at everything we just saw on the analysis board in his head and then tried to evaluate what does the end game look like here. He's probably gone a couple moves beyond what we even saw with the help of the analysis board before making that decision. So it's those moments where Magnus Carlsen chooses to use the majority of his time. He is still 1 minute and 45 seconds up on the clock, it should be said, and that's going to start becoming really important in a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. The clock is going to be a big factor in this one because the position is pretty complicated. You know, Nihal, he has that extra pawn, but look at the knight at the edge of the board. You know, it doesn't have a very bright future, at least not anytime soon. It's tied down to the defend of the b7 pawn. You can't go back with it so easily. Magnus, both rooks on open line, the bishop on b7 unchallenged for the rest of the game, doing a beautiful job as well. This is definitely enough compensation and piece activity for that pawn.
Definitely. Full compensation for Magnus Carlsen. Nihal not looking too comfortable. Also in the back of your mind, if you haven't faced Magnus Carlsen too many times, you know his reputation. You know in an endgame, he's going to take advantage of any slip you might make. And already, rook takes rook incoming. Will Magnus regain the pawn now with his queen? There are some fancy tactics. The black rook could potentially come down to the first rank with a check on the white king, but Magnus has it all under control. Will he restore the material balance? Nihal with 2 minutes. We're going to see all of his speed skills on show, surely now.
And the b7 pawn does fall. I will tell you the one good part about not facing Magnus too many times is that perhaps you haven't lost to him too many times. So that trauma does not exist. We'll see which one plays out here. Bishop to f1, defending the check. Now white unpins. Magnus getting ready to activate that bishop. Rook takes pawn. Is that a move that could pick up a pawn? A very key pawn in the position for Nihal.
Yeah, he can go for it now. Maybe he's just hesitating, scared of being pinned by the white rook. Should still all be under control for Nihal Sarin, but he brings his king towards the center instead. Another very logical move.
He needs to start doing this faster, though. I mean, we have seen this time and time again from Magnus. He's very good at grinding out positions that look like they're drawn, and like we said on day one, the position's drawn until it's not. And that's all well and good if you haven't played Magnus that much before. But when he's also got over double your time, you just need to get a move on. And Nihal Sarin, he might be a speed demon, but we need to really, really move.
Big threat on the board. The black knight was about to be pinned by the white rook, so it leaps away instead. Magnus now can go munching. He can grab the black a7 pawn, restore the material balance. Currently Nihal a pawn up, but instead flicks in a check first. And now asking Nihal, big question. Do you step towards the center with the black king? Looks like you might get mated if you do so, but instead he goes back to the wing, back to the flank, and Magnus now, some quick moves, applying some pressure. That white a-pawn, so dangerous potentially.
And that is the hardest pawn for a knight to counter. It's the one on the flank lines, A or H. That a4 passer gives Magnus a strong edge to play for in the position. Nihal trying to set up his own counterplay, but with the black king cut off on the side of the board, I'm wondering if this is got all the ingredients for a making of another Magnus Carlsen classic.
And watch out, there's a checkmate in 2 threatened by Magnus Carlsen. The white bishop was threatening to come back, force the black king to the back rank with the white rook delivering the killer blow. This last move given a question mark, but fully understandable by Nihal Sarin, giving the black king some breathing space. And right now he's down a pawn, but the black rook, black knight also eyeing up a pawn of their own.
But this is where Magnus has the opportunity to turn a screw. He smells the opportunity. Actually makes the wrong move in this scenario, but crucially, it's 3.5 minutes, plays 1 minute. There will more likely than not be additional chances for Magnus here, even if this one is a missed one.
I don't believe this is going to be a missed one for Magnus. He's up on the position because of that A passer, even if Nihal wins the F2 pawn, but it's the clock. You know, exactly. 48 seconds, Nihal's a beast, he's flash, but with Magnus having 3.5 minutes, that's a big time deficit.
Huge moment. Magnus can win on the spot, but he has to find a narrow path. He has to start with a rook check, forcing the black king onto a light square. Then the white bishop would have come and checked the black rook. Instead, he misses it, Magnus Carlsen. He's going to give back his pawn. It's a 2 versus 2 situation here on the king side in terms of pawns. Dead, drawn endgame, but no time for Nihal.
Bishop takes knight. Get the bishop and the knight off the board. Why is he thinking? Rook takes pawn has been played. For Magnus, he has to run away with the knight.
Magnus, is he wondering whether to try and flag Nihal Sarin here? He could offer a draw as well. This is a dead level endgame, but Magnus with that moral decision to play on time against his younger rival here, or to keep going, and wow, he gives up a pawn, Magnus Carlsen, in his quest to try and win this game.
He's playing to flag. He's down a pawn. He's going to try and create chances against Nihal's king. Nihal, he's done everything in his life to show his speed skill. Right now, this is where it all has to come together if he has to survive this.
It's crazy Magnus missed the rook h7 check, bishop f7 check, and taking the black rook earlier. He would have forced a bishop versus knight endgame. Now it's a dead, drawn rook endgame. It's all about the clock. Nihal Sarin, 30 seconds. He's going to show us why he has this reputation as the Flash.
2.5 minutes. For Magnus, it's a 2-minute advantage. He's running through. Nihal with a smile on his face. He knows that Magnus is coming for his clock.
Wow, and the pre-moves will begin. You cannot trade rooks as Magnus Carlsen. That would guide the game towards a draw, and we repeat the position. Magnus agreeing to the draw, reluctantly there. Maybe not realizing it was a repetition. Nihal escapes.
Opportunities there for Magnus Carlsen to turn the screw, but game number 1 ends peacefully. This is excellent tension we're building in this match. Nihal Sarin maybe has escaped a little bit here, but it also gives him an excellent opportunity to try and strike back immediately with the white pieces.
What a fantastic start to the showdown we've got in an endgame with 28 seconds to survive against the good, against the world number 1. It's not an easy task, and Nihal shows that he's up for it. He's up for this fight. With the black pieces, getting a draw in game 1 has to be feeling good for the Indian prodigy.
That was a dream result for Nihal Sarin, especially the way it happened. Very uncharacteristic from Magnus to miss some winning moves there in the endgame. He could have actually won by force. It wasn't even that tricky. Magnus had 3+ minutes on his clock. Magnus was actually playing on the clock, maybe not being so objective in his decision-making. Very odd. Who would have predicted it? We would actually have thought the other way around, Nihal applying pressure on the clock.
It is one of those situations where pausing at the right moment as well. You have 2 or 3 extra minutes on the clock. You still have to choose and decide when to use them. So maybe it was a little bit of a surprise that in those situations where Magnus potentially had the big advantage, he actually played quite quickly.
It's also the feeling, right? You want to play on your opponent's clock. You don't want to give them those extra seconds to be able to think. So you rush through and you miss that one window of opportunity that you had. But as David says, Magnus doesn't usually do that. It's perhaps the storyline. And Magnus just takes a little bit of time to warm up. You know, if you have to strike against him, you need to do it in the first half of this match. Once Magnus finds his rhythm, once he finds the liquid flow, that's going to be tough.
Nice. Nice there, Tanya. And yeah, Magnus, he himself would describe that missed opportunity as sloppy. He is his own harshest critic, Magnus Carlsen. He knows that was a missed opportunity, but he's also a master at resetting. And here we see a slightly offbeat d4 opening as black sets up with a fianchetto, now trying to strike at the white center. I guess we would call this a torre attack, with white's dark squared bishop coming out with an early pin. But yeah, Nihal Sarin, he is known to surprise his opponents early, play these offbeat lines, and hope to absorb pressure and use his clock skills later. I'm going to say that Magnus, maybe it's just match strategy beforehand. He knows the clock is Nihal's biggest weapon. Maybe in his mind, he's like, just blitz. Keep that 3-minute buffer.
It's also a little bit of a test as well, right? I think it not difficult to see that a lot of people say Nihal's speed is his greatest asset. So in game number 1, it makes sense for Magnus to be probing, to be testing, to see how quickly can you actually move? Can you keep up with the speed that I've got in the tank? And psychologically, maybe that's advantage Magnus for the match, because Nihal's now realizing, okay, I can move really quickly when I need to. I showed that at the end of that last game. That was fantastic. But I need to get into better positions over the board before that becomes necessary.
And although he allowed that kind of accidental repetition at the end there, Magnus, do you think, Tanya, he would have been able to flag Nihal Sarin with just rook and pawn versus rook and pawn? Nihal had just over 30 seconds. Do you think it would have been possible for Magnus if he'd been a bit quicker, a bit wilier on the clock?
You know, who knows? It's a really tough call because there's also the 50-move rule. At some point, there would have had to be a trade. But 28 seconds, I mean, to survive that, Nihal would really have to be on his A game. Hard to predict, but if I had to,
you know what? I'm going to say Nihal would have survived it.
And he did survive in his own way in the end. As we see this position, not too much has changed, just one set of pawn trades. Black is camped out on his first 3 ranks, and very, very solid. Hard for white to step forward. No pawn breaks imminent for either side. It's a maneuvering battle.
And you know, who knows? We might be in a similar situation at some point in this match. It's just getting started. We're just in game 2. It's a best of 4. We might have some more of those crazy scrambles.
Bring them on.
And we do have to ask the question as well. Who do the crazy scrambles favor? Before the start of the match, we were thinking Magnus Carlson, accuracy over the board. Nihal Sarin, when the time trouble starts, extremely quick. We've been given pause for thought. I wonder if it's nerves or something similar, where Nihal Sarin allowed Magnus Carlson to get up to 2 minutes extra on the clock. And this was in the middle game, long before the time scrambles took place. So if he's able to manage that and then bring Carlsen into an endgame where it's actually Magnus who's being pressured on the clock, that would be really interesting to watch.
Time scrambles, I would say, David, favor Nihal Sarin, as long as the clocks are close, as long as it's a tight battle.
Sure,
you know, not Magnus running away with 2.5 minutes and Nihal playing with a minute on the clock.
Sure.
Also depends on the kind of position. But if it becomes sort of a level position and both players under 1 minute, it's anyone's game. I'd even give Nihal as a favorite in that one.
Agreed. If it's a level middle game, 30 seconds versus 30 seconds, I think Nihal really fancies his chances. But Magnus will try not to let that happen. A quick start to this game from Nihal Sarin. That's a good thing. These system types of openings, like the Torre attack, you put your bishop on the same square every time, put your pawns on the same square, develop your other minor pieces to logical posts. This lends itself to speed. You can pretty much pre-move your first 17 turns, as Nihal has done here. It's cost him a little bit of time, just over 1.5 minutes, but ultimately, you have no weaknesses. Very difficult for the opponent to find a plan. You bide your time for later.
And I've seen Nihal do these openings, these unorthodox, slightly offbeat lines so often in speed chess. And the reasons that you explain, it's exactly that, right? You need to know the plans. You need to know where to put the pieces. It's not as much about direct lines here.
Sure.
So you can get those first few moves in super quickly and then just ask your opponent, do you know how to proceed in this position with black, especially when you're slightly cagey? Not a single pawn for Magnus beyond the 3rd rank.
Well, let's spend a couple of moments talking about that right now. If we could pick a couple of pieces for their positions to improve, where do we want to...
A repetition? Is this the moment?
Already?
Magnus is offering a silent draw here. If the white knight goes back where it came from to attack the black d6 pawn, the black queen would then likely move. And Nihal says no, that would have been the 3rd time they'd reached that position. It would have been a draw. Nihal, brave move playing on.
So gutsy by Nihal, you know, in a level position. Even the clock time similar. Nihal says, I want a game. Because when you're playing against Magnus Carlsen, you have the white pieces. You need to make the most of every single opportunity. Maximize the chance of playing white. And Nihal knows he's got the space advantage. He knows he's got those extra seconds on the clock. It's game on. A bold decision, Magnus amused.
Magnus smiling there. He's like, please respect me in future, kid. But I think Magnus enjoys being challenged. He loves seeing these young players take him on headfirst.
It's maybe Magnus was aiming for psychological torture, but I feel like Nihal Sarin has gone, no, absolutely no way. I want to take the bull by the horns here. Absolutely love to see it. So now, in this position, where do we want the pieces to be on the board? Let's talk about key themes and ideas for white and black. What are we looking to accomplish, say, 5 to 10 moves from now?
The white pieces need to improve. I think for black, it's clearer to see which pieces aren't well placed. I'm going to point out the black queen, stuck in the back rank, not looking great. The black rook in the corner, therefore a bit hemmed in. The white knights look like they have a lot of potential. First, the white bishop is going round, maybe to the b3 square. The white knight's coming forward. Watch out, the black queen in the meantime, making a bit of a battery. No threat yet. The g2 square is defended by the white knight. But ultimately, it is about jockeying for position right now. To my eyes, it looks maybe easier to play with black, but white, great centralization so far.
And he makes another bishop retreating move right now, and Magnus continues to improve the position of his pieces. You know, when you've maximized the placement of your pieces, then you start thinking about pawn breaks. For Magnus, one of them does exist. It's a thematic idea in such structures to push the b pawn. B5 is something that's always in the air to try to gain some squares, to try to liquidate, sort of a minority attack, a 2 versus 3 on the left flank.
Sure.
You try to target it with that B pawn.
So it's, look, easier to see Black's position improving here. And you can see with the bishop to G7, Black's pieces, compared to a few moves ago, already looking like the pieces are a little bit more coordinated. Where do White's pieces want to be? Like, what's Nihal aiming for here?
Well, he's doing the same, right? Get the rook to those central lines. He's also inviting Magnus to potentially push the e-pawn forward, hitting the knight, which would allow the knight to a beautiful spot on d4, attacking the black queen as well.
Okay.
So trying to provoke that to happen. The knight and the bishop eyeing the e5 pawn, sort of paralyze Magnus's knight and rook to defend that pawn as well. The white bishop on b3 will be nicely lined up on a beautiful diagonal, eyeing that tender spot of f7. I think he's done this well. You know, he can think about doubling up on the D line. Again, it looks like the kind of position that's easier to improve for White than for Magnus.
Yeah, and it's a low responsibility type of position for White. You're not really risking too much, at least not yet. You're saying to Black, yes, your pawn in the center, that black e-pawn, that's the key to the position. That's vulnerable for now. A lot of my pieces are lined up against it. You don't really want to move it forward. That white bishop looking good too. So it's kind of that type of position where you're just waiting, saying, it's your responsibility to do something here, Magnus, and that's going to cost you time on the clock.
You know, one of the hardest things for me when I used to play would be that when I've declined a repetition from my opponent, that would just play at the back of my mind. And here, you know, at a completely different level and a different stage, Nihal Sarin declined a repetition by Magnus just a few moves ago. How easy is it for a player to forget about that and just focus rather than thinking, what, should I have just pulled the brakes, bailed out, you know, gotten closer to the Armageddon?
Yeah, I think in a long game, you would have more time for this to just clutter your mind and for that thought to go round and round. But luckily, you don't have too much time on the clock. I think the players will just be calculating here. Nihal spending a few seconds now to come up with a plan.
Also, to be fair, when declining the repetition, we got more of an emotional reaction from Magnus than we did from Nihal. I think it strengthened his determination. It galvanized his will a little bit. Whereas Magnus was thinking, oh, okay, excellent. This kid's not to be intimidated.
Yeah.
Great. Now let's do the job over the board.
And that's been the fascinating part about this younger generation, right? That they just don't let Magnus Carlsen's name get to their head. They have immense respect for Magnus. They've grown up idolizing him. But they all say, when you face him on the board, you need to forget his name.
You need to. Otherwise, he'll be world #1 for the next 40 years. You absolutely have to. That's, I think playing without fear is the traditional mentality of a challenger to the throne. And if you imagine what's potentially at stake, Nihal Sarin is only looking at what's on the board. But if you think about it this way, a match win against Magnus Carlsen at the Esports World Cup, that is an incredible feather to have in your cap. And he does have the opportunity to do that right now.
That would be by far the highlight of his career, Nihal, and also by far the longest think of the game from him. But long think, wrong think. He's traded off a set of pieces. But look at this. The white knight now kicked to a bad square. The knight has no central squares to jump to. You cannot block the d-file because the white rook needed to defend its bishop. But now we see a trade. That white knight sidelined, looking horrible, almost trapped. That was a horrible decision from Nihal Sarin. He was overthinking it.
And he took about 2 minutes, like you said, to make that move and played the worst one of the game so far. Magnus now, all his pieces, slowly and surely coming forward, now challenging the D line as well. That knight's headed to the D3 square. Knight D3, block the connection between the two rooks, win the open line.
He was so patient for so long, Nihal Sarin. He was playing so well for so long. He just needed to sit, wait, and ask Magnus what you're doing. Instead, he gave Magnus this clear path forward, this clear plan, and look at the black knight jumping.
Wow.
Rook trade offered, but you cannot get greedy here with white. Let's show what might happen if the rooks get traded, and if the white queen tries to grab a pawn in the center now, we would see the game end abruptly after the queen swoops in, the white king sliding into the corner, and now the black queen can move pretty much anywhere. And the knight check on f2 is going to be deadly. A royal fork hitting the white king in the corner, the white queen, white rook. This would be game over, since the white rook cannot take the knight due to a check on the back rank. We're actually headed in this direction. Nihal Sarin cannot allow the black queen in to his position.
Oof, tactics now, and you're down on the clock and you sort of walked into it. And that's a frustrating thought for Nihal Sarin right now. You know, again, the flashbacks of a declined draw offer and then taking this long thing and landing yourself up in this position. He's on the defense. It's still far from over. But one thing's for sure, you compare Black's knight to the white knight, Black knight the winner. The bishop on g7, eyeing those two pawns whenever b4 happens and there's a weakness created. Stronger than the white bishop. The black rook more active. The black queen, super strong, eyeing that f2 spot. And b4 on the board immediately.
This is the danger, right? Magnus didn't just see the weakness, but he executed it so quickly. Nihal Sarin actually did a great job, credit to him, in the first half of this game so far, managing his time, but that long think into what might be the game-changing move, maybe even the game-ending move, really cost him so much. Magnus is turning the screw. All of these follow-up moves by Magnus Carlsen, they're happening near instantaneously.
And there we see a quick pawn trade. Magnus at least now has to take a timeout to defend his central pawn. There we go. Nihal has set up a nice defense. The white bishop holds some important pawns. The white knight nearby, now retreating. Magnus is going to go a pawn up. That white c pawn is doomed. Short term, long term, there we go. It does drop immediately, but it's all pawns on one side of the board. None of those pawns are passed. Nihal still has some defensive chances, but the clock is the main concern.
Magnus has famously in the past said he does not believe in fortresses. Can Nihal Sarin prove him wrong? Can he set up a fortress down upon in this position?
Big question. I think that's the key question. It's going to be so tough. He needs some simplifications here. He needs queens off the board. We need knights, rooks, something off the board to make it easier to pre-move. The reason he was able to hold the previous game with 28 seconds on his clock, it was just rooks and pawns.
Yep.
But the complication here, the complexity of this whole army still remaining, not going to be easy.
I think that no matter which side of the argument you're on whether fortresses can exist or not, I think they can be broken down if you don't have enough time to consider the perfect move in response to every attacking move. And we're getting to 4 minutes versus 2 minutes. There's an argument to say Nihal Sarin needs a fortress, but unfortunately, I think the clock's going to end up being the key to barreling down the front door, even if one exists.
Yeah, and look at Magnus, his last move, given an exclamation mark, it's such an innocuous looking move, but Magnus just keeps the tension, and there the white queen gives way. Now the black bishop no longer pinned, expecting that one to move, and again, it cost Nihal there 34 seconds. He doesn't have too much time left, 34 seconds to play what is a mistake.
And with piece formation that Magnus has, the knight, the bishop, the queen, so much into Nihal's camp, you know, that extra pawn, Nihal will have to burn time on every single move. And that's the problem in this position. There are no easy moves. There are no fast moves for white.
I think Magnus is using his time here to basically work out which of these options will either force Nihal into at least a 30-second think or force him to make a mistake almost immediately. The bishop goes back. Bishop e5 now played on the board.
Inviting some trades there of the minor pieces. If white was to capture the knight, Magnus intends on capturing the bishop and get that stronghold on the d3 square. Put a strong passer. Get your pawn moving forward. Magnus putting immense pressure on Nihal's knight.
Great time usage there from Magnus Carlsen. Yes, he invested around 40 seconds, but he's slowed Nihal down. For every 40 seconds Magnus has, Nihal has to play a lot quicker. Wow, he just waits with his king. There are some pins. The black knight cannot move since the black queen would be vulnerable, so just maintaining the position. But again, Nihal spending 30 seconds. Magnus needs to keep trying to create those long thinks from his opponent. Nihal needs to speed up meanwhile.
Well, now it's a big threat. Knight takes knight, attacking the white queen is threatened as Magnus unpins his own queen in the position, again forcing Nihal to come up with a defensive strategy. And you know, you can find those defenses once, twice, but can you do it 10 times against the world number one?
And that's exactly the kind of thing that Magnus is so good at doing. Ask a question? Cool, great. Glad you found the answer. I'm going to ask you 20 more. And the moment you get one of those answers wrong is the moment I pounce and take the game from you. Nihal Sarin now under 1 minute on the clock. Magnus Carlsen aiming to turn the screw.
Well, big decision. He gives up his rook for a knight. There is some tension along the e-file. So if Magnus wants to take that rook back with his pawn, he has to calculate well. It's very tempting. That pawn is so close to landing as a promotion, as a new queen. But Magnus, he's calculating here. He takes with the rook instead, taking with the pawn, according to the computer, was winning. Now, again, it's a bishop, a rook for knight advantage for Magnus, but still some work to do.
It is a winning advantage in exchange up for Magnus, but again, the question, can Nihal Sarin set up a fortress as his clock goes red? He's playing on the dark squares, trying to set up that battery. The bishop lands on that central square. E5 is the big idea, threatening checkmates to Magnus Carlsen's king. How is Magnus stopping bishop E5?
Ooh, he offers a queen trade, Magnus Carlsen. If the queens do come off, the game will go on a lot longer, but only black can win. I think that is objectively a winning position too. Nihal deciding there's no other way. The white king otherwise would have been caught in the mating net. Here we're going to see the technical phase with the black king trying to get into the battle.
This is tense. This feels like a repeat of game 1. Magnus Carlsen winning. Nihal Sarin, 39 seconds on the clock, needs a miracle to save this one. It happened in game 1. Will it happen again?
The grind is beginning. Magnus could make this last another 30 moves, but he's just looking for that one additional critical mistake. It feels like we've got a lot of nails in the coffin. We now need the final one.
And the black king is coming. The black king is making its way slowly towards the white pawn on f3. You need to put your pieces on light squares. When you're playing against a bishop in an endgame like this, when it comes down to time flagging, keep your pieces on the opposite color complex. But look at this, Nihal's trying to set up a blockade on the dark squares so the black king cannot pass. But it's a matter of time. White is running out of moves, the black pieces are almost optimized. Black is threatening to win the white pawn on h4, and now the black king can cross over. It's coming, it's winning for Magnus Carlsen.
And there he blocks that bishop diagonal. The black king about to move forward. Magnus about to win this game as the king gets closer to that white pawn. Nihal Sarin is going to resign. Don't take that bishop. That would have been a stalemate.
And there we go, Magnus Carlsen wins by resignation. A small joke there, a stalemate trap, but Magnus dodges it, takes the win.
And Magnus Carlsen, the world #1, asking questions of Nihal Sarin here, saying, you're quick with no time on the clock, but are you quick enough to find the thread that you have to push through that needle over the board? On this occasion, he was found wanting, and Magnus Carlsen goes 1.5 to a half up in this quarterfinal.
Magnus Carlsen does not believe in fortresses. None were to be built here today by Nihal Sarin. A very difficult endgame to hold. Magnus on top from the very start, winning material and then finishing it off in style in this endgame. Flawless conversion.
That flawless conversion. Magnus, again, that strategy of staying 2-3 minutes ahead of Nihal, it's proved so effective. And Nihal, nice to see him with a bit of humor there towards the end of the game, try to set up that stalemate, but ineffective in the end. You just can't fight Magnus in those types of positions.
Now, what I would say though, I would say that Nihal Sarin did a good job of not letting Magnus Carlsen get ahead on the clock until that mid-game period where he went into that deep think and ended up basically committing a blunder. So I want to give him credit, because compared to the start of the match, he actually did a fantastic job there. What changed?
Yeah, it was Nihal Sarin, I think, just overthinking things. He was so smooth, but when it came to the critical moment, panicking, that keenness to simplify came back to haunt him.
So there we go. The first 2 games are under our belt. Magnus Carlsen ahead 1.5 to a half. We're going to a quick break, folks, and when we come back, it's game number 3 of this quarterfinal chess at the Esports World Cup.
After a draw in the opening game, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura has won games 2 and 4 to get past Levon Aronian by a score of 2.5 to 1.5. What was the biggest difference in the match today, Hikaru?
We're walking? Okay, sure. I mean, I think the difference is that I had this built-in advantage from the get-go that if we get low on time, I should be a big favor. And I think Levon definitely in the first game felt that pressure. I made this horrible blunder King D4, which really messed everything up. But I won the second game. Third game was choppy, and I lost. But I think I just kept my nerves together, and I kept trying to play fast, put pressure on the clock, and ultimately Levon cracked.
And finally, you did hang your rook, king and rook versus king and rook, but I didn't see an expression out of your face. How did you get past that so quickly?
I mean, you have to move. He has 4 seconds. If you let him think, he's going to find the checkmate. And I think, if I had made that blunder against Alireza or Magnus, maybe I'm not sure about Magnus, but definitely Alireza, I would have lost that. So just have to be a little bit more careful. But I think overall the match was mostly in my favor, so I'm pretty pleased with the result.
We'll let you go to the key crusher. We could have a Team Falcons versus Team Falcons final. We will see, but Hikaru might also have to play against Magnus. While he goes to crush his key, he's also maybe going to check out Magnus's game. It should also be said, this ends the magical run of Levon Aronian. He's had quite a July, but it is the 31st of July. The month ends, and Levon's magical run also ends.
Match point. Magnus Carlsen leading 1.5 to 1/2 in this quarterfinal. If he manages to score the victory with the white pieces in this next game, he could end the quarterfinal right here, right now, and add Nihal Sarin's key to his collection. Can he do it?
He's got the white pieces. He's got momentum on his side. Both games close to victory. Gets it done on the second one. Of course, Magnus Carlsen can do it. But the big question, can Nihal do it? Can he try to take it to that fourth game? And what does he need to do to switch things up?
A lot depends on Nihal's strategy as well. Here we see him, eyes closed, meditating, maybe trying to visualize how he can claw his way back into this match. But if he goes all out with the black pieces, Magnus will get his chance. It's very difficult there. If we see Nihal maybe try to shore up his defenses, lock this game down, escape with a draw, take his chances in the final game with white, then we might see Magnus try to just minimize the risk. And there already the first face from Magnus as we see the first surprise as well.
Magnus loves a challenge. We saw that with that smile on his face when Nihal declined the repetition. I think he'd want a game on. He's not going to just give Nihal that shutdown opportunity because that definitely, like you said, David, has to be Nihal's strat here, right? You try to just play it safe with black, get that draw in, final game, go all out. All guns blazing on Magnus with white. I think Magnus will play to try to wrap this up in 3. That's his style.
I've revised my what am I looking out for in the middle game. Previously, I said, okay, it's all about whether or not Nihal Sarin can get that clock advantage on Magnus Carlsen. I'm gonna change that based on what we saw in the last game. I'm going to say it depends on what both players do with their first deep think. because if we don't see an amazing advantage or maybe a really, really cool complex continuation that puts Magnus in the tank, then that deep think would have been for naught. So I want to understand when Nihal is choosing his moments to use that time and whether he can do that effectively here against Magnus. He's going to need to do that if he wants to win this game.
100%. He'll need to invest that time wisely, need to not fall behind on the clock. Good start to this game by Nihal. He's 1 minute up already.
Yeah.
Quick surprise here in the Queen's Gambit declined. We saw a trade of pawns. Magnus is the king of this pawn structure. He normally prefers it, though, from the black side. We call this the Carlsbad pawn structure, with things locked, at least short term. No real pawn breaks in the middle of the board. And black's light squared bishop coming out. Good news for Nihal. Looks like a very healthy, stable position to build from.
That's one of the aims if you're playing black in this Queen's Gambit declined Carlsbad structure, right? You want your bishop on the light squares, but Magnus with his last move is potentially hinting at a g4 to develop, to fianchetto his own bishop and get aggressive. That could be the other way to get the pieces out. Instead, he targets the bishop with a knight and wins it. He's got an unchallenged bishop. That is the first imbalance of the game.
First, maybe of many, but for now, Nihal has to decide how to develop his pieces. We see bishop for knight trade. Black has doubled pawns. That comes with pros and cons. Black's pawns on the g-file mean that the h-file and the rook there is open. So both sides probably reluctant to castle on that flank until a decision is made by the opponent here.
Yeah, it feels like who's going to blink first. Actually, this is the best moment for the first castle graphic as far as I'm concerned. I'm looking here going, who's going to blink first in this position? Can you go kingside? Well, actually, opposite side castling and launching a big attack is possible if you miscalculate this.
Let's predict. Which way is the black king going? It's Nihal Sarin's move right now.
I predict the black king goes the exact same way as Magnus's king goes.
Yeah.
He goes to the left, Magnus, and Nihal does it first. He gets it on the queen side.
I thought there was a chance maybe that Magnus would react to Nihal and choose to go the opposite side, but no such luck. If it was black, black would absolutely respond to white, but it's interesting that black castled first, Magnus still responded in kind.
Yeah, I think normally, especially for Nihal, who's behind in the match, you kind of want to wait to see where your opponent's king goes. Magnus, because he wants safety first, he's ahead. He's happy to castle on the same flank. Nihal ideally would have gone the other way. No matter where Magnus has gone with his king, he would castle the opposite flank. But ultimately, there were no remaining useful moves. He had to commit. And here we see, again, the V pawn structure, or white's pawns all on dark squares from the center to that right flank. And the black knight sitting pretty on g4 for now.
And it's going to be now about finding plans, right? You've placed your minors where they are. The knight on g4 looking good. The queen on d6 centralized. One of your rook on the open lines. On the e-file center of the board, the rook on h8. Guess what? It's already developed from its starting position. You don't need to move it any further. And if you're Nihal, you need to find a way to either shut down this action, to make sure things remain under control, or create some dynamics. I think he's going to go for the former. He's not going to try to push too many pawns. He's not going to provoke weaknesses. If the opportunities come, he'll take it. But he won't take the fight to Magnus.
But yeah, because this isn't a must-win game here, remember. If we draw this game, Nihal Sarin will still go to a game number 4. It is still possible for him to take this tie to Armageddon or even win it in game number 4.
It's a must-not-lose game.
It's a must-not-lose game, exactly. So we'll see what happens there. The base of the V is being attacked right now. And some questions are being asked of Magnus. They're saying, look, there are ways for you to swap off that knight, but do you really want to use the light squared bishop to do it? It's such a powerful piece for white right now. I don't think that sort of trade is beneficial.
And a bit of a cool trick here from Magnus Carlsen. He's attacking the black knight, and if this knight moves and swoops in to capture a pawn, it will find itself pinned by one of the white rooks. The black queen will be behind it. That would lose a piece for Nihal Sarin, meaning he needs to either retreat the knight or sidestep with his own queen to defend it. That's a nice little kind of two-move tactic from Magnus Carlsen. Chess is all about these combinations, and that's a nice, effective one.
It's a two-move tactic that's bought him 30 seconds on the clock as well. That wasn't the longest think of the match, but you string 3 or 4 of those together, and it starts becoming problem territory.
Yeah, he forced Nihal to just lose a couple of moves with his queen as well, so costing time on the clock, costing time on the board, and white's queen improves. The white knight might start relocating as well. The white rooks could also find better posts. Nihal's lacking a plan here. Still very much a kind of stable, level-looking position due to the fact there are no pawn breaks, but Magnus surely happy with that scenario.
Here's my question. Is what's the white plan? Are we going for e4 in the medium to long term here?
It's always in the air, but first you want to improve every single piece of yours, right? And that's what Magnus does. He does double up on the C line. His queen, he might move it one step forward to place it on an active diagonal. Now Nihal offering some trades, so asking for some decisions here. The one thing you don't want to do is take knight takes knight. That would have ended up in a fork. Pawn takes knight, would have attacked the queen and the bishop. So Magnus simply retreats with the queen, now potentially threatening to recapture that knight with his own knight.
The plans will reveal themselves later. I think the first order of business for both sides is to try and put pieces on as active squares as possible. It's very difficult to kind of open lines. That is the problem. Here we see trying to close the center, Nihal Sarin. That makes sense. Blocking the center will favor the knights, but then again, black has a very strong knight. How to improve the other one? Magnus now goes on the flank.
Well, he's going to be forced to improve the other one in a second. A4 with A5 threaten. This is a route one strategy here, but a very, very real problem for black to solve.
And it's one of Magnus's favorite moves, one of Magnus's favorite strategy in this position, especially when your opponent's knight is on the square, as was Nihal Sarin's. It sort of invites the A pawn to push forward and force it to retreat. It might not stop there. That pawn might even go to A6 to create those weaknesses that white was earlier trying to find. And I think it's so instructive. Whenever these two knights are either on B6 or G6, get those flank pawns moving to start targeting them.
Alfie, the A pawn, marching forward. It's going to act as a battering ram, trying to open up the enemy king. It's always controversial because you do push a pawn in front of your own king as well. And Nihal Sarin has played such a risky move. It's given a double question mark. This could be the match ending. Magnus Carlsen, the position is so blocked. If he doesn't take that pawn, he might not get a second opportunity. Nihal's taking a huge risk. And let's show what Magnus is now calculating. He'll invest a bit of time. We have time, therefore, to show on our analysis board, bishop takes pawn, taking advantage of the fact that pawn has moved forward. And the pawn recapturing would allow the white rooks into the game. This looks over. The black queen is hit. She's going to move forward with a check. But when the white king steps out of the way, the black king is left to its own devices. I don't really see any way to stem the tide here. We're going to see this play out on the board. There's a huge threat of rook takes pawn, and the black king might just be doomed. Let's go back and show. Magnus is going to show us what's about to happen. Checkmate incoming, potentially.
And he does fall back in that final position with his knight to defend it. Magnus on the attack. If he wins this, Nihal Sarin will be eliminated. His key will get crushed. The queen about to come into the attack. B3, B6, A7. That's game over. B7 checkmate. Thank you very much. I'm going to the semifinals is what Magnus is saying.
Look at Nihal Sarin. You can see the realization on his face suddenly. It's just knockout within a few moves. The only way to postpone this is to throw pieces away. You have to move the black knight out the way to bring the rooks across, but the black knight is trapped. Nihal Sarin, he looks devastated. This is his final moments in the Esports World Cup here in Riyadh.
It's the final few moves of it, and you can see it on him. You look at Nihal, and that's all you need to know about the position. Queen B3, a square that he cannot fight for, a square that he can't stop, and that would be checkmate incoming. Nihal Sarin knows it's time to say goodbye to Riyadh.
He's coming to terms with his position now. Magnus still cool as a cucumber. He was looking a little bit more intense before making that move, and that's because he was busy calculating out, making sure that there's absolutely no rescue. Nihal Sarin looking positively emotional now. The realization of what's happening is hitting him. Unfortunately, his life in the tournament is on the line, and there's nothing he can do now to stop this inevitable victory by the world #1.
This is heartbreaking. It's a quiet move, ultimately, that he'd missed. At the end of that variation, it was 3-4 move calculation to get to here, but he didn't realize that just pushing the rook forward would end in this devastating checkmate. He might be resigning any moment now, Nihal Sarin, as the white queen coming forward. We'll draw the arrows again to show what's about to happen. This will end the game. The black queen cannot bring herself over to that flank in time. She's cut off from the action.
And it all came down to that one pawn move. And Magnus Carlsen, it barely took any time for him. Nihal about to resign, and there it goes. Magnus Carlsen makes it to the semifinals.
Magnus Carlsen makes it to 2.5 points, and with 4 points on offer, he crosses the threshold needed to advance to the semifinals here at the Esports World Cup. A tense draw in game #1, followed by 2 decisive victories. Well fought by Nihal Sarin, but it's world #1, Magnus Carlsen, who advances.
A match in 3 for the world number 1. He prevails as he usually does. The chess juggernaut, he rolls on, and these were the final few moments. A beautiful bishop sacrifice, the rook coming in, a small sidestep, only to be followed by a checkmate on Nihal Sarin in the next few moves. And for Nihal, nothing was to be done but to resign. For Magnus Carlson, he's in a flow state today. It's liquid Carlsen.
Very impressive from Magnus Carlsen. He had chances in game 1, didn't quite convert, but upped the level, went through the gears in games 2 and 3. And yeah, that final blow there, so sharp, he barely even needed time to calculate. Nihal Sarin ultimately tried everything he could, but not much to do against the world number 1 in that form.
He was making sure we never even got to a point where the amazing time scramble skills of Nihal Sarin were called into question. Magnus got the job done in regulation. Let's go ahead now to the stage and hear from the world number 1.
Another absolutely crushing game. Magnus, we've had 4 of your games on this stage right here, and every single one of them has looked like you are just casually chilling, leaned way back in your chair. Can you explain your thought process through these and how they've had you feel?
No, I feel like the first couple of games today were really, really tense. The first, of course, I think he outcalculated me in the opening, and I was a pawn down, and I was kind of just hoping to survive and then maybe play on the clock. Then I got some winning chances that I couldn't convert. Second game, I felt like I was probably a little bit worse. And I just felt that it was super, super tense. But then, yeah, he made one bad move. And after that, I don't feel like I gave him a lot of chances. Yeah, in the last game, I felt pretty good. It's kind of... it's a kind of position where, which I like a lot, where you just have relatively simple play, and it's safe, and yeah, that went really nicely.
Now, regarding your next matchup, it is going to be up against Hikaru Nakamura, a rivalry that we all know. So talk to me about that going into your next matchup.
Yeah, of course, I didn't expect anything else, so... you know, Hikaru's been a little bit shaky in a few matches, I think, but, you know, the best often prevail in pressure, so expect a tough match, but hopefully I can sort of keep the same groove as I had in the last game, then I should be in good shape.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have our 4 semi-finalists, and we're getting ready for the first one of the day here at the SNB Esports Arena. Congratulations once again, Magnus, for making it to the next stage. Let's head on over to the studio and prepare for the first semi-final. Boys and girls, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm. Magnus Carlsen, he ramps up through the match, he's ramping up through the tournament, and once again, he's proving the point as to why he's considered the favorite everywhere he goes, Yovi.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus was in his element there, let's face it. I mean, that last game, like, Nihal didn't have a chance, and Magnus said it himself, even in the second game. Things were pretty even until Nihal made one mistake. One mistake was all it took, and Magnus was just on top of it.
It's those critical moments where the best of the best always find the right answer, and I think that's exactly what was on display today.
That's right. The good player is always lucky, and you make your own luck in chess. And it looked like just in game 2 and in game 3, Nihal just made one mistake in each game, and that cost him the game because of Magnus's impeccable technique, which we're all used to.
It was nice to see Magnus give the nod to Nihal, though, even in the first game, saying, I feel like I was outcalculated there, even in the beginnings of the second game. Maybe I was on the back foot. But of course, it is that singular opening. I have to wonder, though, in Nihal's position, are you regretting the refusal of the draw offer in that second game, which put you in a position that you felt like, okay, now I really have to make something happen?
Yeah, absolutely. I was a little bit shocked, actually, that Nihal rejected that repetition and instead went playful. But, you know, I admired his spirit, right? He was saying to Magnus, hey, I want to play, I want to push. But in the end, yeah, I'm sure he does reject it.
And if anything, that goes to what we said you're going to need to be able to do if you're going to take down the world number 1 in Magnus Carlsen. You can't go for a draw by reputation, as Ben Feingold says. So he says, yeah, you know what? I understand what your reputation is, but I'm still going to bring the fight.
No, everybody here is playing for a win. Everybody here is super confident. And that match, we just saw Magnus's class. He just outclassed Sarin. And although Nihal has a bright future ahead. Today just wasn't his day.
Wasn't his day. Game 3, classy sack to end it all. I mean, again, that just seems so picturesque to how I envisioned Magnus. Even when he can grind you down in an endgame, he also still manages to craft just beautiful sacrifices as well.
Yeah, I mean, they do say that tactics always work after good strategy. And that's exactly what Magnus proved there. You know, he just had a very straightforward position. He expanded there on the left side of the board and, you know, he just demolished the queen side and broke through.
Demolished queenside. He's demolishing the competition and cruising through to the semifinals. With that, though, we must say goodbye to our dark horse pick for the tournament in Nihal Sarin. Let's go to Mike Klein, who's standing by with the man now.
We're here with Grandmaster Nihal Sarin. I mean, playing Magnus is never easy, but what was the biggest challenge today when in your match?
Yeah, okay, of course I just got completely crushed today, but yeah, I mean, I for sure could have played better. I think first maybe 1.5 game I was kind of matching him, or maybe even playing slightly better than him even in the first 1.5 games. But
You're known as a speed demon, but he actually was ahead on the clock. Did that play a factor at all today?
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, I was trying to keep up with him on the clock as well, but okay, I mean, he's Magnus for a reason, so.
And in that final game, I know when he's pushing his a-pawn and you played a6, did you see the sack even before he played it? It's one of those ideas that maybe if you have a second chance, you would see it if you just take a little pause.
Yeah, I took a little pause actually. This a-pawn push was very timely. I kind of overlooked that a4, knight c3, rook c3, and now queen on d1 protects a4 kind of. But yeah, then I realized only a bit late that the sack is very strong. That's why I took on c3, rook c3, and then played a6 because I thought now the sack should be okay because I can just take and go knight b8 to bring the rook. But no, I saw the sack, but I didn't see rook c7, and I cannot just do anything about queen b3, queen b7 mate. So.
Yeah, the quiet moves are sometimes the killer. You lost to perhaps the greatest player that's ever walked this planet, so don't be too ashamed of that. Your tournament ends, but we hope to see you next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm just sorry. I'm just very happy to get a chance to play against Magnus. He's my biggest inspiration, and yeah, it's my first time getting to play him in a match. So
memories of a lifetime.
Yeah, for sure, and I wish him, not that he needs it, but I wish him good luck. And
EWC making dreams come true.
A tough way for the journey to end, I'm sure, and you can feel the sting there in Nihal Sarin's words. But, I mean, I would say that he's gained a lot of fans by the showing that he put up in this tournament. A top 8 performance considering the field of players that entered here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, and he also qualified via the last chance qualifiers as well. He beat a lot of impressive players, and it was a great performance overall. But yeah, oh no, here comes the moment where dreams are crushed.
And we're going to have 2 dreams crushed here, because over on Stream B, it was Hikaru Nakamura who ended up taking down Levon Aroni and ending the dream July month there for the Armenian Lion. A key is crushed, a dream is crushed. Magnus Carlson as well will now be stepping into the arena against Hikaru Nakamura as one of our semi-final bouts. On the flip side, we have Alireza Firouzja and Arjun Erigaisi, so 2 members of Team Falcons. We've got Team Liquid still in it, and Gen G, the representative being Arjun Erigaisi. I think this is the marquee matchup, though, for so many people. These guys, number 1 and number 2 in the world for a reason. Hikaru, one of the fastest players on the planet, but even still, most everybody's going to be saying Magnus Carlson is the man to beat.
And of the final 4 players, 3 of them are in our favorites, so we did a good job there. It was interesting when they asked Nihal, when Mike was like, hey, you lost, can you explain why you lost? He thought a while and he said, well, I was playing Magnus. So, I mean, that's when you know you're the greatest player who ever lived, when your opponent says they lost, not because they made bad moves, just because they were playing you.
Yeah, and it's crazy too, because he had kind of the same exact thinking or line of analysis that Magnus had of the way that the game's developed, and sometimes that's what happens. Magnus will find a way to make you crumble. Our semifinals are set, though, here in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We'll be back in just a bit to help you break down all of those matchups. We're going to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we're diving into the semis.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling. Deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going. In my time, I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish he'd seen what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I'll move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than a fly, I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going. I just keep dark against the sky. There's things that I can't fight. I just keep going. I just keep going.
If all that it's saying is true, there's a war before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan. Just another piece of data. This is the numbers again. The fire's the food, the food. This is the numbers again. It's just another number.
Welcome back to the Esports World Cup. We're just about to dive into the semifinals here for chess, but not before we crush one more quarterfinal key. It was Magnus Carlson taking down the dark horse in Nihal Sarin. We're welcoming in GM Maurice Ashley back into the studio to help us preview the next semifinal bout. But before we get there, I just want to get your thoughts on that matchup. Magnus Carlson dispatching Nihal before we even get to a fourth game.
You know, we wanted to see a fight. We wanted to see it be quite the battle, but it is Magnus Carlson. And when he is in that kind of cruise control mode, he will shut you down. He said it himself. He likes it when it's nice and simple, kind of position he can play. And then all of a sudden he just explodes and bang, you're dead. And that's what he did. And he showed just why it is that he's the most fearsome player on the planet.
Well, I got good news for every single one of us that wants to see a battle, because I think we're just about to get it between these two guys right here. It's Arjun Erigaisi for Gen G. It's Alireza Firouzja for Team Falcons. Ben, these two guys are not afraid to throw haymakers at each other early on the chessboard.
Yeah, these guys have similar styles, very tactical. They play very fast. Arjun, one of the top 5 or 6 players in the world. Not surprised that he's here. And Alireza, even though he's the favorite, he's going to have a tough match ahead of him.
He might be the favorite, but Arjun Erigaisi, again, he's kind of the sleeper here. Maybe a product of him, a majority of his games being on the B stream, right? So it's just a name that we've thrown around a little bit less than others, but he really has been just quietly dispatching opponents and cruising through the bracket, or the group stage into the bracket, I should say.
Actually, it's beyond that. Arjun Erigaisi has suffered from a lack of respect basically his whole career. He's been overshadowed by his Indian compatriots, Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh. And yet he continues to be one of the best players in the world. He's risen to as far as number 2 in the world and shown that I am a star player, and I'm going to show it to you right now on the biggest of stages.
Exactly. Currently in a tie for number 5 in the world. In fact, outranking Alireza when it comes to the classical ratings of things. Of course, we know that things might change when you get to faster time controls, but that's where I would reflect on what I've seen of Arjun most recently over the last few months in freestyle chess. Again, this is a guy who constantly, we flip to his board, and he's working with a 1 to 1.5 point advantage somewhere in the middle game, only 4 minutes off the clock. The trouble for him at times, Ben, from what I've noticed, is closing it out. Sometimes he lets those positions fall apart, gives his opponent too much time to get back into it.
Right, and that's a problem with the time control. When you play a really good game and you have a really good position and you're close to winning, then you look at your clock and you have 1 minute left and you start to panic. And I think for either player here, they're both going to have less than a minute in at least 2 or 3 of the games, and it's going to come down to who has better nerves at the very end.
Well, then my question to you, Maurice, is when we have two guys that are maybe stylistically similar, not exact, how does that play out in chess? Because in a lot of other games, you feel that, well, if we're basically the same style of player, whoever's just an ounce better is always going to come out on top because there's nothing you can do that's different. Is that true in chess too?
I think the reality here is going to be the types of positions they get on the board. If I catch you in an opening that I feel a bit more comfortable, then I'm going to be a front runner in that situation. Get you on the defensive maybe with the black pieces in the first game. And it may even come down to a little bit of luck because you don't want to go down a game. So the tension of the moment as well. Who rises when the iron is super hot? And it may be just those intangibles, not about the chess moves and who's better, but who can handle their nerves in the biggest of stages.
We also kind of saw what happens in that matchup between Nihal and Magnus if you try to make something happen too early in a 4-game match. Now we're going to a 6-game match for the semifinals. So again, there's so much runway to work with. How does that change the approach for these guys?
That's right. Typically, you think if you're the favorite, the more games you have, the less luck there is. So I think in the semifinal matches, the better player is going to win both matches. In this one, I expect Arjun to go down actually to Ali Reza. Ali Reza just too good at fast time controls. And I think in a 6-game match, if Ali Reza has a blunder or two, he can still recover. And so with the 6-game semifinals, I think the stars are going to shine. I think it's going to be the best player for each match. And I'm looking forward to the matches because they're both great matchups.
Giving a nod to Ali Reza here and saying he's going to be the one who takes it, one of the favorites, so it's hard to bet against him. But Maurice, what are you thinking here? Is there some magic left in Arjun Erigaisi?
Is going to agree with me.
Well, obviously, we had Alireza as one of the favorites for a reason. But let's be clear, Alireza is quite emotional. You can see it when he's playing, when he hasn't done well. You can see the kind of shoulders are just kind of hangdog kind of look. Arjun could punch you in the face, be clear. And if that happens and Alireza loses his cool, he might not come back. He may not be one who's just going to overwhelm somebody who's looked extremely cool so far in this competition.
Yeah, how do you recover from a bloodied nose? That's a big question when either of these players takes an initial punch in this matchup. I'll tell everybody at home to keep your eyes locked on the heart rate monitors. Arjun Erigaisi is one of the most stable players I've ever seen. He'll be in a dead, slog of a matchup, 65 heart rate. We'll see if he can put that out on the stage today. Either way, we're about to get our semifinals underway. Our first matchup, Arjun Erigaisi up against Alireza Firouzja. It's Gen G and it's Team Falcon looking to get points on the board towards that club championship. Let's get out there to see the battle.
Here we go. These two have fought, battled, clawed their way to the first semifinal match of the tournament. They could lose everything they came here with, and their key could be crushed right now.
A clash of generations, representation of a nation on the grandest stage of all. It's the Iceman versus Gucci Reza. We have Gen G represented by Arjun Erigaisi versus Falcons Alireza Firouzja. One step to take to the top of the mountain. You gentlemen have one challenge in front of you. One more, best of 6. Are you feeling ready?
Yeah, it will be a tough match and then quite excited and looking forward to it.
You looked great game 1 earlier today. Do you have what it takes?
I will try my best.
All right, well, gentlemen, we don't want to wait any longer. We want to see some chess. Take your seats. Place your keys on the pedestals. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise. Your first semi-final. Arjun Erigaisi takes on Alireza Firouzja. Casters, one finalist emerges from this matchup. Who will it be? The floor is yours.
We have reached the semi-finals for chess at the Esports World Cup. Arjun Erigaisi representing Gen G against Alireza Firouzja for Team Falcons, the defending club champions at the Esports World Cup. It's a best of 6 now as we move into the semis, and a lot rides on every single game in this match. It's extended to be sure, guys, but frankly, you get a little bit of momentum. It's almost more dangerous now than it was before.
And both players bang in form. Arjun Erigaisi got things done earlier today against Jan Nepomniachtchi, eliminating one of the favorites. Firouzja, meanwhile, one of the Falcons. They are flying. 2 of the 4 semi-finalists. It's looking great for the team right now.
And this is looking great for us, for chess fans across the world. Again, we talk about their brand of chess. Arjun Erigaisi, he's the Iceman of chess. Nerves of steel, calm and composed, in absolutely crazy positions on the board. Meanwhile, for Alireza Firouzja, a firebrand. He brings on the fireworks, does not shy away from all that madness that Arjun will create. This is fire versus ice.
Game number 1 already beginning. Remember, this is now a best of 6. So we are going to have to get to 3.5 points to be clear and advance. If it's 3-all at the end of 6 games, we will go to an Armageddon game. We kick off with a King's Indian.
And in the meantime, a quick trade of pawns. The white queen came out early to pin a black pawn, preventing black from re-establishing some central control. It's all about the black knight now being active in the center, potentially, though, about to be hit by the white central pawns advancing. Both sides castled. Early days, still opening theory. Alireza Firouzja, though, he's been playing this exact opening consistently since the Esports World Cup began. So how well has Arjun Erigaisi done his homework?
That's the big question, right? And amongst that, other questions come up as well. Now, both these players, we've discussed their style of play. It's super combative, super energetic. Yeah. I'll also tell you one thing. We've been talking about Alireza Firouzja, what a speed beast he is. He's fast, he's ferocious, he's Firouzja. But I'll tell you one thing about Arjun Erigaisi. He's usually the player who always has more time on the clock than his opponent. Equally fast on the clock. And I think this one, once again, in those time scrambles, those nervy positions, those complicated battles, it will be about who handles the pressure better.
So this is what worries me a little bit, because I love to be able to say fire versus ice, this style versus that style. This is going to be a fantastic clash. But so far today, we have seen consistently the player with more time on the clock has been able to weather the storm more. We've had players who are really quick, but if they're down on the clock, that hasn't quite made up for it. And I don't know if we're going to be able to change that here.
Unless you're Alireza Firouzja, let's not forget his matchup against Nodebek behind on the clock first, but then in those bullet moments, he just always catches up and took him down. Arjun Erigaisi, meanwhile, already builds a little advantage on the clock, but it's not about right now. This is not going to be about the opening. It is going to be about those crazy middle game battles. David, which one of the two is faster?
It's tough. It's that age-old question, right? Do you play good moves because you have more time? Or do you have more time because you've been playing good moves? And ultimately, Alireza Firouzja, I think if it comes down to 30 seconds, level position, equal footing, still enough kind of ammunition left on the board, he's going to win. I still believe the mouse skills, the trickery, the experience, but Arjun Erigaisi very rarely gets down to those scenarios.
So how do we want to be forcing Arjun Erigaisi to get down to those scenarios? From a strategic point of view, how will Firouzja be using the clock? Are we developing something, some preparation that maybe he hasn't brought out for other opponents specifically against someone like Arjun?
Yeah, it's difficult. I don't actually see Firouzja regularly using the weapon actively as a clock. It's out of necessity almost. He kind of gets himself down to time trouble, the adrenaline starts pumping, and then he kind of activates God mode because of, well, he has to simply. It's very rare to see him kind of accumulate a 3-4 minute time advantage, keep the momentum going and hustle the opponent on time. I have seen Arjun do that, however, on a regular basis. One of his biggest weapons and definitely part of his game plan in classical chess, let alone blitz here.
100%, he uses the clock to his advantage. But I think Alireza Firouzja is showing his mat strategy. He wants to keep a controlled position against a player like Arjun Erigaisi, not go into those actually absolutely chaotic positions where Arjun really thrives. He loves it when there's a complete mess on the board, known as the madman of chess simply because of his brand over the board there. And meanwhile, here Alireza Firouzja makes sure that there are no big pawn breaks, no open lines, no big trickery on the board, where Arjun would perhaps be the master.
Well, let's talk a little bit now about the position on the board. Obviously, there's a very interesting contrasting styles when it comes to time management, so we'll see what happens and if the clocks end up going down to what we've just discussed. On the board, who is likely to be more comfortable with middle game complications arising out of this position, which is a very difficult question to ask between any two good players, let alone two of the best in the world. Who do we think is more chill here?
I would say the next few moves is going to show us who's more chilled. I was going to say the most obvious move in that position was to drop back the black bishop, attacking the white queen, but the white queen would have slid across near enough to the black king to cause some discomfort, but pushing pawns in front of your king also fraught with danger.
Right.
I think that shows a bit of kind of indecision from Arjun Erigaisi this last pawn push. He doesn't really want to commit his bishop. He's unsure whether he should retreat, trade, how to react. So he pushes a pawn, but he might be regretting that a bit later. Some weak squares appearing around the Black King.
Definitely feels a bit rash, completely unprovoked right there. You know, he had that healthy option of retreating with the bishop, but Arjun Aragaisi trying to just do Arjun things, you know, surprise us. Unpredictability is the name of the game for him. And Firouzja, he slows down trying to counter it. I think for white, the idea revolves around eventually getting that e-pawn up the center of the board. You know, right now, he develops the bishop, the queen lined up on that e4 square. There's a threat, e7 pawn is hanging right now. He's provoking Arjun to play f6.
Yeah.
That would have weakened the king side.
That's interesting, isn't it? Because you almost want to play h3 straight away, but instead Firouzja's thinking, actually, how can I provoke you to making even more pawn moves?
And although the pawn moves are weakening, the white queen is almost trapped in the center of the board once the black bishop retreats. So maybe there were kind of some pros, some good things to say about committing pawns. Instead, Arjun, he's playing very reactively. A threat was created on his bishop, he defends. A threat was created on his pawn, defends. Pushes a pawn, now he has to retreat his knight. It feels like Firouzja is the one trying to get the action going. Arjun, for now, happy to play it solid and nurse this small time advantage.
Some active moves there by Alireza Firouzja, and he can continue that, right? He wants to get that pawn to e4, and I wonder if this will be the moment that he decides, well, he continues on the same path. He attacked a bishop, he attacked a pawn, he attacked a knight, and then continues with a hit on that bishop, now forcing Arjun to move it to that f5 square. Well, you have other options, but bishop f5 seems like the move that you want to make. White then will slide the queen over, and that move e4 comes with that much more power.
Is there any reason black would play bishop takes knight here?
I think only out of necessity if you feel that the other options aren't appealing. The position isn't super open right now, but giving away the bishop pair, we've seen it in previous games, can come back to haunt you long term. It's definitely easier to play with those bishops once the center kind of opens up, and I think these top players, they're very biased towards bishops in general, but there we go. Commentator's curse. You called it, John. Nice move.
I don't know, man. I'm not sure I want to be right. I'd prefer to be caster cursing this in favor of the two bishops, if I'm honest, because that really is the pattern that we've seen all day today. So it's interesting that we've had a little bit of a break from that so far, recapturing with the queen as well to potentially free up the square for e4.
That was a great call there. I mean, with Arjun, just expect the unexpected. Bishop takes knight on the board, giving up the bishop pair voluntarily. You know, the plan that anyways Alireza wants in on the board. He's sort of inviting it right now. I am surprised with that decision.
He needs something very active and very energetic to kind of compensate for the fact he's parted with the bishop pair now, especially due to the fact that white is going to be the first to occupy the middle of this board. E4 just looks so beautiful, combined with the bishops, the white queen now beautifully perched. I was a bit afraid she would get trapped, but nope, Arjun retreats instead, and look at the eval bar, question mark appearing. Feels like a step in the wrong direction. This doesn't look like Arjun Aragaisi, Iceman, but too cold, too chilled maybe about this position right now.
I don't know what the correct answer would have been, but it did feel like the kind of position where, oh, white would be doing great if he had an extra move to play e4 now, and there was one shot maybe for black to play some initiative-grabbing move that sort of disrupts that plan. And knight f6 just doesn't feel like that would be it.
And that knight has had such a journey across the board, you know. I'm going to remind everyone that it's actually the knight that came in from the edge of the board of the other side. From b8 to a6 to b4 to d5 to f6. How many moves is that getting the knight to the square? And is it really active? I don't think so, because it's about to be hit with the e4 pawn. That pawn is threatening two ideas. e5, d5 at the same time.
Right.
Which means now black, as Arjun, you have to be watching out for both these expansion moves that open up the position further for those bishops.
I just want to point out, from his first 16 moves, this is now about to be move 18, he just moved his queen, but before that, 16 moves, he moved his knights 7 times, almost half of his first few moves with black. And the black knights do not look impressive. They don't look like they've done that much work. So clear loss of tempo. In the meantime, the white queen's done a lot of heavy lifting, but the rest of the white army look perfectly poised as well. So that's what happens when you move the same piece multiple occasions. Again? 8 times now out of 18 moves. He's definitely trying to get those 10,000 steps in with that horsey.
Well, I don't know if any of us in the studio will manage it, but that knight is definitely getting it done, because I don't think it's stopping that. You don't want it on the edge of the board. It might be rerouting itself to the center, because there are some targets. You know, we speak about the big center that white has, and maybe Arjun continues the path. Bring that knight to f8, bring that knight to e6, start attacking the d4 pawn.
Goodness. It's a one-horse army.
It's a nightmare.
I mean, it's a nightmare for his own position at the moment. He's hugging his own king. He's moved it 8 times in 18 moves. It's not actually generating any threats at the moment. It might still have a bright future, but right now there's an awful lot of training, unfortunately, before he's let out of the stables and can join the battlefield in anger.
There it is.
Oh my goodness.
9 out of 20.
You called it.
Knight f8 on the board, heading now to those light squares at the center, because Alireza's last move, e5, it blunts the bishop in front of the black king, but also leaves behind some holes. One can imagine one knight landing on e6, the other knight landing on d5, and some control across the center of the board.
And you have to compensate with activity if your opponent's about to seize control. And here we go, opening up the position for the bishops. Very logical, consistent from Alireza Firouzja. That white light squared bishop is suddenly smiling, loving life. Then again, you have traded down slightly, and white's dark squared bishop, not entirely happy, blocked by its own pawn. So Arjun here, if he's accurate, he's still in this game. If he takes a misstep or two, he might just be dropping some pawns on the long diagonal.
The big question, to take or not to take, looks very dangerous, like you pointed out. Keeping the queens on the board, lining it up with the other bishop, keeping it active. Knowing Arjun, I predict he keeps the queens on the board.
Yeah, never get queens off the board if you're facing a bishop pair. Bishops come to life so effectively later in the game. You just don't have enough army to fight against them. So keeping queens on tends to be the recommended strategy, especially if you're Arjun Erigaisi. Then again, he's low on time, and there is a human nature to want to simplify when you have no time.
Also, if you're keeping the queens on the board here, you actually don't have that many options in terms of squares of where it can go.
Exactly, because there's a b7 big weakness, right, on the board right there. And white, you've got to calculate what happens, because once the queen steps away, there's rook takes rook, queen takes pawn. Do you have enough compensation? Where are you moving it? And Arjun Erigaisi, as expected, declines the trade and says it's tension on. Let's discuss what happens after rook takes rook, queen takes pawn. That's the big line that's on all the players' radar right now. A very direct approach.
Yeah, let's try to guess what's going through the players' minds right now, as the most obvious move in the position is to trade off a set of rooks, and then the white queen can get greedy, grab a pawn on the queen side there. She's got other pawns in her eye line. I'm assuming that the black bishop now is going to jump out and recapture, restore the material balance. And whether white retreats or trades off, at the very end of this variation, we're actually headed there. The black queen has her eyes on some of the white pawns, and just in time to create counterplay. This game, still 3 results possible, but maybe this is at least an improvement for Arjun Erigaisi. Hitting the white rook there, the black queen super active, and something maybe for Firouzja to avoid, but we're 2 steps away from that position, and let's see how he tries to press his time advantage, maybe keep the bishop pair.
Well, if there's a trade, I think Arjun's going to be the happier one. The line that we saw at least gets rid of a lot of tension on the board. And Alireza is not one to shy away from tension. Bishop to e3 keeps those bishops alive, still eyeing the a7 pawn. Now bishop takes pawn is a real threat as the white queen defends b2.
Yeah, I think definitely the more testing of the moves. It might not change the evaluation away from being level, but definitely much more ambitious from white to keep both of your long-range bishops still on the board. The black knight not really able to get into the action, maybe acting as a defender for now. White's queen attacking 2 pawns. That can be defended. What will he play, Arjun? It does feel like he's playing a bit slower than I'm used to seeing him. Normally he's super instinctive, but clearly not enjoying his position as black.
It's the last 3 to 5 moves where we start to see the players diverge a little bit on the clock. Arjun Erigaisi down to 2 minutes 20 versus the 3:38 of Alireza Firouzja. So he's going to have to start playing quickly soon. This is very unlike the Arjun we discussed going into this match, where we said, oh, he just doesn't really get into those positions where he has to deal with the time scramble. Well, right now, 2 minutes plays 3.5. There's every possibility Firouzja forces him into that scenario.
There's only one type of position that Arjun feels uncomfortable with, and it's the kind on the board, where he's on the defense. He knows he doesn't have the tricks to play for. There's no sort of direct counter offense that he's got, no initiative to fight for. This is a long-suffering endgame. for Arjun Aragaisi. These are the ones where I've seen him take his time. Not the ones where there's some crazy battles where normal mortals will just sit and think for 1 hour, but Arjun takes 3 seconds. It's position like these that Arjun Aragaisi hates to play.
So, we now need to think, what can Arjun Aragaisi do with less time on the clock to solve problems that Alireza Firouzja is throwing his way? This is, this time disparity, prior to the match beginning, we would almost expect it to have flipped. Firouzja now has the opportunity to turn the screw, to further complicate the position, really confuse things with the 2 bishops on the board. That's also the other reason why I think Arjun Aragaisi wants to get a pair of bishops off. We need simplicity so that he can use his time more effectively.
Yeah, but he was getting pinned there. The black rook was undefended, so now it parks itself on a slightly improved square defended by a pawn, whose dark square bishop's about to leave the board. But if you look on the queen side, it's 2 versus 1. White has 2 running pawns, only 1 blockader for black, and more importantly, the white A pawn promotes on a square that's covered by the light squared bishop. So everything else being equal, dark squared bishop's off, rook's off the board. Watch out for those white pawns. They're going to sprint forward, and very high chances they become a queen. First, he gets his king closer towards the center, preparing for that pawn race. Black does the same, but it feels like white is ahead.
And meanwhile, black's majority, it's not even moving. It's far away from creating a clear passer, and for Firouzja, the plan's clear. It's playing out on the board. You know, it sort of plays on its own. Push the A pawn, push the B pawn, keep advancing it till as far as you can. And finally, Arjun, he does trade. He goes into that pure bishop versus knight. And the big question, will black's king and knight be in time to stop the pawn avalanche? B5 is incoming now that the bishop assists it.
And the other big issue as well is time. 2 minutes 14 plays 1 minute 10 essentially, and the plan for white is plain to see. Now that the bishop is defending the square on b5, you're pushing the pawn. You're pushing it again to b6. You keep going. I think b5 can still be pushed here. I'm not seeing a reason not to keep pushing. So it's really clear, but in terms of defense and in terms of solving the problems, Arjun Aragaisi needs to think more, but he's down to 1 minute and 6.
Yep, he's just going to try and bring his king towards those pawns. It's not going to be easy. I've been commentating on Arjun Aragaisi's games for a long time. This is one of the highest heart rates I've seen him with in ages. He's normally down at 60, 70. For him, this shows he is nervous. He's feeling the heat. Firouzja pushes forward with the pawns, the black king moving, but breakthrough. Those pawns can continue to push. Is now the moment. Firouzja says no, he waits, but the white king will soon start making its journey forward too.
It could be the white king, it could be the white pawn, everything looking really good. Meanwhile, Arjun, he tries to create some distraction on that right flank, f5 on the board. You want to try and trade off as many pawns as possible, liquidate the position on the other flank so that if you're forced, you can give up your knight for one of the passers. And that's the big hope to try to draw this game. I'm expecting Arjun to continue as well with the g-pawn moving forward next.
First, Firouzja, he doesn't bring his king forward. Now he does, only after a trade of pawns. Look at that black knight, sidelined. It has to protect the promotion square for white's b-pawn, but you're essentially playing down a piece. As long as Firouzja keeps a pawn alive on the other flank, he should have enough to convert this to victory. 52 seconds in the red now for Arjun Aragaisi. Firouzja ticks down 2, but look at that black knight, trapped.
Black Knight's trapped. It's going to be all about Arjun trying to create some counterplay on that right flank. He first shoulders Alireza's king, stops entry, entry denied, pushes the h-pawn. g4 has to be the move right now. You want to keep as many pawns on the board as possible.
Wow, big moment. He does push the pawn forward, and the eval bar drops, the most human move, the most natural move. Maybe now the black king in the endgame, long term, has a path towards those white pawns. First, a check from Arjun Aragaisi. Still super difficult to defend this one. The black knight totally trapped. The black king, if it gives way, will allow the white king forward. This one looks hopeless now, but it's a race against the clock.
It's a race against the clock, and now the king finds another path in. King b6, king a7 is going to be very difficult to hold. You could just keep attacking that knight, the sole defender. The b7 pawn, too far gone. And 25 seconds for Firouzja. He's frozen, he needs to make a move.
Frozen Firouzja, he needs to move. There's only one winning idea, that's to bring the white king back. It's suddenly not so clear, it's a race now. The white king's going for the black pawns. The black king should have gone the other way. It's a race, but the white pawn, the g-pawn, will make a new queen.
And the only chance for Arjun now is to try to flag Alireza Firouzja. But 14 seconds, the bullet beast, the hyper bullet ultra beast, That should be surely enough for him with the queen on the board.
Going for stalemate, Arjun Erigaisi, but it's not going to work against Firouzja. 12 seconds is enough. The queen gives a check, and that's game over.
Complications in the end game, possibilities of rescuing something from this game, not quite. With 12 seconds remaining on the clock, Alireza Firouzja will take game number 1 in this all-important semi-final.
Unbelievable stuff for Alireza Firouzja. What a journey this has been so far. He's won matches against Hikaru Nakamura, against Wei Yi, today against Nordebek Abdu and takes the first game in the fashion that he did against Arjun Erigaisi. And I have to say once again, you know, he won that game, but always the one putting pressure. Beautiful technique, having the bishop pair, playing on the left side of the board, pushing the pawn, and eventually it was his speed, getting the queen in. Game over. Arjun has to strike back.
Yeah, well deserved that win from Firouzja. Not the cleanest technique, I'm going to say. There were some chances, but it was more about the clock. And ultimately, with the Black Knight immobilized for most of that endgame, it was always going to be Firouzja as the favorite. And taking the lead now, Arjun has to be quicker, has to try and play more energetically.
And look, I think it's fair to say that at various points in that game, there were ways to thread the needle for Arjun to find his way back. The problem is, when you're doing that and you're consistently down on the time against Firouzja as well, that becomes borderline impossible. In a classical game, we probably would have expected him to find those routes out of those sticky situations most of the time. But in this format, in this situation, it is that much more difficult.
The clock was a massive factor and was used beautifully by Alireza, putting pressure on Arjun throughout. And I'm going to say that, you know, Arjun with the black pieces, he just never got his kind of position in that game 1. Now he starts with white. Will he be able to create those early complications, early chaos? And I think one thing we know about Arjun Erigaisi, that loss will not faze him. He's ready for this fight. He's made his comeback from these moments, and he knows every white counts. I'm expecting a crazy battle in this one.
Yeah, it's a long match. There's still plenty of games to go. Arjun knows he needs to mix things up. We see an Italian game, and what spice has he got cooked up here? It's an 2 knights defense, and already white grabs a pawn. This is a very, very famous line. It's the knight attack, and the white queen comes out now to pin a pawn on the long diagonal. No, he's not blundering a bishop, since the white queen has her eyes set on this black rook in the corner. This is one of the most tricky lines, tricky openings in chess. You learn it as a child, you nearly never look at it again. But Arjun here trying to test Firouzja. How is his memory? Black gives up another pawn, but will he be captured? Black now ahead in development, 1 move from castling.
And that line leads to further complication if you do accept the bait, you know, giving up your bishop, giving Arjun the bishop, giving even Alireza the bishop pair. Instead, it's denied. Arjun comes back with his own bishop. He is up material, but far behind in development.
Now that's interesting here. Choosing not to take that pawn and instead parking the pawn in front of the D pawn as well. As far as traditional thinking goes in terms of openings, that does seem a little bit counterintuitive. Why did he do that?
Yeah, essentially, if he had taken a second pawn, then he would have gone even further behind in development. The white queen would have been forced to move several times. And let's show what just happened. A quick action replay as the game continues. Let's focus on the green board. Bishop takes pawn. Check. Would have pocketed a second pawn after a recapture. White takes with the check. The black bishop can block. And the white queen doesn't have great squares to go back to. If she retreats to f3, black will castle, and a few moves down the line, we'll see the black light squared bishop come to better squares. We'll see the rook sidestep here, attacking some pawns, and initiative for black. Big attack. All of the white pieces on that left flank, note, are still asleep. That is the key, giving black great compensation. Hence why he dodged it, Arjun, just not his style.
Makes sense, and yeah, not wanting to have to deal with that sort of thing. You mentioned it, you learn it as a child, and now recalling that actually, I'm not sure those kind of complications are something we necessarily need right now.
Ooh, and some very interesting knight jumps. We were talking about the laps, the circuits the knights were doing in the previous game, and look at those 2 black knights. They've already done a lot of work, and they're hunting down white's light squared bishop. Black is a pawn down, but he's castled. He's got a nice stranglehold in the center, and
it makes sense because Firouzja last game we were training one of his knights, thoroughbred racehorse, I think. So by game number 2, you might as well put them to the test.
Alireza does it this time. Last time Arjun tried it as well, but I have to say, to your point, those stallions are actually looking at some trades as well. That knight on b4 beautifully ties down the white bishop. At some moment, you might even get rid of it and force white to get these doubled pawns, and they're pretty hideous to look at, also especially because it blocks the bishop on c1.
Right.
First, Alireza defends his own bishop, gets it out to an active square, and of course, speaking of activity, Arjun doesn't fall back. Alpha Zero-esque, get the h-pawn up the board. It's a Harry party, hits the bishop, not too many squares.
Yeah, he needs to play Harry Houdini here if he wants to escape from this match with a win. Arjun Erigaisi, but pushing Harry to the h-pawn is a good first step. I just want to point out, no doubt, zero question, that Arjun is still in opening prep. He spent less than 30 seconds. This is now move 14, and it's a crazy position. No easy decisions up to this point. So it's clear he's got the help of homework. I fear for Firouzja.
This is what we were hoping for at the start, where we were sort of predicting that Arjun would get himself into positions where he can use that clock advantage to his benefit. We're now going to see in game number 2, when he has the white pieces, what he can do with a 2-3 minute advantage over Alireza.
But this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Arjun gets his kind of position. It's part of the opening preparation. It suits his style perfectly. And guess what? He's 3 minutes up on the clock. This is when he plays fast. When the ideas for him, moves like h4, are sort of at the back of his hand. He doesn't care about just how difficult it is. He hasn't developed. He's playing for the initiative. He wants to line up the queen eventually on the g file, maybe try and threaten some checkmating ideas on g7, combine it with the knight. For right now, big questions for Alireza. Ideally, he wants to put his bishop on f4 in front of the queen. But then you're really running out of squares. Moves like g3, you need to calculate where you're going next.
Very interesting. We saw a pre-move on Arjun's screen. If the black knight had taken the white bishop on d3, he would have recaptured instantly with the pawn. And let's see if he can keep up the pace he's been going at. Very impressive. 3.5 minute time advantage. And it's only move 14. That is huge for Arjun. Opening prep, opening traps are his speciality. But he still needs to back it up. The white king still not feeling comfortable in the middle of the board. And the white queenside pieces not ideally placed either. So you still need to know exactly what the plans are.
Yeah, it's quite frustrating here because the knight on f5, if it moves for any reason, there's really not that many comfortable squares. And you move it to e3 for whatever reason, you can then take the light squared bishop and the queen might come barreling down the board as well. So white starting to run out of squares for the minor pieces here.
Yeah, and the first question though is black's bishop running out of squares as well. So whose pieces will run out of squares first? Whose will drop off the board first? That is the first question of this middle game.
I'm very surprised because I actually felt that when I was talking about this line, that bishop f4, aren't you just getting a minor piece trapped there? There's no way home, there's no way forward. So Alireza Firouzja, he's relying on some trades, on tactics, but on screen, he does not look happy with this decision. He doesn't like what he's gotten himself into because this is concrete play. This is tactics, and he knows exactly how strong Arjun is in that territory.
I think he's missed something here, Alireza. There's a very important detail, a very important trap that Arjun has set for him. Look at Alireza. He hasn't spotted it, or maybe only just realizing what's about to occur. He wanted to play knight takes bishop check here, but after the queen recaptures, the black queen takes. Instead of taking the black queen, then the white knight would fall on f5. You drop in a check. You drop in knight to e7 check first, an intermezzo, intermediate move. The black king moves, then the black queen is recaptured, and when the dust settles, this black bishop trapped. He's about to lose a piece. Alireza, I think he just missed that knight check. He just assumed it wasn't happening, and now he might be about to have to sacrifice a piece and speculate here.
In between moves and long lines are the ones that are most missed in chess. And that's a big check if he's missed that one. Now, Alireza does not know that the bar is still level, that it's still fine, that there is a resource that exists in the position. He was relying on the one that would have lost him the game. He still needs to find a way to convince himself that there's a lot to play for. He's fighting a battle in his mind.
And what's amazing as well is that when this was played was still when Arjun Erigaisi had 9.5 minutes against 6 something. So he is continuously increasing the pressure on the clock of Firouzja. Finally moves, but with 4 minutes and 2 seconds to go.
And that is Firouzja cracking a little bit under pressure, right? Because he did not find the move that would have kept the balance on the board here, David.
Yeah, big mistake. The only move, according to the computer, was to bring the black queen out to f6, but that was tricky. It was hidden. The idea is the same. You're counter-attacking a piece. That white knight, as John mentioned, doesn't have too many escape squares, so now he's seeking safety in exchanges here. But again, if you take that white queen, the white knight saves itself with a knight check. So you cannot damage the white pawn structure. At the end of this, white is going to be a clear pawn up for no compensation.
That is a very healthy extra pawn. That's going to be eventually 4 versus 2 on the left flank of the board. There is going to be more trades with the e5, f4 face-off that we're seeing. If you go pawn takes pawn, super happy Arjun Erigaisi is. Develops the bishop, recaptures, gets the king to safety on the left side of the board. This is Arjun Erigaisi's big chance to make a comeback.
Huge opportunity. It all went wrong for Firouzja. I think a bad opening choice. Understanding the opponent in chess is half the battle, and Arjun is known to employ these unfashionable lines, but know them just extremely deeply. You cannot take him on in a memory test.
And that's what also makes him such a hard opponent to prepare against, right? He always finds these unorthodox ideas, these offbeat lines in a sub-variation of a main line. How do you even get yourself ready for a guy like that? But this was a big opening success, and we are in an endgame where Arjun has an extra pawn, and there is a very, very unhappy Alireza Firouzja. That knight on a5, also not a happy camper.
Yeah, that's looking a little bit offside at the moment. That knight will need a couple of moves to reposition to somewhere more decent on the board. And you're right, in terms of opening preparation, in terms of opening trap, Firouzja really in a very, very uncomfortable spot right now. Very similar, actually, to his first game against Nordebek earlier on in the quarterfinal, where it was just opening surprise leading to a huge time advantage. Okay, didn't quite convert, but the principles look very similar to what's going on here.
Yeah, first blow, first psychological kind of hit in the opening is so key at this level. Margins are so small, everyone's so good. You need that extra edge, and Arjun got it here. It looks like he's about to strike back. He does strike that black knight, and that allows the white king now to step forward, connect the rooks. Still a clear pawn advantage.
You know, we saw Alireza just a little bit reacting on the screen earlier there. And I think that had to do with what happened with that pawn move. He just figured out that he did have that queen resource that you were earlier talking about. We see these elite chess players, you know, they move ahead, but in their mind, the position's always there. And I think that was Alireza realizing that he did have a move that would have kept everything under control.
Definitely possible. Living in the past, full of regret. Alireza Firouzja now down 2 pawns, we should mention. The white bishop grabbing on h6 on the last turn. The white king slightly vulnerable. That's the only remaining source of hope for Firouzja. But with 7 minutes left here on the clock, Erigaisi should be safe enough. He just needs to get his king back at some point, maybe aiming to trade off rooks first. Arjun with so much time.
This is a dream position for white. You're up on the position, you're up on the clock, you see your opponent, he's reacting, he's not happy with it, the confidence increases, but it's not over. We've seen crazy things happen in Riyadh. You still have to finish the job. Arjun needs to be laser focused to get that done when he's playing a resourceful guy like Alireza.
I'm thinking about what Black's plan could be, how we can convert potentially dangerous position around White's king into something that allows things to be a bit more substantial. And I'm really struggling to see how that's possible in this particular case, because it does feel like White has a really simple, you can blitz this out in 1 or 2 seconds answer to almost every threat Black can create on the board right now. And I think that's a byproduct of Black's trying to do with 3 pieces what White is defending with 4. That knight on a5 again, if that was in a better place to support this attack, maybe there'd be more options available.
To your point, Arjun might, Alireza even might, right now he's attacking a pawn on f2, defended. The idea of c4, trying to create those counter chances, the bishop sliding onto f3, it does, hits the rook, hits the knight. There are some direct threats that Alireza is creating in this position.
Yeah, he's fighting hard. He is a fighter by nature, and he normally doesn't give up until the final few moments. So for right now, he's landing a double attack against the white rook, white knight, expecting that rook to slide or step up. And yeah, some counterplay. White needs 2 or 3 moves to get the king off the d-file, where it's stared down by a rook, to improve the white bishop, which is a bit offside. And if you can protect all your pawns in the process, a bit of a bonus.
Whoa, and he doesn't defend because that is a word not in Arjun's dictionary. He instead goes for counter offense. The rook on d8 now under fire. Moved, lines itself up to a2. You called him a fighter. He's fighting this position. You know, one of the rooks against the f2 pawn, the other one against the a2 pawn.
First, the white rook needs to save itself. Where does it go? Does it step up the board? Does it slide across? And, okay, he's at least tanking a little bit, Arjun Erigaisi. The first hint that he might be feeling indecisive. Nice counterattacks for the second time there, hitting the black rook. And then he saves his own rook. So the white f2 pawn no longer under any pressure at all.
And it's very much speaking to not wanting to go backwards, right? Yes, the rook has to move. Is there a way for me to do that in the most aggressive way possible? Knight coming back to g3 with the counterattack to do that, to try and maintain as much of that initiative as possible that white has built up throughout the course of this game.
And black's building up some initiative of his own, getting the knight to the center, but more importantly, hitting on that a2 pawn. I will point out some checkmating patterns that can exist in this position. That white bishop landing on f6 will force Alireza's rook into passivity, defending the 8th rank. So an idea that you really need to watch out for. And I think he's setting it up. He hits the bishop, he wants to double up on the e line, get that bishop on f6, and then we'll see some infiltration on the 8th rank.
Let's see if he is going for that plan. The black knight defends its bishop right now. But, any counterplay here still takes a while for black. You need 2 moves. The black rook needs to take this pawn, and then you need to take another pawn, and the white king will not be safe. But I like Tanya's idea. A bishop move, tying the black rook down to the defense of the back rank should get the job done. There we go. He lands the bishop. Okay, sneaky defense there. The black knight now threatening to jump in, and wow, very passive, but maybe very effective. Just defending the attacked pawn with his rook there, Arjun Erigaisi.
I guess the way to turn that into something a bit more aggressive would be if we have a plan B of a2 to a4, a4 to a5, and we crack on and get that pawn as far down the board as we possibly can. But no, you're absolutely right, Tanya. The bishop f6 then became the most natural move on the board. It's almost aiding white's potential plan to get into that kind of mating net. Firouzja is going to have to watch out for all of these possible threats, now realizing perhaps that the a-pawn rolling down the board is an additional threat he has to deal with, but the biggest one is still 4 minutes and 2 seconds, plays 1 minute 16.
That's a big call as well, right? He's touching the bullet territory, and Arjun's got a lot of time on the clock to think this out, but the position not an easy convert. Knight e4 defending the bishop, attacking the black rook, doubles up on the A line, now threatening rook takes pawn, but always has to watch out for those back rank ideas. So far, Arjun's done everything right. But where is the breakthrough? How does he pull through? Does he just simply start advancing the A pawn? Says he comes back to defend his pawn.
Okay, again, slightly passive, but you can afford to make these types of moves, asking the opponent, are you going to check me? Are you not? When your opponent is so low on the clock, there we see the red appear. It's danger, it's time trouble, and it's like roles reversed from the previous game. Neither side able to kind of just stamp their authority in both games now, and the black knight can be chopped off at any point. The bishop just retreats, setting up a nasty knight check. The white knight trying to replace that bishop where it stood.
51 seconds, plays 3 minutes and 27. Can Arjun Erigaisi now turn the screw and use time in his favor to take down Alireza Firouzja here and even up the odds in this game? That was a big swing in the eval bar, down to +1, but still very much advantage white.
Whoa, and look at the speed with which Alireza played that line. We see some trades going on here. Knight takes bishop, and the positions level. Arjun Erigaisi messing this up.
Wow, he's choked here, Arjun Erigaisi. He's missed that at the very end of this variation, when the black rook disappears, the black knight will hop further and attack the white bishop. Suddenly, look at the white pieces, both of them under fire. You can't save them both. He's running out of material. This game now most likely to appear and end in a draw. If, it's a big if, Alireza Firouzja can hold on the clock.
And it's on the board. The line that you pointed out. Yes, temporarily Arjun is up a piece, but he's about to lose that advantage. And now Arjun has to win on the clock. That is the big hope right now. But Alireza Firouzja, 44 minutes, 44 seconds on the clock. I think he makes a lot of moves. This is not an easy flag with such little pieces on the board.
All he needs to do is get rid of the 3 remaining white pawns. If he can do that, a white knight alone cannot deliver checkmate. No matter what is left on the rest of the board, the game will be declared a draw. And Arjun's king, the white king, is so far away. White's pawns all isolated. He's getting close, Alireza Firouzja. He got a huge helping hand there. Arjun just rushing, getting impatient. And now this game surely is about to end peacefully.
But Arjun, he's going to play on the clock. It's far from over. Yes, the advantage is over, but the clock game, that continues. He pushes the pawn. He's about to get his king closer to the right side of the board. Does Alireza have enough time to jump with his knight, capture that h4 pawn, but he needs to make a move.
He thought way too long there, spending 12 seconds almost. He's only got 25 left. It's bright red now, the clock. It is burning, and okay, he blocks with his king. The black knight coming back soon though. He should still have this under control. But the pawn's disappearing. Is he going to be quick enough on the clock? White only with 1 remaining hope. The d6 pawn, if it drops, falls. Game over with a draw.
And he checks if he gives any time to Alireza to retreat with the knight to that f5 square. Knight takes pawn, game over. It doesn't matter because white will not have enough material even if you flag.
Knight trade here. It will be a drawn king and pawn endgame. And will he go for this? If you don't trade knights, the black knight is going back to f7 to trade. And here we go. We might see a flag fest or the game end in stalemate. It's a draw. Alireza holds from a hopeless position.
Alireza Firouzja, the Falcons managed to hold in game number 2 after being put under so much pressure for so long. Arjun Erigaisi there, 3 minutes versus 1 minute, fluffing that chance, and he knows it. But there are takeaways from this game for him. Arjun knows he can apply the pressure. He knows that Alireza feels it as well. He will still be gutted, however, not to complete the full point conversion.
This was incredibly impressive by Firouzja. With less than 15 seconds on the clock, just the way he maneuvered the knight, with the speed with which he did it, calculating the king and pawn endgame is a draw, leaving Arjun with no hope as the knight was about to give itself up for that d6 pawn on the next move if trades were denied in this position. Incredible scenes here. Arjun Erigaisi with a massive miss, and you saw it on his face. He realizes it. Semi-finals spot here, fighting to get into those finals. This for Arjun, it's going to hurt. Not converting this one.
It's so hard to beat these world-class players. You don't get many chances, but that was a glorious opportunity. He carved it out with great opening prep. He used one of his big weapons there. You can't repeat the same opening again. And to mess it up, to get impatient, he just rushed. He had 3.5 minutes when he went for that sequence that fizzled out immediately to a drawn endgame. It's bizarre. That shows nerves are a real thing here at the Esports World Cup.
It was very much the equivalent of in other sports. Football, for example, everything set up beautifully, excellent cross, everyone in the right place, and you just lack that finishing touch. 3.5 minutes playing one there. Arjun had the opportunity to turn the screw and he couldn't quite make it stick, but goldfish memory mode, he needs now to forget it because he needs to try and do it again with the black pieces this time against Firouzja, and he struggled last time out.
He switched things up slightly. Instead of allowing the capture in the center, forcing the black knight to move, we saw all those knight jumps. Instead, he took the pawn first preemptively, forcing the white queen to come out and recapture, regain on c4. There's no need to rush. We might see both sides here just develop their pieces, get castled. But it does feel like Firouzja, he's been studying these types of positions, being ketos, and he realizes it might be a bit of a weakness for Arjun Erigaisi.
And the more difficult thing for Arjun to deal with is that, now he can't dictate the nature of play in this one. Starting with the black pieces, Firouzja chooses a line, fan-ketoing the bishop, a more solid approach to the position. We're not going to be seeing any of those crazy battles like we did in game 2, which worked out perfectly on the clock and on the board, giving Arjun that massive, massive win chance, which was completely his to blow. And now we see a6, it's threatening to defend that pawn potentially. So this might be the moment to capture c4, or will Alireza sort of take the fight by going castling and delaying the idea of the recapture?
Sooner or later, Alireza will have to take back that pawn on c4 with his queen. There's no other reason the queen should be sitting out there on the side of the board. He's just trying to work out whether now or later is the best moment for that.
You have to time it well. The point is, what Arjun set up is that if you capture the pawn, he wants to push the b pawn all the way up to b5, creating a beautiful development pattern, coming out with tempo, placing the bishop on b7. You want to be able to challenge the Catalan bishop.
Sounds great, doesn't it?
It really does. It is the main idea for black to get into the game.
And obviously can't quite do it at the moment because you run into the threat of knight takes pawn, but there will be that possibility to sort of push that up as the rest of the pieces develop. So yeah, the pawn will eventually fall, but there's interesting to choose how you want to do it.
Yeah, and interesting that he brings his bishop out first. He wants to hit the c7 pawn when the white queen does recapture on c4. He's delayed castling, and it's fascinating to see both kings still in the middle when they've had so many opportunities to get castled. Now the black knight lands on the edge of the board. Again, don't try this type of chess at home. It can backfire. Both sides playing very risky, very ambitiously in these early stages. I'm surprised that Firouzja is doing this, actually. He could have just taken that pawn back, had a very stable position, and been happy in the lead in this match.
Sometimes do we think we're almost shuffling around different move orders, having some subtle differences to basically try and wind our opponent up and gain time on the clock, because the result of all of this is that Erigaisi is about to squeeze out a 1 minute advantage out of the opening.
And that might seem small right now, but it's a long game ahead. It could come, and it will come to benefit, because critical moments here do lie in front of both these players. This last move, knight h5, it comes with a threat, right? Creating imbalances. Knight takes bishop is a trade. It might be fine for white. It might be fine for black. But long term, you know that it will give Arjun the chance to fight for more with that dark squared bishop unchallenged. It's been denied. Alireza comes back with his bishop, and now asking the question, what's your knight at the edge of the board even doing?
And we'll find out. First, that sequence we were discussing has come to pass. The white queen stepping back. The big question now is whether Arjun Erigaisi will develop his bishop to b7, to the longest diagonal, and challenge. There is some tension over there on the queen side. White could push a pawn to a4. Does feel like black, unless he's able to strike in the center very, very quickly, still will feel some pressure. Again, though, it's clear the strategy from Firouzja. He's playing much more positionally, much more strategically and kind of classically than he's used to. I think this is aimed and tailored specially against Erigaisi.
He's targeting Arjun's brand of chess here, and it's actually a strategy that we've seen many of the top players do against Arjun, you know. Sometimes just take it to an endgame, get the queens off the board, keep the position blocked, have a more solid positional fight. Right. Because Arjun intuitively, instinctively as a player, wants to still go ahead and sort of create a mess where the position doesn't demand. And that very often backfires at the elite level when you're not ready for it, when it's not the position that's screaming for it. So for Arjun, a little more difficult, I think, to play these kind of positions. Alireza knows it better than anyone. He's aiming for it. Bishop b7, shock castle on the board. And again, the big question for Arjun, that knight at the edge, at some point, it needs to find itself back in the game.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe just a retreat back to f6 is the most sensible option here. We'll see if he chooses to move that knight. We did have a little bit of a think, meaning that the clock situation has sort of normalized again. We no longer have that minute advantage, and in fact, Firouzja is now the player up on the clock. So some fairly natural moves being played, and both sides not quite squeezing out that sort of advantage. This time in game number one was a very different story as far as time was concerned. This feels a lot better managed overall.
Yes, absolutely. You know, you've got Arjun now under 7 minutes, so pretty tight on the clock so far, with Alireza managing to get a bit up there. I will tell you one thing about these positions in Catalan. If black is able to break with that c-pawn moving ahead, c5, and I think that's what he's setting up right now, Arjun is, usually black's doing fine out of the opening. c5 is the break in Catalan that you're always aiming for. And it needs to be stopped at all costs. Right now, Alireza has to find a way to make sure that Arjun doesn't successfully break out with it, resolving all the weak pawn, backward pawns problems that's usually the bane of Catalan's existence.
And there are a few ways to fight against this pawn push that he's kind of declaring is his intention, Arjun Erigaisi. One, Firouzja can slide his rook across. There we go. Make it slightly uncomfortable if the position opens up, I was going to say, against the black queen. But the black queen does slide. The other would have been pushing the white A pawn forward to try to undermine black's structure over there. But the computer hates this decision. Wow. He's down a pawn. If he gets one more move, he's doing great here, Arjun. If he plays knight takes pawn on the next turn. But maybe this can be prevented.
But this is the point we were discussing, right? When there's no need to go all out in the position, somehow Arjun always does it. He wants to make things more direct. That's the kind of chess that he likes, you know, more concrete play on the board. And not every time it works. Right now, there's probably a resource that Alireza has. You know, you could slide the rook over. You did it once against the black queen. Get the other rook onto the game. Ask questions. Are you really brave enough to take that knight takes pawn and walk into the deadly pins?
And the interesting thing is as well, like the build up to that looked very natural. The c5 break, of course, a long-term plan. Moving the rook across, trying to get more pieces behind the c-file. It all looks really natural, but the eval bar is telling us a very different story, and we're saying this is way too risky. Knight takes on b5. Hello.
Wow, he could have kept that up his sleeve, Firouzja. He could have just moved the white queen out the way and played this move next. But let's break down what's about to happen. The queens are both hit simultaneously. The white knight hits the black queen. Black knight hits the white queen. If here he takes the queen off the board, then the white rook saves itself and recaptures. At the end, once the dust settles, the white rook hits the bishop. The black knight hit too. We might see a rook trade. And at the end, white a clear pawn to the good. The black knight as well, looking a bit misplaced on b3. If we go back and see what happens if the white knight is captured, then it's the black knight that will fall. And if a takes b5 here, rook takes the knight on c5, black queen hit, black pawn hit, game over. 2 clear pawns is just too much at this level.
Wow, knight takes pawn, instantly played by Alireza. I think you just ignore that question mark that just appeared on the board with the lines that you just demonstrated. That knight, capturing that knight is a bad idea. Capturing that queen is a bad idea for Arjun Erigaisi. That just leaves one option, right? You have to run away with your own queen. But that means White's just picked up that pawn for free.
It looks like a clear pawn advantage. The computer gives this a question mark, we should mention. Because there was something better, the white queen could have slid across to a3, and he could have gone for this in a slightly better scenario, maybe without allowing a queen trade, but ultimately white still has the advantage. That's the key. Firouzja saw a good move. Why look for a better one? He played it very, very quickly after just 8 seconds, this tactic from Firouzja, and it really hit Arjun hard. He did not see this coming. A minute and a half down and a pawn down for Arjun here.
It's a tough decision. Can't take the knight, and I'm just wondering what happens if black was to move the queen away, because you're still hitting the white queen. You've got attack on the white knight as well, but this would give Alireza the opportunity to go on the counter offense of actually hitting the pinned knight on c5. Sure, you can take the knight on b5, but thank you very much. The bishop comes onto the game. You're hitting the queen, you're hitting the pawn, the white rook ready to swoop into the position. This is looking great for Alireza as well.
And this looks like it's about to happen. The queen move here is the key for white. He needs to just lift his queen up 1 square to b4 to maintain the big advantage. He doesn't go for it though. He trades off. Still better, still a pawn up, but now black has the bishop pair, at least as some solace here, some compensation.
Wow. This game is absolutely wild. The knight comes back, was hitting the bishop now defended. Yes, you're down a pawn. In compensation, the piece activity. The knight still, though, at the edge of the board for Arjun Erigaisi. For Alireza Firouzja, he's also got control on the D line. I'm still taking the extra pawn here.
A lot of complications, a lot to calculate as well for both of these players, and that's part of the reason why maybe those trades ended up having to take place so quickly. Arjun Erigaisi down to just over 4 minutes on the clock and forcing Firouzja to think about what he wants to do next. Light squared bishops get traded off now. Simplifying it probably favors the side with less time, and Arjun was very uncomfortable earlier, so if the position continues to slowly improve and he slowly starts to feel a little bit better about his prospects in this game, about the fact that he's not down so much on the clock, that can only be good for him.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, this is still an advantage for white. The eval bar says 0.7. That reflects the fact that he is 1 pawn up, but I do feel that Firouzja sold his advantage short, and that, as well as the added simplicity here, the clock scenario not as bad as it was for Arjun, gives some hope at least. A win for Firouzja in this game would be huge, so Arjun needs to lock this down, somehow work his way to a draw, but ultimately it is one of those 2 result positions. If he plays super well, Arjun wins back the pawn, he can hold, but it's very unlikely that black is going to win this game now.
It's a very practical decision here by Alireza. You know, he didn't want to take too much time on the clock. He went for a line that feels absolutely safe for white, and look at that, he doesn't even rush to capture the bishop. He doesn't want to spoil his pawn formation. Does not want to disconnect those pawns. He first lines up the rook on c1. He's about to capture that bishop with a piece, not a pawn.
positionally, though, what that means is you're trading off all of your minor pieces, except for the one on the board that you moved to h5 on move 8. So there's a little bit of rebuilding that needs to happen positionally for Arjun Erigaisi here, because everything else is about to get traded off. Queen moves to a5, and you can't ignore the knight any longer.
And I just want to mention, Arjun missed this rook move. Like, his heart rate suddenly went up over 10 beats per minute. And yeah, he definitely missed this pin. It also caused him to spend 30 seconds, which he doesn't really have. We'll now see most likely a rook take this black bishop. There's still a pin, so there's no rush. But if we see a rook trade, queens and knights still on the board, white will have a passed c-pawn. Instead, he jumps forward, asking for some tactics, some trickery in the air. Maybe he'll just recapture this black bishop now with the white knight, just to keep his pawns intact.
Well, capture the bishop, not the pawn. The king would have slid over and started attacking the knight, which would have no place to retreat on the board. So now we see Arjun, in fact, retreating with the knight. Alireza has been successful in his mission of making sure that the pawn formation, that extra pawn on the queen flank, they remain intact. They're connected pawns. No weaknesses given to Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, 1 pawn advantage, 1 minute and a bit advantage for Alireza here. Still going to be difficult, though. A long, long road to conversion. Here, it would be eased so much for white if there were a queen trade, but it still takes a few moves to try and initiate that. So he does lift up his queen. Maybe he'll centralize her next. Rook trade possibly helps as well. I think the one thing to avoid, depends on the circumstances, is a knight trade. And rook endgames might be the one place where Arjun can seek some safety. In the meantime, the white queen hit and might have to retreat. Not too many safe squares. Ooh, flashy move.
Flashy.
Wow, okay.
Stylish.
Like that. Exclam given to it, of course. You're ignoring the safety of your own rook to give a check. So, of course, you have the option of a queen takes rook for both sides. Now, that will still equate to the exchange of rooks, so potentially simplifying the position there. Choosing instead to avoid all exchanges, and this is suddenly looking very, very good for Firouzja.
The pieces have infiltrated, the white queen centralizes. Maybe there was something even better there. The white rook could have slid into the far right corner there to the h8 square, threatening some checkmates, but still very, very strong here. The white queen, beautifully placed. The black knight was bad on h5. It's now totally immobilized on f6. It's pinned. It's feeling uncomfortable. Firouzja definitely playing safety first chess, trying to get some quick moves on the board. Maybe realizing 1.5 extra minutes on the clock is going to be like having a second pawn advantage. But still, not out of this, Arjun. He's defended very well. Despite the fact he's still suffering, he's still in this game.
I'm surprised by that gear shift by Firouzja, you know, going forward and then retreats the queen, retreats the rook to keep things safe. When there were more active possibilities, something that, you know, we've seen Alireza do so many times. He could have gone for Arjun's king with the rook and queen lined up on that 8th rank. Now he's still got to build that attack or offer those trades. As all the pieces remain, it's far from over right now. You know, as long as there are knights on the board, anything can happen.
He's thinking about the clock. It's got to be. When you have the rook and the queen on the 8th, it's natural that I was looking across to figure out where we were going to be able to put those major pieces. It's like he just wants to sap even more time from Arjun Erigaisi and still keep the majors on the board and keep things as complex as possible. That's the explanation I can think of. I'm not sure there's anything else that makes sense at this point.
One pair of rooks are off the board, but white has weakened the king a little bit, you know, allowing Arjun perhaps the possibility to try to create some counterplay if the queen ever got in. That's why he says, that's not happening. Queen's off the board. This has got to be winning for Alireza now.
This has to be winning. Every bit of endgame wisdom we've ever been taught tells us that knight endgames are like pawn endgames. Imagine the knights are off the board. How do you evaluate that? Winning for white. 2 versus 1 on the queen side. We saw that earlier in their first game as well. With knights on the board, it's a bit more tricky. You need to avoid forks, but ultimately the knights should cancel each other out and the white pawns should be running. He keeps going for this strategy. Win a pawn on the queen side, push those pawns and tie down the opponent's knight. That worked in game 1. Will he get a win again in game 3 here? Alireza, the knight landing on the edge of the board. It should re-centralize in a moment, but Arjun down at 1 minute. That just compounds the misery.
Yeah, that's crucial now. It's going to be 2.5 minutes, playing just over 1 minute for the conclusion of this game. Remember, especially in time trouble, anything can happen. This really is high tension, especially for Erigaisi. It might be savable, but I think we're talking minor miracles kind of territory now.
Only a miracle can save Arjun in this. You know, the clock down under 1 minute now. It's gone red, but it's the least of his problem. That knight attacking the a6 pawn ties down the black knight. The white king now has a clear path ahead. Go on those dark squares, walk up the board. It needs to be stopped. King e5, king d6. That would be game over for Arjun Erigaisi.
Yeah, this is just a mathematical equation. White has an extra pawn. That pawn is going to cost black the knight. And White's going to have plenty of pawns left to promote and end this game. For now, the White King's road forward is blocked, but 2 minutes, plays under 1 minute still. Alireza here has plenty of time to conjure up a new plan.
And the new plan would involve getting the king inside the action. That is what he wants. He tries it from another route. He gets the king closer to the pawns. And what Arjun is trying to create is a passer of his own. If that f-pawn gets one step forward, there will be counterplay. Good enough or not, nobody knows, but it will force Alireza to think.
Ooh, he walks forward with his pawns, Alireza Firouzja. He's calculated that his pawn is racing through. If the black knight captures, the white knight will be hitting the e6 pawn in the process. It just feels too slow. Arjun's lacking the time to give up his knight and remove the rest of the pawns from the board. He will not get those trades, not get those pass pawns that he needs to create counterplay.
Just too slow on that right side and too slow on the clock. Now under 25 seconds, Arjun Erigaisi, he's considering that resignation button. Or will he play on? Will he find a way to keep this endgame going?
Hopeless, there's too many pawns. He tries one last trick, his only trick remaining, but look how that black pawn is too slow. The black knight was hit, now a capture. It's 4 versus 1 in terms of pawns. Arjun moves across to hit that resign button. Alireza takes a second win in this match.
Fantastic job applying the pressure, getting that additional pawn and converting that pressure into a victory. Firouzja takes this game and he moves within a win of a semi-final victory and moving on to the grand final. Still all to play for, but 2.5 to a half is an extremely strong score at this point.
This has been a dominating match by Alireza so far with the white pieces. You know, Arjun had that one opportunity with black and he was completely winning. And I think that has a role to play here as well, what we saw him go down once again in the same opening and the endgame patterns from game 1. A knight in pawn endgame. Black's knight too far away, too passive. Knight takes pawn, it wins the whole house, and that was game over for Arjun. I mean, that's a 2-point deficit. For Arjun, there's nothing left to do, but with the white pieces, go all out.
So 2.5 to a half after 3 games in this semi-final. Will Firouzja be able to get over the line in the next game? Or are we going to see Arjun Erigaisi fight back for Gen G? Find out alongside us after this break.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
I love the public. You see their faces, they're surprised and they're happy and they're rooting actively.
Strongly agree. The times of Karpov against Kasparov matches, and it would be like the big like theater, like concert hall. And
there were stories of coins, yeah, like being dropped to the players if they played something spectacular.
I don't think it's just as honorable. I think it's honorable enough. Checkmating is probably cooler a little bit.
I love it, seeing your opponent getting ready to lose on time.
Honorable is a weird question. Time management should be a huge part of the game, but it shouldn't come down to pure mouse skills.
No idea what you're talking about.
I mean, I think once I'm done playing professionally, like, I won't pay attention to chess day to day.
I also don't know anything else, so I think I'll be in chess for a bit.
No idea. And I'll probably finally, return to Dota. Yeah. Okay, who knows?
At least for me, I think boxing is a clear no.
I'm not biggest fan of getting punched in the face.
I don't want to be punched in the face.
I like everything about it, but just the punching in the face.
If I'm participating, let's say, in chess boxing against Anish, I will take it.
Many are eager to chess box me.
When it comes to martial arts and chess, you can have a perfect match for 99% of the time. And then for 1 second, you lose your concentration and it's gone.
I don't really like boxing.
And I don't really like chess.
Different formats, it has their own beauties.
I think it's more fun, but that doesn't make it better.
I think in terms of determining kind of a pure skill in chess, I think Blitz is better.
It's much more clear who the best players are when you look at Blitz.
I think it's much more fun to play many games in a day and be able to erase any bad loss in a matter of minutes.
It's made it easier for fans to follow the games. It's also made it easier for young players to have the tools to be better quickly.
I think also when you see like Kasparov playing against Deep Blue many years ago, that was something that I think we assumed would be good for chess, but I think it actually killed a lot of interest at the time when he lost.
There's no advantage to having a huge team because everyone is more or less on equal ground.
In the movies you see that player is sitting with 3-4 coaches and they're all thinking on their position in human way. It's fantastic. But what Fabiano said also, it's true. So whatever you get something good, something also bad happens.
The evil bar, they call it evaluation bar, but I think it's evil bar.
Yeah, it's like one of those things from the devil, yeah? Like junk food, TikTok. Everybody enjoys it, but it's not good.
Anish's twits.
100%, 100%, 100%.
Welcome back to the semi-finals of chess at the Esports World Cup. I'm John Sargent, joined by Tanya Sachdev and David Triple Sandwich Howell. We're into the second half now, but it could go very much not the distance here. We are one win away from taking the entire semi-final. Firouzja leads 2.5 to 1/2.
Alireza Firouzja is flying away like a falcon in this matchup against Arjun Argaisi. Needs only a win in the next one. 3 games remain. For Arjun, the strat has to be clear, right? He's got 2 whites. One coming up right now.
Yep.
He has to win this one. There's no other way. This is a make or break for him. A draw does not suffice because he'll have a black after that. His plan, get a win right now, try to draw the next one, and then strike again. If this does not go Arjun's way, I think a draw in this one is as good as a loss for him.
Yep. Must-win scenario, you would think, at least for Arjun Erigaisi, and it's Firouzja who switches things up with a Petrov defense, a Russian defense. And it's something that we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament here in Riyadh. It's a quick trade, it's symmetrical pawns, and at least a much better start to this game for Firouzja than his previous black. Arjun needs to try something a bit special to imbalance things.
And that's because how badly it went in game 2, right? For Alireza Firouzja when he developed the other knight. And Arjun got exactly what he wanted out of the opening with that knight jumping forward. So Alireza already switching it up. We've seen this happen. Every time a player is up in a match, they choose the most solid line known to man against e4, which is the Petrov right now. And you see why. Look at the symmetry in the position. The pawn formation, the pieces coming off the board. There's only one open line, the e-file. You can expect a bunch of trades on that in the near future.
Now, on the one hand, being able to be so solid definitely helps Arjun's state of mind. It's relatively clear what the plans are. There's almost no chance he's going to go massively down on the clock. On the other, in a must-win situation, this is as good as Armageddon, as far as we're concerned. A draw in this match, and we basically think Firouzja will be able to walk it. So Arjun needs to find a way to win here. So he needs imbalances. He needs ways to make things more complicated. And I'm looking at the pawn structures here. I'm not really seeing much.
They don't exist according to me. I mean, in this opening, with this formation of pawns, the one line that's open, trades that are going to happen, I can't imagine Arjun trying to create something, but you know, we're Arjun. That's what we'll be talking about. H4 on the board.
Let's go.
Yeah, and I'll just talk a bit about the kind of history and reputation of this opening variation, this specific branch, at least, of the Petrov defense. It kind of came into fashion, kind of played by a bunch of Chinese players, including world champions, and it was known to be rock solid. The first few years of this variation, all the games ended up as a draw because the symmetry, the open file, the e-file, leading to all the trades. Then White was finding these ideas, parking the bishop in the center like this, trying to provoke a black pawn to f6, weakening the position. The white knights are poised to jump forward. There is a lot of attacking poison. For a couple of years, it was regarded as very nice for White, these types of positions. Not necessarily must-win situations, but you were playing risk-free, on the front foot, and it's only in the last year or two where black players have found antidotes. I think this move is known. He wants to attack a pawn. He wants to potentially remove that white bishop from the center. And Alireza, if he defends well, should be safe. But it is a big if. The white h-pawn marching forward. All of White's pieces much more active than their counterparts, so there's a little bit of hope.
Okay, so some very interesting counter-attacking chances on the board now. Both sides with knights attacking the dark squared bishops, but ultimately, let's not forget, the more we're able to navigate these complexities, the more we're getting rather quick exchanges of pieces off the board, and therefore reasonably quick resolutions to the game, which is not what Arjun Erigaisi wants right now.
But like you said, there is a small pull, right? We again see a lot of trades, the minors that have just come off, but the white rook just slightly active, more active than its counterpart. The other rook ready to come into the game as well. The white queen not only eyeing the king side, that 8-7 pawn, but can swoop over to any of the squares on the left flank and start putting just some questions, small questions to those pawns. I still think this is quite close to Alireza solving all these problems, but perhaps just the next couple of moves, he needs to be a little careful.
And he's known as a bit of a madman when he wants to be, Arjun Erigaisi. Just the fact that this is a bit of a slower position. Yes, it's small advantage White, according to our eval bar. I think it's the style of the advantage, the style of what needs to be done that might beg a few questions here. Alireza isn't entirely comfortable himself. There we see on the camera, a bit of a shake of the head. He doesn't like these positions where it's just about defense. If you defend well, you draw. He likes having that third result in play, that hope for a counterattack. So it's kind of neither side playing their brand of chess. Who will come out on top if they're both slightly uncomfortable? Very interesting to see the gear change from Arjun, as opposed to his previous White game where it was just immediate fire from move one.
Gear changes have been a theme of the Esports World Cup, right? And more than once now on this very stream, we've seen games drawn in one positions, lost from one positions, in the name of players who weren't able to recognize the need to shift gears partway through a game. So still a lot of twists and turns to come here. And that rook on e5, the h4 pawn preventing the knight coming into g5 in the future, the pressure on the e5 square, it's looking like there's a couple of questions to answer. Nothing super concrete yet, because at the end of the day, f7 just comfortably defends. But we're asking all the right questions.
Absolutely. I think he's going to keep the game going. And, you know, till there are majors on the board, till that H-pawn has a future of moving up the board, Arjun will try this out. I think adapting to the changing nature of the position is one of the hardest skills in chess. You know, what we call as shifting gears depending on what's on the board. Sometimes you're winning, that advantage is lost, and you need to know that you need to pull the brakes. But you overpush, you end up losing. So understanding those moments is something that the world's best players, like the two that we've got in front of us, are just so good at. And it's not an easy skill. We've seen how it plays, especially in a 10-0, where again, the mind shift is that much harder because you don't have enough time on the clock.
For sure, and that's actually what's making me think now, Tanya. I'm wondering, with so much time being spent by Alireza Firouzja and still looking visibly discontent at his screen, pulls out F6, rook e3 reply to almost instantaneously. If I'm Arjun Erigaisi now, I'm thinking, oh, I wish we had more than one pair of minors on the board because suddenly I could really use a 3-minute advantage going into the endgame.
And if Alireza Firouzja now goes on to lose this game, he's going to be facing the wrath of Ben Feingold in the studio, who says never play f6. Very weakening. And as you say, John, if there were an extra pair of minor pieces, white would have a huge attack against the black king. But for now, the black pawn on f6 controls the white knight. He needs to kind of accelerate the challenge now to the e-file. I'm expecting one of the black rooks to step across to e8, the black queen to move out the way. He's still holding everything together for now. It's still very unpleasant for Firouzja, but it feels like it's psychological more than anything. Position is fine, just about, but the clock, just, this is living life on the edge. 4-minute deficit, and the game is just beginning.
Yeah, it's really surprising. You know, when you make a committal move like f6 and your opponent makes the most natural move, which is retreating the rook, you need to have a response ready. You can't think once for that much time and then tank again on the very next move. To such a natural response with a big threat. The other rook comes to e1 and it's tough. Look at that. That's panic on Alireza.
Other rook moving across to e1 here. And we see Alireza's partner in the audience looking on.
He's got a sidestep with the queen. There's a big threat on the board. Rook takes knight. He needs to decide, but why is he taking so long for every single move?
That was almost a forced move there, given an exclamation mark in the end, but every move taking him longer than it should do. That was almost 20 seconds from Alireza. I think the main problem here is that he doesn't feel he's going to be able to amply challenge the e-file. If he gets one more move, the black knight is going to retreat to the c7 square and get some rooks off the board, but this might be the small window of opportunity here for Arjun Erigaisi to start creating some play against the black king. I'm expecting the white h-pawn to step forward. The white knight has a nice path into the f5 square. Still a lot to be done in order to create an attack for white, but the outline is there.
I have the question, though. The h-pawn can potentially progress. That gives the knight the path, like you say, but if black plays the knight to c7, there's a worry of an instant trade of all the majors. Yes, you had that pawn on h5. Yes, you've got those things going for you, but will the pieces simply get swapped off the board too quickly for you to make anything of it?
That's going to be the big question, right? Will black be in time? Well, you can get one rook off the board, but more importantly, will you be able to get the other rook? Or can Arjun Erigaisi use this tiny window of opportunity to either create threats on the right flank, you know, those knight jumps, or even use his queen to start attacking the pawns on the left flank as well. So there are ideas all across. Arjun's got time to figure this out. And this is the recognition of a critical moment. He realizes Alireza has a neutralizing plan. It's a move that's coming up next. You know, knight to c7.
Yeah.
He knows that this is the moment, that he has to find a counter to it. If he allows it without problems, Alireza will find a pathway to that much-needed draw.
Alireza Firouzja reminds me a bit in his mannerisms of Novak Djokovic. Sometimes there's a shake of the head, he looks like he's suffering, he's down at 30 seconds, then he goes on to win. Just like Djokovic, just holding his thighs, you know, acting tired, suddenly goes on to win. So I think the shakes of the head are deceptive slightly. He doesn't believe his position is too bad necessarily. There we go, dropping his knight back to initiate the trade of rooks. But it is this race, whether white can get to the black camp, get the white queen in, get the white knight in before all the rooks disappear, or it might just fizzle out towards a draw.
It's one of those champions mentality things. I think we see it with Magnus as well, and with Hikaru a lot of the time. When you see a lot of frustration and you go, well, hang on a second, why are you frustrated? They're frustrated because it's not perfect. It's like, I'm winning, but I didn't win in the way I wanted to. And that sort of mentality, honestly, it goes so far in the world of competitive sport. And this is maybe another example of it right here with Alireza Firouzja. So the other rook coming out now, and again, pieces starting to get traded off. What can we generate here on the part of Arjun Erigaisi?
Well, you know, if you've got your knight to h4, you better get it to f5. That has to be the plan in this position. And he's just calculating what happens because Alireza has done the defensive task, right? Ready to swap off the next pair of rooks. And he's figuring out, after rook takes rook, once the knight jumps in, where will the queen move? But he's got to do it quick because you have to play on Alireza's clock as well. Even if the position's equal, he's going to continue the game.
Yes, I think at one point Arjun Erigaisi in this game had a 4-minute advantage. I don't recall another time in the entirety of the Esports World Cup a player has had a 4-minute advantage. So that has more than half of that has gone now. So it's interesting to see what he's going to do to try and capitalize on it. So far, it's it did look promising, but I'm not sure this is enough.
Yeah, that's the big question. It looks very, very nice for white. At least minimal risk here. White knight more active, white queen more active. Watch out, big threat. The white knight wants to jump out the way with a check because the black queen is undefended on this diagonal. But yeah, the big question is whether black can set up the defenses in a way that there's no way through. The black knight likely to soon join the action, join the defense. The black king, black queen can both move right now. These positions are slightly unpleasant. They're not much fun for black, but ultimately they should be holdable. And as you said, Firouzja knows this isn't perfect. This is not how he wanted to make a draw. This is not how he wanted to survive this game, but he just needs to dig deep.
And I would imagine the problem is the creation of a second weakness or some sort of distraction. The queen and knight, the most deadly combination in chess, right? But with the pawn structures completely symmetrical and no other pieces on the board, you can't use any other pieces to create a second weakness or a distraction or a deflection. So there's very little either player can do in this case that can't immediately be parried.
The ammunition is little for Arjun, but it's still there, right? Like you said, the attacking possibilities on a tender G7 spot. Right now, Firouzja is using every single piece to defend. He brings the king to the center of the board, sidelining any of those checking ideas. You can still go for it because it's pretty fancy. You could give a check on h6. A knight cannot be captured because the queen is hanging. But what black intends is simply to slide the king over and want to offer those trades and make sure that the king is at the center of the board when the endgame happens. So a very tricky, resourceful way to fight against that idea.
Yeah, king centralized. King is a great piece in the endgame, and although the queens are on the board, the black king relatively safe for now. Next move, given just one more turn, the black knight will sit pretty on e6. Alireza still feels a bit restless. He's still kind of jittery up and down in his chair, but he's getting closer to the desired goal of holding this position, getting close on the clock as well. One move threat, the white queen steps forward, hitting a pawn, and defended. Here we go. Arjun's found a new angle to try and get in. The white queen on the dart squares might be sneaking behind enemy lines a bit later, but there we see Firouzja still with a shake of the head. This is puzzling. I think it's just not his style of position. That's what's making him feel most uncomfortable right now.
It's a maneuvering game for Arjun, but what has happened in return is that he sort of relinquished control of the E-line, right? Where now Alireza is looking for activity, looking for those infiltration squares, and it's amusing, actually, how both players are using the king to defend those key squares on that file. King F1, none of that queen coming in right now for Alireza. Is he going to offer a queen trade? He pushes the knight first. The knight h6 check. It can be given, but the knight will be stuck on that square.
It retreats instead, and now the big question is, can the white queen get in? It's looking in two different directions. The white queen wants to sneak in towards h6, towards b8, two different diagonals, both dart square centric there. But Alireza can shut the door on at least one of them. Doesn't feel like it should be enough. The bar says level, dead, equal, but Alireza continues to shake his head, continues to freeze.
He just doesn't like his position for a long time now. He's on this defense, you know, the clock's ticking low, and he knows that the questions lie ahead, and that's a big decision. You go up a pawn, but look at that right side of the board. All the pawns disconnected, white queen about to swoop in, attack both those pawns at the same time. This is a big decision with a minute and a half on the clock, and Arjun keeps surprising. He's not going for the pawns on the right side. The other flank swoops in with the queen, about to pick up a7.
Queen comes in, And the knight closes the door. So A7 is the pawn that's been offered right now. And we've got a little bit of counterplay on the other side of the board with H4 now being pushed by black. It was white to begin with. And now Alireza Firouzja tries to come up Arjun Erigaisi with these complications.
Firouzja just has to clarify things. It's out of necessity. He needs a perpetual check here. 1 minute plus. We've seen it do it before. But forcing the issue, ending this game within that amount of time when the opponent has 3 minutes, super difficult. So that's why he tried to dive in with his queen. Ultimately, no more checks. But the black H-pawn is an easy one to push. The only pass pawn in the position. This is the happiest he's going to have been in the last 15 minutes, Alireza. But is it enough to hold the draw 3 versus 1?
So time situation, 1 minute 15 now, plays just over 3 minutes. He's managed to narrow the time gap from that massive 4-minute deficit he had before, but still, when it comes to an endgame, Arjun Erigaisi has just under triple the time.
This is looking a lot easier now for Firouzja than it ever has in this game. You know, he has a direct path. He wants to keep pushing that H-pawn. Look at how beautifully his queen and knight are placed, making sure the activity of the white knight isn't there anymore because the king is pinned to it. So that just makes it so much more difficult. White queen unable to give a single check on the board. Every square protected. Just for black, you keep pushing pawns, you bring the knight forward when needed, the queen can now slide in, give a check from H3. It's like the worst is behind Alireza.
At least on the board, but on the clock, maybe that isn't the case. Again, a shake of the head. I mean, he should be jumping in with the black queen, giving a check. He should be leaping forward with the black knight. Maybe offer a trade. Just clear the board. Get a perpetual check. Push your pawn. It feels like he's not in the flow. And that's typical in chess, in a lot of sports. The closer you get to the finishing line, the more you tense up, the more nervous you become. That is a great move. The black knight threatening some nasty stuff in conjunction with its queen. I don't think white has time to go pawn hunting. The white queen retreats. This is Arjun curling up into a ball, just trying to prolong the game to try and win on the clock.
2 minutes and 5 seconds, plays 55. Alireza Firouzja under a minute now and under immense pressure to try and find a draw somewhere, somehow. Arjun Erigaisi placing a lot of pressure on the clock, but this is where Alireza shines the most.
And that H-pawn in a knight-pawn ending, that's going to do the talking. But the clock, 45 seconds. Can Alireza do Alireza things in this? Will he be able to hold this game, or will Arjun flag him?
Done the hard work, Alireza. He's simplified this equation. Only knights, only pawns. If he removes the 5 white pawns from the board, this game is going to be a draw. I'm expecting trades, some desperate lunges towards the opponent's pawns. The black king can activate itself soon. There we go. He advances. 38 seconds. Is it enough? We've asked that question so many times before. Normally, the answer is yes when it comes to Firouzja.
One of the few players who would answer that with a yes. King G5 on the board. Now it's less than a minute advantage to Arjun Erigaisi. The position absolutely level. The clock, his only friend, his only best friend in the position. A5, he's trying to create some chances on the other side. C5 will come next. The white knight moving forward. And look at that, Alireza, he's panicking.
I haven't seen him this indecisive in ages, Alireza. 27 seconds now, that time drifting away. And here, Arjun, his hand is forced. He needs to push those white pawns. He needs to hope and pray that one of them promotes to a queen. He can bypass that black knight somehow, but he's reluctant to decide. He's at the 1 minute mark soon. And here we go. Pawn trades. Who does that help? Alireza, is he going to be able to clinch the draw? Those 2 white pawns are going to tie down black's knight, but the knight relocates to try and grab on A5.
And the white knight moves back, trying to create a passer on the board, but that allows the black king to come back into the game. Is Arjun going to trade one more set of pawns to get that passer going? But will that be too few? And he does go for this idea. The black knight, the perfect defender.
It's getting so close now. The pawns are disappearing from this board. Alireza so systematically removing them. The white king deflected. Now the white pawn is about to disappear. 18 seconds, more than enough to hold the draw here. We're going to see the game end, and Alireza saves himself.
41 seconds, plays 17 at the end, but Alireza Firouzja able to secure the draw, and the match goes on. With that, he is now 3-1 up, and there is no margin for error left for Arjun Erigaisi. To take this match to Armageddon, he has to win every game from this point onwards.
That is pure relief for Alireza, a very difficult hole. But he just does it. He's a beast when it's 1 minute. He's an ultra beast. We've said it how many times when it's down to less than 15 seconds on the clock, he finds the best moves. It's like a new speed gets activated, a new player gets activated in him. Those cheat codes of how to play, the millions of bullet games that he's had, we're seeing all of that work out to perfection here in Riyadh. And again, a beautiful hole in a complex endgame. He gets the job done. Needs only a draw with white.
And despite really, really good pressure on the clock there, I don't think Arjun's going to be thinking the same thing. He's now used up his possibility for a draw. We were saying that was must win. Firouzja now just needs to draw a game to advance to the final.
I'm not going to write him off yet, Arjun. He's so dangerous, but you would think that he had these two chances. Both times he had the white pieces, Arjun, that was where he could have struck. He had a winning position in game 2. Game 4 there on the clock looked like he was so close. But then again, Firouzja better with 1 minute than most grandmasters are with 1 hour.
It's just incredible. I mean, what he's done with the white pieces in this match. But more importantly, also, offense, it wins your games. Defense, it wins your championship. Those two games with black, holding them together with difficult positions, equally impressive as his wins were. It's go time. This is it. Arjun Erigaisi, will this be his final game, or will he keep the hope alive?
Yeah, and there's a D-pawn opening, a slight switch up from Firouzja, not the exact same move order that we've seen from him so far today. And, okay, he goes more main line. It's a Queen's Gambit declined. No early trades, no forced draws in this one. And how will he choose to continue? I'm a bit surprised, Tanya. He's been so successful with white Firouzja. He just needs a draw. He's won both of his white games so far. To switch openings so suddenly when it's been working so well, why mess with a winning strategy?
Definitely a bit of a surprise. If it's a surprise for us, it's perhaps a surprise for Arjun as well. We saw Alireza with that thinking face in between games, trying to figure out what would be his approach. This also a pretty solid line. The Queen's Gambit declined is. And I think he just believes he doesn't want Arjun to be the one to spring that first shocker in, given the time. It's interesting what his approach here is. I'm equally surprised as you are, David.
Yeah. Very ambitious, I've got to say. Very confident move there from Firouzja to switch away from that Fianchetto, the kind of the Grunfelds, the King's Indians that we've been seeing so far, that he's been outplaying Arjun in. It's that simple. But this is still one of the main lines of the Queen's Gambit declined, as we see tension between all those 4 pawns now in the center. Maybe he's going to hope that they all get traded and we go to symmetry.
Now, we have seen, of course, in the Esports World Cup already, situations where, we just need to keep things as is, or we need to simplify, don't do anything drastic. But overcomplicating or overthinking has led to opportunities missed. This is just a change in opening. I wouldn't be as drastic as to suggest it's a mistake or anything like that. But do we think that Firouzja might be overthinking this a bit here? Should he have stuck to bread and butter?
Why fix what's not broken?
Yeah.
And it's tough to understand what made him take that decision to not Fianchetto his bishop, to not go for those Catalan lines that we've been seeing so far. But it is what it is, Something in his mind told him that perhaps Arjun will come up with these. Because in the Catalan, there are often these offbeat, less played ideas that Black also has that you need to be familiar with, not wanting to face that. This is what we have. This is his decision. But this gives Arjun some hope as well. There is asymmetry in the pawn formation. That pawn which was attacked needs to be defended right now as it is. I think we're going to see some central trades and potentially some weak pawns left behind.
Exactly. And we've been here before. We've seen players with white in situations where draw is enough. They play a bit negatively. They play a bit passively. Firouzja will be hoping to avoid that. But just looking at the clock alone, I don't think this has been a wise choice to switch away, to force yourself to suddenly come up with new ideas. Arjun didn't show that he had any ideas against the Catalans. He didn't have anything special, nothing active, aggressive at least. So why give him the chance here? It does look like Firouzja maybe regretting that decision. The clock, the heart rate, not looking good for him right now.
And that's exactly what's giving it away, right? If this was planned as some sort of finishing blow, or we're really going to turn the screw now and make sure that our opponent's just a little bit confused because we're expanding our repertoire, we're playing something a little bit offbeat as far as we're concerned, that would be fine. But Firouzja would have 9 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock right now, if that was true. It feels like he planned the opening couple of moves And the follow-up there, he's already nearly 2 minutes down on the clock, which is a little bit surprising.
This opening approach would make perfect sense if it was Alireza playing for the win, right?
Sure.
To switch things
Yeah.
up, to perhaps feel that, you know, he wants to try a new idea. But that wasn't the case. That said, so far things are going pretty well for him. You know, they say life makes sense backwards. Opening decision makes sense in hindsight. And what he has on the board, you know, now the knight attacking the black queen, which I think feels quite vulnerable. There are no safe squares. Wherever it goes, it's going to continue getting hit by the white miners.
Yeah, the last few moves, Arjun maybe rushing, maybe sensing that playing on the clock is a good bet for him. They have gone in Firouzja's favor, however, and there we see, as Tanya predicted, she guessed there that the miners hit the black queen. She's forced to retreat. This is why we say don't bring those queens out too early. I'm surprised he used this square. Now the white bishop is going to jump out and gain even more time. The queen almost trapped, unless you want an exchange. And Arjun, a bit of a shake of the head. I think he realized he just gave a move to Firouzja for free there. And now the white king can castle. White's position, 2 bishops, looks very healthy.
Super healthy. And look at that queen and knight that Arjun has, making it impossible for black to finish development. The bishop and c8 absolutely stuck. And as long as that bishop doesn't move, black's rook doesn't come into the game either. You know, this is horrible for Arjun.
With tempo as well, the queen being forced to move twice. I think the shake of the head was justified there. Trying to generate a little bit of activity with the knight jumping into d5. Idea, of course, being if you exchange, it buys you a little more space. But there are more lines for the bishops to use to come in and attack as well. So what's good for Erigaisi in this position is also good for Firouzja.
Yep, that black queen is not happy right now. She cannot move. So although the outlines of this position are fine for black, if you can imagine the queen's coming off, it's probably close to level, especially if you can force that white light squared bishop back. But that is still way in the distance. Suddenly switching angles, hitting the black pawn on h7. Yeah, huge threats, firstly of this pawn, and secondly of the dark squared bishop coming in to almost trap this black rook. Just dynamically, it looks like black is too slow. You need 2 or 3 moves, but you're not going to get them.
And that move doesn't help the cause of development. All of the army is offside here for Arjun, right? On that left flank, leaving the king alone. The rook, it can infiltrate on the 7th rank, pinning that knight on d7 as well. Doubling up on the e-file next. Arjun too far behind on development. Don't take your queens out early is the biggest takeaway from this one.
How quickly the tables are turning. We were questioning the choice of opening and why Alireza Firouzja was using so much time in the opening couple of moves. It honestly didn't look that optimistic, but another 4 or 5 moves later, some fantastic moves, knight e3, bishop b5, setting up the sort of position we have here. You can see Firouzja slowly starting to put Erigaisi in a bind. Not only is that bishop still stuck on c8, we've got invaders on the 7th rank already, and that was by the 20th move.
This just already looks borderline hopeless for Arjun. Just to point out a cool tactic, the move you want to play is to move the black knight out the way, but then the black queen is about to get trapped. You're almost immobilized here completely. And here, just to put it on the board, the analysis board, the green on your screen right now, if the knight goes to f6, rook to c7, game over. Look at this, the black queen, such a sad piece that she gets trapped, nowhere to go. You will lose yourself for, at the very best, a rook. And Arjun, if he can't move that knight out of the way, he can't develop his bishop, he can't connect his rooks. And yeah, this one, it's just hard to even find a move. In human terms, you're getting depressed already in this situation. You're starting to lose hope. He uses his queen instead. But this doesn't look great either.
You know what? Alireza is just very clear in his plan. He's playing against Arjun's development. He's making sure that that knight, that bishop, the black rook on the left side does not come into the game at all. And the last few moves have put that plan into perfect execution there.
Right.
Queen f6 hits the bishop, no biggie. Fall back with the bishop. You could also get active on that c7 square, which looks very juicy to land on, hitting on the b6 pawn as well.
Yeah, looks like a good move. The white bishop will retreat instead. It's still impossible for the black knight to develop, the black bishop to develop, the black rooks just stuck. This is horrible. This is torture. You can even take his time here, Alireza. The white queen, as soon as she enters the attack, it's over.
And he doesn't even have a pawn to show to the good for that.
Right, exactly. If you had maybe something, a little bit of counterplay, a pawn to show for it, some glimmer of hope that means at least you've got something to play on for, at least you've got something to play on, it would be a really different story, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
To suffer for, always. Yeah, he's just weakened his dart squares. That's a sad move to play.
Because there's nothing else to be done, right? The white pawn dominating the black knight, the bishop unable to move, queen d2 now hitting that pawn on h6.
Yeah, that pawn moves, but no dart squared control at all for black now. The white dart squared bishop is going to be the MVP as it snakes its way in. The black king, there's so many holes around. Already you can see the kind of makings of a checkmating attack.
That queen's about to come in, you know, the pawn that has just moved forward. Queen to h6, it lands there. Now Arjun comes in with a big, Alireza even comes in with a big threat. And I think if you have the opportunity, let's show that. There is a trap that is being set up. It was absolutely essential for Arjun to offer that queen trade. And Arjun is in a must-win position.
And let's show what would have happened to the trap in this position. If black does nothing, for example, then we would see the white rook capture this black knight, remove a defender in order to break through on the dart squares. The white bishop lands. The black queen now is skewered. If she saves herself, we would see a checkmate, the kiss of death, and the king would have been doomed. So the offer of a queen trade, even that not getting the desired result, but it was a necessity for Arjun Erigaisi. But look at this. A shimmy here, a sidestep, retreat. The white queen is going to go pawn hunting. Black's isolated pawn in the center is doomed. You can pick it off at will.
The big advantage on the clock from the beginning of the game is also all but eroded now as well. It's back down to under a minute as Arjun Erigaisi continues to struggle to find a way out of this conundrum. The rook lifted up to a7. At the same time, it means the knight's even more immobile than it was before. The h5 pawn had to come up because if you move the king up, suddenly that's another self-pin. That rook being on the 7th is so frustrating, so unbelievably binding right now that unfortunately, Arjun's sitting there effectively waiting, and that's a resignation. The position is so hopeless. There was no way out. A masterclass from Firouzja after switching up the opening and spending so much time on the first 10 moves. Well, look at what it's produced.
Unbelievable, a match in 5, and what a dominating performance this has been by Alireza Firouzja, getting those 2 wins, keeping everything under control, needing only a draw, going on to win this final round, forcing Arjun Erigaisi into such a hideous position that he had to resign. He will be a finalist. He is a finalist. He is the firebrand of chess, and he will fight for $250,000.
Team Falcons soaring here. Will he be meeting his teammate Hikaru Nakamura in the final? Will he be meeting Magnus Carlson in the final? Either way, Alireza Firouzja has earned himself a nice evening off. He's going to be relaxing, watching the other semi-final, and look at the smile break out on his face, maybe catching his partner's eye there in these stands. The support, all appreciated here.
An unbelievable performance from Alireza Firouzja in the semi-final. There was a stay of execution as Arjun Erigaisi was able to hold on in a couple of games there, but unfortunately Firouzja was just a force that was too strong on this occasion. An absolutely amazing bind in that final game, not giving Arjun any options at all, and the position just got more and more hopeless.
Now, you nearly never see a resignation with level material in top level chess. You nearly never see it in chess in general, but that was how dominant his final position was, and I was expecting a close match, I've got to say. Ultimately, though, it all came down to game 2 when Arjun couldn't take his chance. He couldn't convert his winning advantage. After that, Firouzja, flawless.
This is incredible stuff. He used the clock. He used every element in the position. He played not just the board, not just the clock, but Arjun's style as well. Combining all these aspects. Explosive, unstoppable today.
So, Team Falcons, the reigning club champions at the Esports World Cup, will have a finalist here in chess's first year in the competition. Let's hear what Firouzja has to say about that.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your first grand finalist, Alireza Firouzja! 4-1 against Arjun Erigaisi. Congratulations, you are in the grand finals.
Not gonna lie, man, those games, again, your time is an issue. But I mean, you pulled it off, you did it, you won with those games. You got big games tomorrow. I'm not gonna lie, you're either playing against Magnus or Hikaru. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, of course I prefer Hikaru because we will guarantee a Falcon win. So, yeah, I hope to see him in the final.
I like that. I like that. I want to say, like, because you faced off against Hikaru before, but do you think maybe there's going to be a little bit more prep that's going to go into it? You did take him down, and I want to say, like, when it came to Hikaru, he did have a couple of blunders when it came to his time management as well. And we've seen you come down to like 20, 30 seconds, but again, that's where you thrive. So is that going to be something that you're going to focus on as well going into the grand finals?
Yeah, I mean, it's much more games. I think it's 80 games or something, so it will be a bigger fight, and I'm sure he will prepare a lot. So, but first he has to play tonight. So
that's true. First, he has to take on the world #1. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time for your first grand finalist in the SNB Esports Arena, Alireza Firouzja. We now have one more semi-final left. Magnus Carlson versus Hikaru Nakamura for the spot in the grand finals. We'll be back in a few short moments. Studio, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm. That has got to be a good feeling for Alireza Firouzja. The roar of the crowd, and you saw the smile on his face there, Maurice. A 4-1 victory over Arjun Erigaisi. He's going to the grand final.
Absolutely, very thrilled young man. Pulling that off means so much to him. You know, you've been drafted for a team and you want to show I belong here and I'm going to rep my team. And now he's guaranteed them a minimum, I believe, of 750 points no matter what happens. And then you could also get the thou. You saw him call out for his teammate to win so that it's just them in the finals. So he's just thrilled. And the way he dominated this match was ridiculous.
Shows that his head is in the right spot too, right? He's coming off a big personal victory and immediately he's thinking about what's the right call for my team. I want my teammate there in the finals with it, but he does it in 4-1 fashion, Ben. We were expecting a battle. I'd say we got a battle, but maybe a bit more of a one-sided one.
No, there was a very one-sided match, and just like Magnus, Alireza, the only player in the tournament with no losses, and crushing Arjun Erigaisi, making it look easy. It's like the matches get easier for Alireza as he goes on. His strength is increasing. It's going to be tough final for whoever has to face him.
And what a way for him to show up to a tournament where there was so much talk about him, right? We put him in the top 3. That's already a huge expectation. The conversation around his speed. And yes, maybe he's getting low in a few moments, but as Ben just said, he's not dropped the game yet. So the time, while it's ticking down, it doesn't seem to have been too much of an issue.
Ain't nobody worried about this guy when he's down under 10 seconds. In fact, you might be worried even more so if you're his opponent because you know he's putting out move after move after move. It's instantaneous for him. He could make 10, 15 moves in 3 seconds. And maybe that's even a lot with all the pre-moves. So he was perfectly fine. It was the advantage of being able to defend. That second game that Arjun blew, Arjun should have won that game. I feel he was demoralized after that and also gave a surge of confidence to Alireza. Once he didn't lose that game, it looked like there was just no looking back.
I think that game 2 was absolutely the key of this match, and we'll come back and talk about that in just a moment, but we would be remiss to not get a word from Arjun Erigaisi as he steps out of the tournament here with a top 4 placing. Mike Klein standing by.
We're with Grandmaster Arjun Erigaisi, who will now be playing for 3rd place tomorrow. Now, in your match against Alireza, he won all of his games as white. But I want to talk about game 2, where you were better the entire game, but only managed to draw. Was that kind of the pivotal moment, not being able to win that game?
Yeah, I think that made a huge difference. Okay, game 1, he played well, and I lost. And yeah, game 2, if I had hit back, probably like it would have helped me with my confidence and help me play better in the 3rd game.
Yeah, he's known as a very resourceful player. Were you surprised that he was able to hold that ending in game 2?
Yeah, I was quite surprised, but I also have only myself to blame because I was so winning and I also had a lot of time. So I just rushed with this sequence when he took on A2. When I allowed him to take on A2, in the end I missed this knight G4 resource after which it is a deal.
And finally, you had probably the biggest support of any team here today. You know, your Genji was like all over, 25 people watching you. How did that feel to come out and see all of your teammates after the matches over on Stream B?
Yeah, it's very nice to have such support. It's a pity I didn't do well when they were watching, but yeah, it's nice to have that support.
Yeah. Well, you did well when they were watching your earlier match for today. Maybe you weren't aware they were there. We'll see you tomorrow. You're going to play against Hikaru or against Magnus. So I won't even ask you which one. No, it's going to be a big battle, but get some rest.
Thank you.
Arjun Aragaisi.
Arjun Aragaisi won't be able to fight for one of those top 2 spots any longer, but he does return to the stage tomorrow in our 3rd place matchup. He awaits his opponent, will be the loser of our next semifinal between Magnus Carlson and Hikaru Nakamura. But this is where I want to go back to the conversation about where it all went wrong, and we even heard him discussing that game too. Felt like the moment he had to strike back after taking the first punch in the bloody nose with the loss in game 1. It was his style of game, it felt like, Maurice. It felt like an Arjun Aragaisi game, and then it was like sand through fingers right at the end.
He played a masterclass. We're always in the back trying to guess moves. GMs are thinking, what kind of move would I play here? You guess one move, you guess another. And then he makes a move and you go, whoa, I didn't see that at all. And he just kept doing that again and again. Just a beautiful game. And because he had such a dominating advantage, he was up on the clock, on the board. It was so easy. That's when you relax. And that's when it happens. He relaxed, missed one move. These resourceful buggers, they find moves out of nowhere, and that's what happened. All his advantage got tossed away, and then his confidence went with it.
Yeah, it just felt like the entire energy of the series shifted in that moment, well in the favor of Alireza Firouzja. Ben, of course, he's going to have to step back on stage tomorrow to fight for at least a 3rd place. But our attention now turns to Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. This is a marquee matchup by so many people's standards. We'll come back in just about 6 minutes to talk about it. And until then, enjoy this commercial break.
I'm Nemo. I'm joined here by Levon Aronian, Super Grandmaster and current world number 15, also winner of the most recent Freestyle Chess Grand Slam. How does it feel to be coming off of such an important win and entering Esports World Cup like this?
Oh, amazing. I have a rush of adrenaline and I am ready to fight.
Levon, you're going to be fighting over this board, but blindfolded. So pick your blindfold. I'll ask you some more questions as we go. This is 3+2. Just let me know your moves. I'll make it for you.
Okay, perfect.
How many moves do you think you'll beat me in?
Last time I actually tried, it was very difficult because although we play with increments. So
yeah, it's increment. Yeah. All right, well, good luck. I'll start my clock. E4.
C5.
C5. Knight to F3.
Knight C6.
Knight C6. D4.
C takes.
C takes D4. Knight takes D4.
Knight F6.
6. Knight to C3.
D6.
D6. Okay. Bishop to G5.
E6.
E6. Is it different playing chess now that you're part of an esports club?
Yeah, life has changed. I mean, every day I wake up with joy in my life. Finally.
I love hearing that.
Finally, there is purpose in my life.
All right, queen to D2.
No, I really enjoy playing with the team, of course.
Love that. Okay, long castles.
Queen C7.
Queen C7. If you had to give yourself a percentage to win, what would you give yourself? H4.
99%.
99% to win? Team reject right now. Do you have any particular player that you're trying to beat? Like you have to beat them, no matter what.
I have to beat Anish.
Anish?
Because he beat me in qualifier, so
right.
Now it's time for revenge.
That's a good one. Anish, Levon's coming for you.
Bishop D7.
Bishop D7?
Right.
Not B, D7.
No, D7.
D7. Okay.
Dimitri.
Dimitri, okay.
You went knight B3.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go B4.
B4. So you're letting me take your A pawn?
Yes, please do.
Please do. Okay, that means I will not be taking the A pawn.
Why not?
I feel like the A file might be a little too open for that. F4.
All right. Leaving your G4 square to me?
Yes.
Entirely?
Yep.
Very kind.
How long have you been playing chess for?
Well, I'm 42. I've been playing since I was 8.5. What about you?
I've been playing since I was 3.
Wow.
So now 22 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Were you always struggling with notation, or?
Yes, I've always struggled. There's no notation on this, and I'm trying to think about questions at the same time.
Okay.
Sorry.
Queen to C5.
Queen to C5. Everyone's just roasting me today. It's fine. It's totally fine.
Knight to G4.
Knight to G4. Finally going there. Bishop takes E7.
King takes.
I'll go with E5. Do you think you have an advantage over the younger players with your experience, or do you feel like they might be a little faster?
They cannot be faster.
They cannot be faster.
They're only faster than mouse. Now I gotta be cautious here.
You have 37 seconds.
Oh my god. Okay. G6.
G6. Queen to F4.
King G7.
King G7. Knight to G5.
Rook HF8.
Rook HF8. Okay, Rook D2.
B takes A.
B takes A2. King takes A2.
Rook B4.
Rook B4. Queen to D6.
Queen C4 check.
Oh no. Oh no. This is looking a little rough. Oh wait, I have a fun move. Queen takes F8.
King takes F8.
E7.
King G7.
King G7. Queen E8 with the queen.
Knight to E3.
Queen takes E3.
A takes B.
A takes B2 with a check. King to B1.
Queen A6.
Wow. Oh wait, no, I have queen to H6 with a check.
King F7.
King F7. Okay, queen to H7.
Well done.
All right, good game. Thank you so much for playing. Oh my gosh.
It's so badly.
I mean, it was really not that badly, but thank you very much for joining us today.
Welcome back to chess here at the Esports World Cup and our Saudi National Bank match of the day. It's the world number 1 against the world number 2, Magnus Carlson versus Hikaru Nakamura. The winner of this will go up against Alireza Firouzja tomorrow in our grand final here on the Esports World Cup stage. But it's all about these two guys right now. Who's going to take it in a 6-game match here? We got the stats on the board, and actually, Ovi, I'm going to come to you on this because while everybody talks about it as this, extensive historical rivalry, when you look at it statistically, and I know Magnus kind of shares in this thought, doesn't feel like as much of a rivalry in some ways.
Yeah, the numbers don't necessarily track with Hikaru, but I can tell you, Hikaru is consistently chasing Magnus down. Magnus is vying for a tournament. Hikaru is always there with him. And Hikaru is consistently excellent. Let's put it that way. He's world number 2. He's such a good player. So he's definitely someone that Magnus, despite what the numbers say, can underestimate.
And I think that's the point, right? When you're talking about the GOAT of any sport, right? They're going to make most anybody look silly in that sport. So then you're looking at the guy who's just behind him, nipping at his heels and looking for that one moment where he's fighting finally going to overcome his demons and take down the likes of the number one?
Well, people like Magnus as champions, they like the challenge and they want the stiffest challenge. So if you're looking to play like a lower rated player, you might be thinking, okay, this guy, I'm just gonna sit, I'm gonna do my thing, I'm just gonna beat him. But Magnus will bring his A game against Nakamura. He knows I cannot just relax. I need to be focused. This is what I live for. The biggest challenger that I can get in somebody who's got the incredible bullet skills, who's got the experience, who's not gonna feel like he's under the lights and he's just suddenly gonna cower. So this is why Magnus is excited about this matchup, even though it's one-sided, and maybe that's why it's one-sided, because Hikaru always brings the best out of Magnus.
That's a very good point. And let's remind everybody he's going to have to bring his best because there's a lot at play in this tournament. Let's remind everyone the stakes, not just the prize money, but also the club championship points that can be earned here in our tournament prize pool. First, it's a top prize of $250,000 for first, $190 for second. If you were to win today, you guarantee yourself at least $190. You lose, then you're fighting in that third, fourth position. So falling as far as $115. Still an amazing payday, but not the likes of $190 or $250.
Yeah, I mean, $190, that's a lot of money in the bank, right? So it's definitely an incentive for both of these players. But you know what's more important? The gold, the prestige. They want to win this one.
They want the title, they want the plate, they want their key embedded in that trophy. They want to pick the fallen keys of their opponents, and they want to score the circuit points for their club. The teams that have managed to pick them up in the last few months and give them the support to step onto this Esports World Cup stage.
Let me tell you, they want bragging rights. They're sitting across from each other. They know they've got all that you just described on the line, but it's also mano a mano. You and me, buddy boy, you have this big stage and you get to take on your biggest rival. You don't want to screw this up. It's going to all fall away, all the lights, all the money. These guys are millionaires. They don't really need the extra $75K. They'll make it up somewhere else. But just being able to look you in the eye later somewhere and say, yeah, I got you, didn't I?
Yeah,
that's what they want.
Not just I got you, but I was the first ever Esports World Cup champion, right? We have to remember this is an inaugural event. You want to stamp your name on in history as being the first to do it. So now let's get down to brass tacks. Magnus Carlson, Hikaru Nakamura. I'm going to start with you, Yovi. What does the match look like? How does Hikaru overcome the world number one? Does he overcome the world number one?
I think it's going to be very close. Hikaru is a fantastic bullet player. He's a fantastic blitz player. He's also incredibly resilient. Magnus is definitely going to have to push him to the limit.
Can Hikaru do it?
I don't think so. I think it's going to be a great match, but I don't think so.
All right. Hey, the odds are stacked against him, but you would expect nothing less from the world number one in Magnus Carlson. Hikaru Nakamura, though, he has the ability. Will he show it to us here on the Esports World Cup stage? Let's get out there and let's get into battle.
The El Clasico, classic clash of titans.
Yeah, it is of course a super exciting matchup, the one we all have been waiting for, and it's always special to see these two face off against one another.
When you're playing against Magnus, he of course is known as the best player of all time, arguably. You have perhaps a little bit too much respect for him, and you expect that he will never make mistakes. The main thing for me, if I were to play him, is to be very aggressive and not sit back. I'll try to be very aggressive.
Hikaru is capable of beating anyone in the world.
Seeing Magnus versus Hikaru is a treat for absolutely everybody.
Whomever I face, I'll be ready.
The time is now! The two highest-rated chess players in the world battling it out at EWC. Who is going to the finals and who is going home?
A final before the final. El Chessico. And when I say that, you know exactly who I'm talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, our first contender, Magnus Carlson!
Versus Hikaru Nakamura!
the top 2 players in the world, but only one will rise above. Gentlemen, we don't need to ask you any questions. We will let the game speak for itself. Keys into the pedestals. Get yourselves ready in those chairs. The final showdown of the day is here. The match of the day is here. It's Liquid v Falcon. A battle on a personal level, on a club level. Here we go.
World number 1 versus world number 2. Club champions from the Esports World Cup versus the runner-up and a place in the final at the Esports World Cup 2025 is at stake. Magnus Carlson versus Hikaru Nakamura starts now. This is a semi-final to cherish.
Wow, this would be a worthy final as well, but this is where these two great rivals meet. They've got so much history, so much mutual respect. They've beaten each other time and again. They meet here in Riyadh, one of the biggest matches of the year for sure.
It is the iconic rivalry of modern chess, Magnus Carlsen versus Hikaru Nakamura. How many epic battles, finals we've seen them fight in all formats, classical, rapid, blitz, and this is the biggest esports stage. Only one will join Ali Reza for the battle for championship.
And I love this, right? It's the 3 players that we put down collectively as our favorites to walk away with the entire thing. Well, good news, everyone's correct. One of these 3 is going to win $250,000 and 1,000 club points towards the Esports World Cup Club Championship. That much locked in. The question is who now joins Ali Reza in the final?
That's the big one. And, you know, in this format, 10+0, yes, Magnus Carlsen has been the big favorite, regardless of who he plays, even Hikaru Nakamura in their recent matchups, taking those big wins. But 10+0, you know, Hikaru, what a beast he is when it comes to those time scrambles. It's anyone's match.
Wow, and already some early developments here, some early drama. Hikaru plays the double Queen's Gambit, where White's Gambit met by a Black Gambit, and we see a quick trade of pawns, the Black Queen coming out to the center. This one has an interesting reputation. Hikaru frowning there, looking up to the sky, trying to recall what to play next, but he's made this line his own. Has Magnus Carlsen done his homework?
This is got to be part of the prep here. Magnus, you know, he's got that time. He's got that push as well, regardless of who he's playing against. And I think at this stage, he's so motivated. Team Falcons have already landed on that final stage, right? For Liquid, Magnus is the big hope right now. He's not only fighting for himself. It's not only for his own personal glory, but he's fighting for his club right now.
Absolutely. I mean, the amount of prize money on offer for the club championship is huge. If Hikaru Nakamura were to win, guaranteeing Team Falcon's top spot because he would be playing against his teammate in the final. That is massive news for the club and massive news for Hikaru and Ali Reza, of course. That is just such a big, big part of the 8 weeks we spend here at the Esports World Cup. On the other hand, though, the mountain that he has to climb to get to that point is literally the largest immovable object in chess, and that, of course, is Magnus Carlsen.
It's a liquid mountain. How do you climb a liquid mountain?
Right?
It's going to be difficult.
It's not possible.
You fly over it like a falcon.
Exactly.
My feet are just getting wet. I'm going nowhere. This is terrible.
You have to hope it washes away. And here we see Hikaru Nakamura with an interesting pose, covering his face. He's awaiting a big decision from Magnus Carlsen. A pawn has been captured. Does Magnus want a queenless middle game? Does he want to take back with his queen or for a trade? Or more ambitiously, take back with the knight?
An early think there, decides to keep the queens on the board. Well, Black could still force the trade if you'd like to, if Hikaru wants to, by pushing that e-pawn, e5, driving the knight away. Queen takes queen to follow. We're going to find out about the mindset of these two players. Endgame approaching.
Great call there, Tanya. Forceful move from Hikaru Nakamura. He looks to the sky yet again. Often when he looks up like that, he's just trying to recall something he's seen before. And there we go. He blocks the most logical move with his bishop. We might see bishop trades. We might see queen trades. And quick liquidation of the opening here. Very interesting. It feels a bit cagey from both sides, like they don't want to take too much risk. Pure symmetry with the pawn structure. But maybe Magnus, slightly the more optimistic of the two, since the white dark squared bishop has more potential than its counterpart.
And we're seeing from both players at points insta moves, right? Trying to make sure that we preserve as much time on the clock as possible. Hikaru Nakamura down to 8 minutes 37 to Magnus's 8:16. So not a lot of difference, and both players really blitzing these moves out. They know how important having that time bank is going to be when we start having to make some really serious mid-game decisions.
And the queens are off the board, but still a lot left to play, right? You've got the two rooks, you've got most of the minor pieces, and interestingly, the way that Hikaru traded pieces, Magnus loses right to castle, but keeps the king in the center. Yet when knight d4 jumps in the air, it can't be feeling completely safe.
Yeah, not entirely safe yet, especially while the rooks live on this board. But then again, it is a decent reward strategy here to keep the king in the middle. It is close to a full endgame now. So the king, much more flexible when it can dart towards either flank. For Magnus, I would say this is his type of position. He looks very chill. Look at the difference in heart rate right now. It's literally 50 between them. That is huge. For Hikaru, I'm not sure whether that's nerve. I'm not sure whether that's just because he's been doing that walk-in out there in the arena. But it's him to move lower on the clock.
It's pretty high energy. I feel like if you walk out onto a stage with Tyler 1 and Sandstorm on it, and you walk off of it not feeling hyped up, you have to have ice in your veins. I've got no other explanation. So I'm sure he's hyped up from the start of the match. Now needs to calm things down, slow things down just a little bit. He's thinking quite hard on what these continuations should be, paying very, very careful attention to how we might be changing the structures going into this endgame.
I wonder if he'll make a small slight first repetition offer on the board right now by retreating that knight and eyeing the d5 square. He doesn't. He wants a fight. He first lines up the rook on the open line, but now that the white knight has moved and the defense of the d4 square is gone, knight c6, knight d4, we might see that happen.
Yeah, interesting. Hikaru, when we heard that soundbite from him earlier, he said he was going to be aggressive against Magnus. With the black pieces, I think we should kind of take that with a pinch of salt. A draw is always a decent result with black, especially while the scores are level, especially against Magnus Carlsen. But the aggression yet to be shown, that is the key. It's more from Magnus this time as the white knight jumps forward. First big threat of the game, the g7 pawn is hit, most likely to either move or be defended by black castling.
So at the moment, it's looking like black's wanting to be flexible, wanting to keep his options open. And Hikaru may be thinking, well, I can see a universe where my king simply steps up, the queens are off the board, it connects my rooks, and I'm also close to the center of the board, just like the white king. Do I want to be shuffling myself into the corner? There is the potential of trying to get a little bit of time, gain some time, grab a bit of tempo with that. But when you castle here, you're not exactly hitting anything, you're not exactly creating a one-move threat. So maybe it's not worthwhile, and g6 is just fine.
But that would create potentially long-term complications for black on the dark squares, right? Pawn moves you have to be so incredibly careful with. G6 is on Hikaru's radar. Pros and cons. You castle, your king goes to the corner, not ideal in the endgame. You want it in the center. You go G6, yes, you get your king at the center of the board. But what about white's bishop eventually landing on one of those weaknesses that have been created? On G5, on 8-6 eventually. And that's a pros and cons situation, and I think Hikaru's trying to judge exactly the path he wants to take between these two.
Yeah, he's spending a long time pondering over what to do next, though. And ultimately, he does play one of the two most natural moves there. He kicks away the white knight. Well, will the white knight jump, or does Magnus have other ideas in mind?
I just noticed the longer Hikaru thought on that move, his heart rate stayed the same, but Magnus's heart rate started creeping up, and he's going, hang on a second, what's Hikaru seeing here that I'm not? But everything is well with the position. We now see further pressure being applied on the knight on f6, and that move not liked very much.
Yeah, interesting, because that move does make a lot of sense. It just closes the door on the 6th rank. It looks like it covers some squares the white knight might have wanted to use with a check as well. But engines say no. That means there's most likely something a bit tactical here, something a bit forcing to give white a small advantage. Yeah, maybe we can jump in and investigate in the meantime.
All right, well, let's go ahead and take a look on the analysis board what this could be and why that move is being given a question mark. It's defending, of course, that rook on c6, the knight on f6, so it all looks very natural, but we've got the knight jumping into d6 with a check. And this is good fun. We're disrupting the harmony of the pieces here, because if you exchange this off, you can then take the black knight on f6. And a fun defense here, you can castle to get yourself out of trouble.
Wow, this has all happened, and the black king has castled. The white rook has slid across to the c1 square, but the white bishop that we just showed there on the green board. Okay, Magnus shaking his head, maybe missing something even stronger, but that white bishop is a beast, hard to get rid of. The black pieces do look a bit clumsy, so I'm a bit surprised Magnus shaking his head there. It looks like he's been playing very logical chess so far.
It still looks pretty good, right? As long as that bishop's there and you're not driving it away, you're feeling good about your chances. The black king tied up to some back rank threats as well. White can start advancing the pawns on that right flank, kind of build up on that pressure. G4, H4, H5, try to get some open lines. Imagine if the H file opens up at some moment. The rook will slide over. I'm already thinking about some checkmating patterns. That bishop on f6 is a monster, and Hikaru needs to get rid of it as quickly as possible.
Brings his rook across. That black knight likely to get kicked back. I think the most natural move in the position would be to force the black knight back out of the white half now by pushing the white a-pawn forward. But ultimately, you still need a follow-up. So Magnus, that heart rate definitely rising, getting a bit excited maybe. This opening looked innocuous, looked level, but Magnus really liking his chances. And interesting, pawn to g4, g for go, g for glory. He's trying to cement his bishop on the f6 square.
Exactly. I think the players' spidey senses tinkling, hearing what Tanya said before, how that bishop needs to be gotten rid of ASAP. Well, the best way to keep it there is to get a pawn onto g5 and really cement it for the long haul. So we're playing the long-term positional chess here, and another problem to solve.
G4 for the score. You know, you not only keep that bishop solid, I'm also looking at the H-pawn moving up. Imagine if the H-line opened up for that white rook. Right. Again, that bishop on f6, such a monster. The knight jumping onto d5 at the right moment. The queens might be off the board, but there are still attacking possibilities here on the black king.
Yeah. Definite possibilities.
The knight back to a6. The computer may be thinking there are better options there, but you can totally see the plan, because it can go via c7 to e8, presumably, to try and get rid of the bishop. You can instantly see what they were thinking.
Yep, and Magnus's move given a question mark this time. The white rook, very interesting, it chooses that square where the black knight can continue to harass it. And Magnus now has a decision to make. Does he go back the whole way where he came from? Nope, he stops one square short. He's getting ready to double up those rooks, but look at this, the rook's now lined up. The black bishop wants to reroute, wants to skewer those two white rooks, and the white bishop hit in the process. I think this is a critical moment, something that Magnus might have underestimated. That was why the question mark appeared a couple of moments ago. And look at this, the white bishop hit. If it does retreat and capture a pawn, the black bishop steps across, and the only way to block the diagonal of the white rooks is to push a pawn forward, and now black plays the move f6. The white bishop forced to give way. If it now, for example, steps forward to the d6 square, there would be further tactics. Rook takes bishop amongst others, and let's just show at the very end, the black bishop would hit the two white rooks simultaneously. Magnus wanted to avoid this, hence why he's pushed his pawn forward in the game. And the tension continues. Hikaru, can he trade off that bishop? Can he seek safety with all of these exchanges now?
That will be the big question. And, you know, Hikaru doing what needed to be done. Get rid of that monstrous sniper on f6 right now. Magnus declines it. He also declines a repetition with that last trade. You know, he does control a very important D-line. Notice how Magnus's knight stops Hikaru's rooks from coming into the game. But there's nothing that's going to stop Magnus's rooks from getting into that 7th rank activity. And it might look like balanced material. You know, this position should be edging to the draw, but Magnus with the push. Knight takes pawn, a big threat.
Yeah, a bit of a miss. Apparently, the white rook could also have stepped forward to d5, hitting black's central pawn, which looks almost isolated by now. But Magnus, he's been upping the speed. He's been wanting to keep his extra minute on the clock because he knows it becomes a bit more random if the clocks tick down. For now, white's knight trying to jump in. It's grabbed a pawn. It looks like it's almost trapped itself, but question mark given to Hikaru's move this time. That looks like a very natural move. And now this is the key. A white rook sidestep. The white knight is actually going to use the c8 square to escape. bit of a smash and grab there. He's won a pawn in the process.
Yes, indeed. And Hikaru is going to be wondering, hang on a second, what went wrong that allowed me to go a pawn down in that position? That's going to be really frustrating for him to have to deal with. The knight also a little bit offside on a7. Not ideal for Magnus, but while he has got that problem to solve, the material advantage could end up speaking volumes in an endgame where Magnus is just under a minute up on the clock.
And Hikaru realizes that this has gone completely out of control. The biggest mistake against Magnus Carlsen, trading queens. You get into an endgame and Magnus's super beast mode gets activated there. This is vintage Magnus out of a position that felt like there was very little to play for, but move by move, improving every single piece, getting that G-pawn up the board, now up a pawn. This feels like it's going to be a technical grind, something that no one does it better than Magnus Carlsen.
Exactly, huge advantage for white. It's an extra pawn, but the computer says it's an even bigger advantage at the +3 mark. That is huge, and it's because the black knight looks nice and pretty, but can be destabilized because the base, the protector, the e5 pawn. There we go, Magnus was hitting it. He might even try and trade off a set of pawns now, getting closer to his goal. Hikaru, he said he was going to be aggressive, ultimately with black, trying to be too solid. It's backfiring, it's backfired before. Magnus, can he close this out now? Dodging any checks. Hikaru fighting hard, but lower on the clock as well on the board.
And the pawns are beginning to look less and less harmonious as the game goes on, needing to push some additional pawns in order to maintain the stability. And unfortunately, it means we're scrambling to defend instead of going on the offense, which is ideally what you would have wanted to do. So struggling all round at the moment, and Magnus Carlsen starting to turn the screw.
Magnus is up a pawn, and he's the one who's putting the pressure. That pawn could not have been captured. White would have gone f4 in that position, gotten the rook into the game. You look at Hikaru, the shake of the head is back. That is not a happy Hikaru on the camera. He knows that he needs a miracle to survive against the world #1. Magnus, is he going to go all out? Will he get aggressive? He does it. F-pawn goes forward. The rook about to swoop in. He first attacks black rook on h4, and he's surprised. Did he just forget about the f4 pawn?
Magnus, I think, had pre-moved or almost pre-moved. He was ready to block a check by dropping his knight back, and he's lucky, Magnus, that this is still very good. The computer says +4 still, but I think he hallucinated. He thought the black rook was going to come one square further down, and he dropped his knight back to block this check. He saw the black rook moving. He assumed it was that check. That was the only move he was considering, but the knight block happened anyway, so he's forgotten about this pawn, but the black rook there is actually trapped.
Yeah, he's not taking it, is he? He's going into a bit of a think, is Hikaru Nakamura, and as much as he would like to take it, that is very, very few viable squares. This is awkward as heck for him right now. I don't know. What is going on?
And what a miss by Magnus there. You know, he's still thinking about it. He sort of almost pre-moved this idea. He could have just gone in with the rook. That pretty much would have been match over, game over. Grabbed that pawn on b7, pushed his own pawns. But instead, thinking that h4 square was actually the h3 square, giving a check to the white king. But Hikaru, he still can't grab the pawn on f4. It is still completely winning for Magnus. And I think he knows it.
If you're judging this game by the facial expressions of both players, they both seem disappointed with themselves right now, but for very, very different reasons. And it's rook g4 that ends up getting played.
Hikaru, his eyes were looking up. That's either at the clock or at the resign button. The white rook is coming in. The black rook takes that pawn anyway, but now white goes pawn hunting himself. 2 pawns to 0 on that left flank. They're going to stream forward now. There's even some flashy tactics. Rook takes f7 is a check to try and trade the rooks off. There we go. Magnus takes it. A knight fork incoming. It's going to be a knight endgame. We've seen a few before, but 3 versus 1 in terms of pawns. Hikaru is done.
Resignation. There we go. Magnus Carlsen wins game #1 of this unbelievable semi-final. The top 2 players in the world battling it out. We do have a decisive result in game 1. And what an interesting way to get to it as well. We had a bit of speed chess at the end, some pre-moves, maybe a couple of chinks in the armor for both of these players as they made some inaccuracies, but ultimately it was Magnus of Team Liquid who was able to build on those small advantages and start the avalanche.
It's unreal how easy Magnus made game 1 look. From the very start, from the opening, you know, the queens come off the board and you think, this one will fizzle out. You know, it's Hikaru Nakamura, one of the absolute best in the world. How can Magnus create something? But it's Magnus Carlsen, and he does. He did have that miss in the end, but finally, prevails, get that win in with a beautiful stunning sacrifice, gives up the rook only to pick up Hikaru's rook on the next move. Look at the number of pawns. 3 extra pawns in game 1. That's 1 extra point for Team Liquid. Magnus Carlson on the lead.
So a 1-0 advantage. Now, a reminder to everyone who's tuning in now, who maybe was watching yesterday, for example, this is a best of 6. So we have to get to a score of 3.5 to get the victory in this match. It is 1-0, very much early days and plenty of opportunity for Hikaru Nakamura to bring things back. But first blood goes to the world number 1.
This next game is key. We saw it in the other semi-final. Alireza Firouzja taking the lead in game 1. The second one, though, he was on the brink. It was almost a comeback from Arjun Erigaisi. The comeback never materialized, and it proved to be a very one-sided match. This next game for Hikaru means everything. He promised he would be aggressive. He needs to back it up now, needs to show it, and he still has chances. It is a long match, but it all starts here.
It's absolutely imperative that he does that. You know, against Magnus, if you have to beat a guy like that, you need to pull him into those kind of positions. You know, Mikhail Tal's famous forest of complication, 2 + 2 = 5, the path out wide enough for one player. That is where you need Magnus Carlson, where there's opportunities for both players to go wrong. You go into a strategic positional endgame grind, you're not surviving that against Magnus. No. So how will Hikaru make this aggressive? It starts with, I was going to say a Queen's Gambit decline, but we do see some trades in the center.
Yeah, he started with the Queen's Gambit decline, then he kind of accepted the Gambit as soon as the Catalan appeared with the White Bishop standing on G2. Now Magnus trying to clear the center. You don't want queens off the board. If you're Hikaru Nakamura, he's learned that lesson in the previous game. So will he be finding another solution? The White Knight can develop to F3 as well. They still will transpose, most likely, to some well-known opening theory. But most importantly for Magnus, he forces Hikaru to pause first.
Yeah, already having a little bit of a think, going down to just over 9 minutes. This is move 5 here. So interesting that Hikaru spending a bit of time to decide what might serve him the best in this game. He wants to strike back immediately. He wants to be aggressive. We heard that from him in the interview. He's not interested in hanging back, biding his time. He wants to be as aggressive as possible. Queen A4 on the board.
And the bishop blocks the check and plants itself on a really nice square, challenging that Catalan bishop. More trades off the board. Happier will be Magnus Carlsen. But it does come with a pawn sacrifice, a temporary one.
Temporary one. Will we see that sacrifice accepted? We do. A trade of bishops. Hikaru goes up a pawn, but this is only very much temporary. Black can win the pawn back in multiple ways. And let's see. One of the ideas here, a check, first of all, hitting the white king. If this is blocked by the white knight or the white bishop, then the black queen can recapture on c5. I think this is the most pain-free variation, and very tough to imagine anything going wrong for black here. It's symmetry. We saw what happened in a symmetrical endgame in the previous encounter. Very, very surprising that Hikaru has allowed this. Magnus actually goes for a different path, but same idea, to get the queens off, to win back the c5 pawn.
I have to say this hasn't been an opening success for Hikaru in any imaginable way. Yes, you win that pawn for just about one move. Magnus playing super actively. You take that queen, the knight would have jumped forward, threatening some deadly forks on c2. c5 pawn about to be lost, which can now anyway be picked up. But Hikaru setting up an idea, attacks b7, and Magnus continues to chase for that endgame.
So consistent, so effective from Magnus Carlsen. We know his match strategy. He wants the queens off as soon as possible, as easily as possible in every game. He won game 1 with the queens off, and Hikaru here struggling to keep those important pieces on. No aggressive chess without those queens, unfortunately, especially with the symmetrical pawn structures. There we go. At least this last move from Hikaru showing his intentions.
He wants a fight. He wants a middle game. He's saying, maybe there will be an end game, but you'll have to sweat for it a little bit. And that's a good sign. But I'm not liking the position as it exists. For white, it just feels like you're a little behind in development right now. Black's rooks already connected. The bishop knights playing beautifully. Meanwhile, for Hikaru, bishop on c1. Rook stuck at the corners of the board. Right. One move away from castling, a couple of moves away from completing development. This has to be advantage black.
When you castle, you don't actually have the fianchetto bishop anymore either. So you've just played g3, and you're struggling for development. At the same time, we've got a3 and the tempo 1 against the black queen. So Hikaru's going to be able to buy himself some time to complete some much-needed development. You know, where do his pieces need to live?
It's difficult. Especially for the dark square bishop here, Tanya.
Absolutely. And I think he's trying to get that dark square bishop to Fiancato itself on b2, get that b pawn rolling up the board with tempo. It is early days in this match, I know, but I think this has the makings of a mini match. If Magnus, with the advantage, the piece flow that he has, he's able to create something. I mean, a 2-point deficit is impossible to come back from.
Yeah, if Magnus wins this one, Hikaru, his head will be down. I'm not sure he'll believe anymore. I think a draw in this one for Hikaru is not the worst result. At least then he'll get on the scoreboard, still plenty of action ahead. Small advantage, very small advantage now according to the eval bar for black, but at least white's king can castle. As we said earlier, it's just the Catalan opening, a very healthy opening, but without white's beautiful bishop on g2 and without black's problem piece, the problem child of the Catalan opening, the bishop on c8. The fact that Magnus has traded, just like the previous game, the fact he's conquered the open d-file bodes well for him. Still level on the eval bar, but Hikaru needs to do some damage limitation.
Both players know it as well, of course. A Catalan, but a better version as far as Magnus is concerned. They will have to put that out of their heads. Hikaru will have to say, well, okay, that's great, but what's the objective best move here? Where should my pieces be considering? I don't have that light squared bishop anymore. What different combinations of pieces, what different possible attacking setups can I employ now that the composition of pieces on the board is a little different to what I'm used to?
This is a dream Catalan for black. You know, you've gotten rid of that most important Fiancatoed bishop on g2. Your own problem child gone. The c7 pawn, which is usually one of the big problems for black, a weakness to target, that doesn't exist on the board. And I think to answer your question, Hikaru does want to Fiancato his own bishop on b2. He first had to defend his knight from the attack by the black rook. So bishop is headed to that longest diagonal.
This is the best position he's had since move 5. Hikaru Nakamura, the white knight, at least finding a good square. The black rooks look decent, at least they will do. The other one likely to land on c8, but the white bishop, that was the problem piece. It is developing. So very much a level position now. Hikaru, definitely the last 5-6 moves have gone in his favor, I'm going to say. He's been able to not allow Magnus to land any concrete punches. And, okay, still plenty of game ahead. If the queens come off, though, I'm expecting Magnus to try and trade queens in the near future. Still should be safe enough for black.
And I want to point out a little bit of a psychological warfare. You know, we've set the stage for what's at stake for these two players, that grand final spot to fight against Ali Reza. But for Hikaru, it feels like in the recent past, there has been a mental block playing Magnus. Just simply because the results, the way they've gone. You know, Magnus coming on top pretty much in every single final of theirs. And that's very tough to fight when you've got those ghosts to deal with. Not only are you playing a beast across you, you know, you're playing one of the greatest players of all time, but you also have this psychological battle with yourself that how am I going to win? Because I haven't won in a long time against this guy.
And you do have a little bit of weight of expectation when it comes to a format like this one, because Hikaru Nakamura, a speed chess specialist, arguably the player everybody wants to beat, Magnus included. Magnus sees Hikaru as his nearest competition here, and we're in a format where we don't have the luxury of increment. It's 10-0, it's cutthroat. Hikaru thrives in such environments, so his pressure to beat Magnus under those circumstances can only be higher than normal.
Yeah, definitely. And there we see Hikaru, according to the eval bar, taking the advantage for the first time. I'm really shocked that Magnus allowed this white knight to jump. It's tying down the black rook now to a pawn. That black b pawn can never really move for want of allowing the white knight into a beautiful square on c6. Maybe it's not nothing too special here, but it does feel like a step in the right direction for Hikaru.
The last few moves by Magnus have been incredibly cagey. You know, falling back with the bishop where potentially he had a more active square. And now going into this slightly defensive setup with his rook as well. That knight on d5 looks beautiful, but at any moment that Hikaru chooses, it can be kicked back from the board. Hikaru also has the plan of just improving the position of his king. Meanwhile, for Magnus, is he going to do the same? Get his king up. How does he make progress? Hikaru's chasing that pawn, forcing the move b6, which would allow the knight to jump in.
Fair play to Hikaru. He's outplayed Magnus completely in the last half-dozen moves. Magnus with a little bit of a shake of the head. It will be forced. There is too much pressure on the b7 square. And just to show if the pawn does push, very likely to be Magnus's move, then the white knight is in. And we'll see it now on a light square that cannot be challenged. It's going to be backed up by a white pawn as well. that is going to be a real nuisance for Black to deal with.
Hikaru fighting back here. He's also now ahead on the clock. Not by much. It's about 20 seconds, so we don't read too much into that just yet, but he's on the good side of level, that is for sure. He's got the initiative. Magnus is responding to the agenda set by Hikaru as opposed to the other way round now. So there's a bit of a momentum shift in this game, and as we know from the Esports World Cup so far, momentum so often means so much.
And it's reflected in the graph you see at the bottom of your screens. The graph has been up and down. We saw some black dips, but it's going up in white's favor. And can Magnus stem that tide? Can he break the momentum? Not easy. The white rook just wants to slide into the corner now, into the A8 square, pick off a pawn.
That's a big threat, and you know, momentum really is everything, especially given this time control as well, the confidence. We were talking about the mental block. If Hikaru is able to strike, you know, in a position that would be considered Magnus's strength and endgame, that breaks that immediately. Absolutely. You know, you're right back into the fight. So this is a big key moment for the entire match to play out. A draw would not be a disastrous result, but a win would be everything that Hikaru needs, not just for now, from a long-term perspective in this epic rivalry.
And it's going to give Carlsen pause as well if Hikaru comes back and dominates the rest of this game, for example. So Carlsen very much on a mission now to not salvage anything, because at the end of the day, this is not won or lost, but the momentum is shifting out of his favor.
And Magnus is reacting. You can tell he hates it. If Magnus was playing from the white side of the board, you know, we'd be saying this is over for Black.
Yeah, exactly. That is fair. I mean, Magnus is very good at finding small advantages and going, don't worry, this is just a big advantage that I haven't watered enough yet. Just give it a couple of dozen moves, and this is basically a one game. There is no player on earth that I think we can be more certain making that statement about in a game than Magnus Carlsen. But right now, the boot's on the other foot.
Yeah, and do you know who the second best player at grinding out these slightly better endgames is these days?
David Howell.
Exactly.
I wish.
He wrote a book on it.
Grind like a grandmaster.
No. I would say Hikaru is the world number 2 at grinding out these small advantages. He's kind of learned from Magnus. I mean, we've all been watching Magnus's games for so long. He's
3.5 minute gap.
Ooh. But yeah, he's learned from Magnus. He's applied the Magnus pressure onto the world number 1 himself, and question mark given to this last move. The white rook can still slide into the corner. The white pawn can kick the black knight out of the middle of the board. So many tempting, forceful moves here.
You can just win a pawn by doing that, right? That knight is a defender of the b6 pawn. Hikaru is about to go up a pawn in this position if he goes e4.
Wow, it's that simple. I didn't expect it. But you're right, Tanya. Pawn to e4. Maybe we can show this on the board while Hikaru thinks he can win a pawn by force, and decisive advantage potentially. He actually plays this move, and now go pawn hunting. Rook takes b6, and we can show the plan over the next few moves. The white king will try to centralize. The white knight might even come up to the b8 square and pick off the remaining black pawn on a6. This one looks like a matter of time. We've seen it a few times from Alireza Firouzja. 2 versus 1 on the queen side. Pawns marching forward. This is winning now for Hikaru.
He does it. He goes for it. Hikaru with an extra pawn, with extra time, 1.5 minutes on the clock to boot. But he has to finish this job off. He cannot let Magnus off the hook in this one.
Yeah.
This is the biggest opportunity, and you get them far and few against the world number 1.
If he doesn't convert this, Hikaru, it's going to be similar, I feel, to the Firouzja against Arjun match, where a big missed opportunity was the only opportunity for Arjun.
Right. And that was that proved to be, if we're being honest, that was the pivotal moment in that match, right? It was all one-sided as far as the scoreline was concerned, but the story leading to that scoreline, so much of that hinged on that very, very important moment that we got to bear witness to. So potential similar turning point here as Hikaru tries to convert this position against Magnus.
Hikaru has to let Magnus not get into his head right now. You know, he has to be the monster that he is himself,
yes.
The world-class player that he is himself, the world number 2 that he's been for so long, the absolute best in the world for so many decades, and believe that he can do this against Magnus, because this is when the nerves set in, right? You're going under the 4-minute mark. You know this has to be winning, but it's not over until it's over against Magnus. He will try to make this as tricky as possible. You have to beat him, not in 3 phases of the game, not only in opening, middle game, and end game, but every move of the game.
Here we go. The black king retreats all the way home to try and kick away the white rook. The black bishop now also steps out of the attack. The rook does look slightly clumsy, White's rook. It's very active, but can't move to too many better posts. The White king, for now, can't enter the action, can't enter the battle. You need that second front. You need a second way in.
Where are we going to find that? Maybe rerouting the knight to d5 or f5, I suppose. But all of these things, it's tricky to step back and say, I need to do something that takes 2 or 3 moves when you're in your opponent's face and it feels like every move needs to be some sort of counterpunch. I don't see a one-move counterpunch on the board right now for Hikaru Nakamura.
I don't think that exists, and maybe it's not necessary. He needs to maneuver around, improve the position of his pieces like you mentioned, but also keep advancing those pawns at the right time. And Hikaru here goes for a very direct line, but was that a bit rushed by him?
I really don't like that decision from Hikaru Nakamura. He's rushing things, definitely. Look at this, the white pawn that he advanced. He suddenly made it weak. The white rook, unstable. The white pawn on b5, dropping. There are some tactics in the air here, and it does fall on Hikaru Nakamura's shoulders to find something before it's too late, before the advantage fizzles out.
Well, there we go. Well, knight b6 check was played. I thought maybe we would get a bishop taking on e5 there, but he's obviously seen that and chosen something else instead.
Yeah, and maybe we can talk about this, because if the bishop is captured, knight takes pawn would have been a fork, hitting the king, hitting the rook. He ultimately didn't play this move because if the bishop had taken the pawn, the black knight would have taken on b5, and half of White's army is hanging. Maybe rook to b6 here would have maintained the advantage, but Hikaru has gone a different way instead. It's not the e-pawn that drops off, but here if we go back to the game, Magnus has a bishop hanging loose on d6 almost. The black rook on d3 protects it, but still given a question mark. How can Hikaru maintain his edge?
But now Hikaru is the one who's under 2 minutes as well, right? Magnus up on the clock there. So Hikaru feeling the pressure. Is he going to try? And you know, that expression by Hikaru, we've seen it before against Wei Yi as well. When he starts, when the panic sets in, when the realization that the opponent has counterplay comes in, Hikaru, he needs to keep his nerves. King d7.
Magnus has blundered. Bishop to b4 now.
Oh, wow.
Moving the bishop across would have been a winning move. The black knight would have been under too much pressure. He misses it, Hikaru. We've repeated the position. He can go back and find it again. Will Magnus blunder? It's a second opportunity. He needs to find this move, bishop to b4, and then he will be taking the black knight and winning this endgame. But Hikaru's panicking.
Cannot repeat.
1 minute.
He goes for a draw or he goes to win.
He needs to play this move, bishop to b4. He needs to find it to strike back in this match.
But look at his face. It's almost like he doesn't see it. I think he's about to repeat. Hikaru, don't do it. Don't do it. This is your chance.
Play on.
One more win. A one more win for Hikaru Nakamura.
Black can save a bishop by taking this pawn. There will be a trade. The white rook, though, is going to go grab everything. That will be a winning endgame, an easy win for Hikaru. He's running out of time, though.
And the more he thinks, the more I feel he's going to repeat. And that's it. The game ends in a draw instead of the winning move. Hikaru bails out. Unbelievable.
A draw by repetition in a position where a winning move was available. Dramatic scenes here at the end of this game. And that means, as far as the match score is concerned, it's 1.5 a half. Advantage. Carlsen. Magnus has got to be thinking he was left off the hook there.
Hikaru here is analyzing on chess.com where he made those mistakes, where he let the win slip. He's actually come back to an earlier moment, not the final position. He should be analyzing that one, but then we will see a huge reaction from the world number 2.
I think it's about to happen. He's checking the game. When he reaches that moment, as he sees this game being played out, and he doesn't, he's getting set for the next one, and maybe that's a good thing, because that would have been heartbreak for Hikaru Nakamura.
Wow, bishop to b4, we pointed it out, and in this action replay, he just had no time, Hikaru, around the 1 minute mark. He panicked, repeated the position for a third time. He let Magnus off the hook here. Magnus with a fist pump when it ended. That reflects everything.
Yes, it does. And Nakamura there, I do agree with Tanya. I think it is a blessing that Nakamura maybe didn't look at the final position and that he had a winning move there and repeated moves instead. Not having that hanging over you actually helps you reset in time for game number 3.
It's what he needs to do. Magnus knows he's survived a scare. You said it. Storyline of the Arjun Aragaisi versus Ali Reza matchup. Arjun winning in the second game, lets it slip in those final moments, ends in a draw, goes on to lose.
Right.
This is a game that will come to haunt Hikaru.
I think when when all is said and done, if Hikaru Nakamura revisits that game in detail at some point and spots that at the very end there was another resource, well, that will come back to haunt him, but we think it's not even in his mind right now. He doesn't even need to forget about it because he was looking at the middle game, and that's a good thing for him right now as we blitz our way into game 3 of 6.
Wow, Hikaru Nakamura, he's gone back to his childhood favorite with black, the King's Indian defense. He used to play this every single game against D4 up until he reached the upper echelons of chess, and it was so effective. He took down so many world-class players. He was known as an attacking genius because of this. But he's gone away from the King's Indian in recent times. The fact that he's played it now shows he wants to be aggressive, he wants to be on the front foot, and he smells blood.
Going back to his roots, Hikaru Nakamura, this promises a mega entertaining fight. And the other big expert of the King's Indian defense is none other than Garry Kasparov in his biggest days, at his peak. The one player Magnus Carlson believes is actually better than him in the history of the game.
And if Nakamura can maybe channel a little bit of that inner genius, which he is known to do in this opening, he might be able to strike back here. A missed opportunity in game number 2, but let's call it for what it is. Hikaru is one of the few players on the planet who is capable of manufacturing those opportunities against Magnus Carlson. Yes, there was a missed opportunity, but the fact it was there in the first place is testament to how good he is.
It's not enough though, John. You know, you get that chance, you have to do it against him. Hikaru is the world number 2 for a reason.
Yes.
And to miss that chance against Magnus up a pawn, dominating on the clock, dominating on the board, this is heartbreak for him. And this is what made Magnus sort of this figure in Hikaru's mind who's almost untouchable, unstoppable. When you let go of those advantages, how do you break that mental block?
I don't know. In order to answer that question, you'd first have to answer the question, how does he not see the winning move at the end of that last game? And I don't have a good answer for that, I'm afraid.
Yeah, if you drop that position on Hikaru Nakamura and you say there's a winning move, he would find it.
Yeah, puzzle rush, here you go.
Puzzle rush immediately, but it was just the trend, the fact he'd lost the thread a little bit. It wasn't as kind of clear-cut as he was hoping. I mean, going back to this position, though, I do love the opening choice. It feels like Hikaru believes this is a must-win game with black. Of course, there's still plenty of games ahead. This will just be the halfway mark in this best-of-6 series. But there we go. He's going for it. Pushing pawns, King's Indian style. Opposite side castling as well. Anything could happen here. This doesn't actually play to Magnus's strengths, which is a great news for Hikaru. This is Hikaru from the late 2000s, early 2010s, showing that he's not afraid to blow open the center.
And these are the kind of middle game positions, right, where both players will have to make some very precise moves because it's going to get messy.
Yep.
It's already chaotic on the board. You have opposite side castling. Magnus's rook already lined up on the open G line. The F pawn about to move forward. For Hikaru Nakamura, he's also eyeing the A pawn to push forward and give some checks on B3. It's going to be a race to each other's king. This is the approach that you need to have to take down the world number 1. And I think Hikaru Nakamura so far has done everything right in this game.
Exactly. Still early days, but the fact that he still has 8 minutes, Hikaru, in a very complicated middle game, the fact that he's got the King's Indian break of pushing your pawn forward to F5 is great news for him. He can connect those 4 pawns now. He can push the pawn even further forward and force white to retreat or part with the beautiful dark squared bishop. But Hikaru looks like he was hovering his mouse over other pieces elsewhere on the board. Still looking very, very healthy. I'm really shocked as well that Magnus has gone in for this. He's up in the match still, even after saving that last one. But I just rarely see him indulge in these super double-edged middle games.
Looking for the alternatives to the F4 push here, which looks great because white can only readily really jump in with the knight on G5. It's going to take a while for white to get more pieces into the attack. Just seems like a great way to close it off and focus on your own plan. So I wonder what the alternative is.
Yeah, I like Tanya's move actually as well. Maybe you just keep the tension one move longer. Push your pawn forward to A4, eke out some squares for your horses. But yeah, it depends on Hikaru's mood here. I don't think he needs to commit so early by locking down the pawn structure, but ultimately it is normally strategically desirable to do so.
Whether it's F4 or A4, Hikaru needs to make his decision quickly because
Yes.
in these kind of openings, you know, when there are all the minors and the majors still present, trades, any sort of simplification far off, it's a race to each other's king. You're talking about aggressive attacking play. Critical decisions lie ahead. There will be plenty of those. I'll make one small prediction here. This
Okay.
game's going to be decisive, one way or the other.
It certainly feels that way, doesn't it? With a 2-minute discrepancy on the clock now, Hikaru is going to want to turn that time disadvantage into a decisive advantage over the board, right? And eventually, F4 gets played. 2 minutes and 12 seconds, that thing, in a 10-minute game with no increment. That's huge.
Yeah, that betrays the indecision in his mind. Maybe the confidence shook by not converting the advantage in the previous game. Hikaru, his position here, super healthy. The eval bar even says that black has a small advantage, especially while the light squared bishops remain on the board. Magnus will be aiming to trade those pieces in the near future. But yeah, that time usage could come back and sting him later. We'll see what Magnus has up his sleeve. I wouldn't be surprised if he takes a timeout, puts his king closer to the corner.
Look, we have good news, right? We have talked up many players who are very, very quick with the mouse, very, very quick with speed chess. Well, guess who they all look up to? Guess who Big Daddy is as far as that speed is concerned? And that is Hikaru Nakamura, okay? So yes, he's a minute and a half down, but we trust him to do more with 30 seconds on the clock than anybody in this competition.
That's right. Him and his teammate, the two Falcons, they fly fast.
Exactly.
And Magnus, in the meantime, has lost a couple of moves there, Tanya. He jumped forward with his knight, pawn kicked it away, and he's gone back.
But Magnus perhaps is arguing that that pawn is a weakness. Once the rook slides over to the g6 square, it can become an easier target on h6. So creating those attacking points next to Hikaru's king, provoking that pawn push, it cost him time, but got him a target on the board.
And now the black queen likely to move to connect the black rooks. Very logical there. For white, the light squared bishop is a bit of a bystander, doesn't really contribute. The white knights don't have any good jumping points. White queen a bit locked in. It does feel like, okay, no big weaknesses for white, but it does feel like your pieces are somewhat blunted. Don't think Magnus is going to be happy at all. He likes active middle games, if anything. He likes his endgames too, but in these types of positions, very hard to come up with a plan. Human terms, so hard to be accurate.
This is a tougher position for Magnus to play than for Hikaru with the black pieces, that's for sure. But Hikaru will have to make some very committal decisions. You know, once he's maximized his piece placement, he will have to look for those pawn breaks. Or maybe not, because Magnus is the one bringing on the fight here.
Doing it for him at this rate. Very interesting stuff, and the A line is now open. But both sides of the board open at the moment, so high risk, high reward for both players. Interesting choices from Magnus. It does buy him a little bit of breathing room.
It does, although black owns the open file, the G file. The black rook can come in at any moment. The white king, I'm going to say, is much more airy than its counterpart. The black king looks pretty safe, pretty well protected in the corner. Hikaru, we see his screen. He's about to play the move bishop g4. There we go. Putting some pressure on white's knight. I don't think he wants to trade yet, but if given the opportunity, he might even grab the white h-pawn. Magnus goes on the defensive, and Hikaru is playing on both flanks here, Tanya.
That is amazing. You know, he's making use of every single possibility on the board. He makes one move on the left side and then on the right side. Yeah. He's asking Magnus for a decision. If Magnus pushes that b pawn forward, he's blocked all counter chances on that queen side, giving Hikaru essentially a free play all over the board. But does Magnus even have the possibility to keep the tension? Will we see the streamer's favorite move played against the world's favorite streamer? Will that be en passant?
No, en passant. It's a one-time offer. Magnus could have captured the c5 pawn a moment ago, but that is no longer on the cards. Black's knight looks super strong now. Can't get rid of that one on the b4 square. Magnus moves his king. It just needs a breakthrough. It's very blocked, but it feels like the black has the more active forces.
Keeping the position just a little bit closed. At the Esports World Cup, en passant isn't legally enforced. Of course, you don't have to take it. And we've chosen not to on this occasion. Queen now moving to the stronger side of the board for the black pieces.
It's a maneuvering game, and I really like the plan that I think Hikaru is setting up. He wants to reroute that dark squared bishop, the one piece that is so inactive in his camp, to a diagonal where he can get on the attack. Bishop d8, bishop a5 is what Hikaru Nakamura wants in the position. Magnus Carlson not giving him the time to do so? Or are there tactics that perhaps still allow Hikaru to continue with his plan? Now that we spot that the king on d2 is lined up, he goes for it. Knight takes knight, bishop a5.
Nice.
Pin it, win it.
Beautiful. The King's Indian defense is known as an attacking weapon with the black pieces, but often there's one problem piece, and it's that dark squared bishop. You end up blocked behind your own pawns. if you ever activate that piece, it becomes a huge weapon.
White's light square bishop, we've talked about it already this game. Definitely the problem piece, blocked behind everything, in there at the long run as a defender. Black's dark square bishop, blocked behind everything, but the A file was opened up by Magnus Carlson a couple of moves ago, and that has presented Nakamura with an opportunity to shove that bishop over to the A file, and it looks like this is going to happen. That dark squared bishop is suddenly going to become a very active piece staring down at the heart of White's position.
It's from zero to hero, you know, that bishop has transferred itself to a square where it's perhaps going to be the strongest piece in the position targeting White's king. And love how Hikaru's played on all flanks, right? We're talking about the left side, but let's point out the queen and the bishop on the right side are about at least threatening all the time to win that h5 pawn as well.
And you said it yourself, Tanya. Hikaru is also pretty darn good at grinding everything down. David, you agreed. This is beginning to look like Hikaru giving us a little bit of that as well.
Perfect game so far, but we said that about his play in the second half of the earlier game, in game 2. He couldn't finish that one off. This one's still very blocked. He needs a breakthrough. Good move there. Very important move by Magnus to occupy the A file to prevent infiltration. You still need a next step. And yeah, I'm going to say overall, though, no matter what happens in this game, this is exactly how Hikaru needs to play. Aggressive opening, King's Indian, push pawns, try to go for the opponent's king. White's king looks pretty safe, surprisingly, despite being in the center here, quite far advanced. But yeah, Hikaru, even if he doesn't turn this one into a win, he just needs to take inspiration from it. He's played fantastically so far.
He really has. I'm going to point out, though, I love how Magnus's king is just chilling in the center. You know, it's surrounded by his own pawns, but it's also playing a key defensive roles to exactly those central pawns, knowing that if any check happens, it might be game over, but any check is far away from that. And as I said, he tries to get it back to safety, sort of passing the ball to Hikaru right now, and Hikaru comes in with another plan. You know, it's all about the A file. I think he wants to get his queen over to B7, assist it to bring the rook and start attacking the white queen from A8 and give those very important checks.
And hang on a second, because the white queen is going to be the first piece to infiltrate, and the Silicon does not like that at all. We are now trapped behind enemy lines.
Look at Magnus shaking his head. The white queen has no way home. It's going to be sitting on that silly square for the rest of this game.
And the light squared bishop, it can come and start targeting it. It almost, and it does. Is Magnus Carlson about to lose his queen?
We need to see Magnus here. Hikaru just needs to get his bishop out the way. We see a round of applause.
The crowd goes wild.
Hikaru fans there in the audience here in Riyadh. The white queen is still alive for now, but all you need to do is bring the bishop across. She's only got one safe square. Then you slide the rook. That Magnus Carlsen's queen is about to fall. He plays on. Hikaru Nakamura has to take this point, though.
He has to. He can't mess this up for the second time. Team Falcon, big support there. The home favorite team, Magnus Carlsen resigned. Hikaru Nakamura is back in the match.
Hikaru comes back swinging. King's Indian defense, and look at that, trapping Magnus Carlsen's queen to level the match after game number 3. What an incredible performance. Vintage Hikaru is back, and Magnus, well, turns out he's mortal after all.
Magnus, he showed weakness in game 2. He clutched up, saved it with a helping hand from Hikaru, but this one he could not save. Look at that poor white queen caught by that bishop combo. The bishop's pawns blocking the escape route, and Magnus's queen there. I've very rarely seen him blunder in those circumstances, Tanya.
This is what Hikaru needs to do more of. Those dynamic openings, those complicated lines. And what better way to make a comeback win against the king of chess by winning his queen?
Beautiful, very appropriate as well. These two fantastic warriors battling it out. But Hikaru, he's going to feel on top of the world.
That was 2 separate victories there. That was a victory over the board, and that was a psychological victory. We have broken the duck. We have shown that we can come back and take those points against the world #1. Ladies and gentlemen, this semi-final has just had a huge fire lit under it. When we come back from this break, we'll be moving into game number 4 with the scores level at 1.5 apiece.
What's up, everybody? I'm joined by Ali Reza for a content series that we call First Move. Now, Ali, I prepped you before this. The question I have for you is, who got you into chess? How did you start?
Yeah, I was trying a lot of sports in summer after school, and I was trying football, gymnastics, and I was not so great.
How old were you?
I was around 8, 9 when I first went to a chess club, and then everything started there, just for a summer sport. So doing something in summer.
So remind the viewers, how old are you now, Ali? How long have you been playing chess?
Yeah, I'm 22 now, and I'm playing, you do the math.
Yeah, 22 to 8, 14 years.
Yes.
Can I ask you something? When did you know that you were good at chess?
I think I didn't care about the fact that I'm good at chess. I just really liked it a lot. And
okay.
You couldn't separate me from chessboard and online chess. So
if you'll humor me, at 18 years, 5 months and 13 days old, Ali Reza became the youngest player to beat 2800, beating Magnus Carlsen's record. How does that feel when you think about that accolade? Are you proud of that?
Yeah, it was a great achievement. I mean, to just cross 2800 is a fantastic achievement. I think around 15, 16 people did it in history. And to do it the youngest, it was a very great achievement.
You are an incredibly humble, competitive player. I can hear it in your voice. I want to ask, what is a bigger deal? Breaking that record or winning EWC?
Very tough question. It's so tough question.
You have to pick one. Come on. If not, what does your gut tell you?
I think I'll go... I think they're same level. Actually.
Same level? Okay, yeah. Amazing. One last question. Ahead of the final, you're the first finalist. Which player would you have preferred to play against, Hikaru or Magnus?
100% Hikaru, because we'll guarantee the win.
That's amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. The scores are tied 1.5, 1.5 between the two strongest players in the world. They are duking it out for only one spot in the grand finals of the Esports World Cup. Magnus Carlson, Hikaru Nakamura, they've traded decisive games. This has been anything but boring as we head into the second half of this fiercely contested semi-final.
So far, it does feel a bit up and down, but the latest up was on the side of Hikaru Nakamura, striking with the black pieces. Magnus rarely loses with white. That is a huge benefit for him. Hikaru has 2 whites from the remaining 3 games. So small advantage psychologically and maybe also in chess terms on his side.
And you can see the determination on Hikaru. Meanwhile, we had Magnus on the screen earlier, and he was not happy with himself. You know, losing is one thing, but losing in that manner, in that fashion, where basically you just get outplayed by Hikaru. You know, you've got the white pieces, but you're constantly on the defense.
Right.
And in the end, your queen gets trapped. That is just absolutely uncharacteristic of Magnus, and he's got to be kicking himself. But you know, these 2 best players in the world, they are the ones who completely forget as soon as the moves are on the board, and it's game 4.
Exactly. We're already 7 moves in as well, so here we go. It is a Catalan. We are no strangers to that here at the Esports World Cup. Familiar territory for both players, but like we've seen before, it's a slow build-up, but when it reaches boiling point, you often get the fireworks in the late middle game.
That's right, the Catalan is Magnus Carlsen's favorite opening with white these days. This time, he gets it on the black side. It's interesting mind games from Hikaru Nakamura. Relatively solid start to this one. We see a quick trade of pawns in the center. White's bishop coming out. The argument here for white is that this Catalan, as opposed to a Catalan we saw earlier between these 2, features a bad black bishop sitting on b7, staring at its own pawn. This is a problem piece. Magnus will aim to deal with that one a bit later.
It's like this was an instructional video. You can see the pawn still on c7, going to be a problem for black. Thinking about how we get rid of it. The problem piece, the light squared bishops are on the board. The one for white on g2 is doing a fine job of undermining the center and making sure that black has limited maneuverability. It's an improved version of what we saw earlier.
Absolutely. Magnus isn't super happy with his position. You know, even in his World Championship matches against Jan Nepomniachtchi, the Catalan did serve him well. It's something that he's played so many times. With black, the approach that he's had, he needs to find a way to activate that bishop. He first starts by taking away some squares on the right side. This move also sets up the idea of g5, which in some lines can tactically work when you need to drive that bishop from f4 away. One of the ways that black can activate that light squared bishop, the problem piece for Magnus, is by planting his own knight at the center of the board. Knight e4, if trades happen, that bishop has a bright future.
But now Magnus chooses to retreat, a very calm move there, getting the bishop out of the way of its rook. That knight e4 still on the cards for later, Tanya. Knight b4 as well. Hikaru pushes a pawn forward, saying, okay, you're not going to trap my bishop on f4. As now it prevents the g5 move forever for the near future. And Magnus chooses to lash out in the center. Not the most patient of moves, always a bit of a controversial one. Black often ends up with an isolated central pawn there, or hanging pawns. Which way will Magnus Carlsen recapture? Big question now. Question mark given to Hikaru's move, but a very human one. I don't think we could read too much into that.
Recapturing there looked very, very natural from where I was sat. So interesting that question mark was there. We now have the knight hopping to the edge of the board, but looking to exploit some fun squares, some of those dark squares nearer the c5, b6 sort of territory, also keeping the queen pinned down to making sure that knight doesn't have free access to the forces of black and potentially coming in and winning material.
This is a very combative position. This pawn formation, the hanging pawns that Magnus has at the center of the board, is the most dynamic pawn structure in chess. And it all relies around, can black get a successful pawn push? Either the c pawn moving one step forward, or timed well, the d pawn advancing further on the board. Meanwhile, for white, before Magnus can do that, you want to continue putting the pressure on those 2 pawns. Magnus for now does land the knight on e4. He's threatening d4 coming up next.
And we might just see that move now. The most natural move in the position. White's dark squared bishop, by the way, has done a bit of a journey, but it's landed on the long diagonal, and there we go. It gets blunted immediately. White's dark squared bishop is terrible. Exclamation point given to Magnus's last move. He's opening up the position, gaining space. That black knight on e4, the MVP so far.
And timed so incredibly well. One of the fallbacks in this pawn formation when you push d4 is that you have to make sure that neither of the knights, the white knights, opponent's knight, can land on a c4 square. Notice how Hikaru's knights are too far away from that route. That square cannot be occupied, and this gives Magnus plenty of opportunity to put his pieces on the right spot to create that counterplay before that happens.
Yeah, it just feels like it's all gone wrong. Hikaru, I think the adrenaline pumping from the previous game has been rushing slightly, making some uncharacteristic decisions. Oh, that bishop moving yet again.
It is. I was actually going to ask that question, whether or not it was possible to put more pressure on the c5 pawn by moving the bishop to a3. It also frees up b2 for a knight if you wanted to reroute it to c4. But the computer does not like that one bit. And the knight jumps in to try and block those plans as well and be as annoying as possible. And now the pawn on a2 is under attack. We might just have to trade off for this knight.
Yeah, the problem is if you do trade off for this knight, we see it replaced by a black pawn on b4, and that only helps black carve out an outpost for his own knight. Let's show this on the board. For example, bishop takes. Let's see the bishop finally leave the board. Black recaptures, and the c3 square. It's all about that one. The black knight is about to jump in. It's going to be replaced by some very strong pawns if it gets there. And if you ever remove the black knight from the center of the board, white would be parting with his light squared bishop. This is a disaster on the light squares, and the white king just way too open in these scenarios. Yes, this might win a pawn for white, but the bishop drops back, the queen comes to the center, and checkmating ideas all over that diagonal.
So lots of landmines here. I need to make sure we don't step on those in this position. And this is one of those classic plenty of ways to go wrong, even though like an innocuous move could end up being a mistake if you're not careful in these sort of positions. And there's not just one way to make a mistake as well. There's many ways to make that blunder.
I'm loving Magnus's position here. You know, he does go for that trade pointed out, defends that a2 pawn, but the c3 square that we highlighted, that's a big one for the knight to jump on. Magnus captures with the queen, defends the b7 bishop, freeing up that knight to get on over to that beautiful post on c3. Currently, Hikaru jumps with the knight, with his own knight. Queen takes pawn, a threat on the board.
No, given a question mark, Hikaru's last move, but it makes a lot of sense. Tactically here, Magnus rushes in with his knight. Given a question mark, maybe it was better to start chasing away the white knight from f4, but now the key detail is that the white queen can go and grab a pawn since the white knight protects e2. No forks for black. And it feels like the position is starting to liquidate. Magnus not maximizing his advantage there. It's been very strategic so far. Hikaru hasn't been aggressive like he was in the previous game, so he's on the defensive, but so far he's holding, maybe, just about.
And Hikaru's eyes there darting all across the board, taking in all these tactics, wondering, does he capture the bishop first? Does he immediately go for queen takes pawn? Or will he have a more cautious, safe approach? I don't think that even exists in the position with the knight hitting the queen, the a2 pawn and the e2 pawn. We see the bishops come off the board, a flurry of trades. Magnus will pick up the pawn, eventually bring his rook, slide it all the way across, and put some pressure on the second rank. It's still advantage Carlsen.
Still advantage Carlsen, partly because the white knight is so silly on the edge of the board. Yeah. Needs a few more moves to get back centralized.
So where do we find the follow-up plan now for Nakamura? That is the question. The pawn on a2 is being hit. The white knight on a4 looks a bit silly, like you just mentioned, David. There are a couple of problems to try and solve in this position. It is very much savable, very much possible to turn it around, but I think we're also reliant here on a little bit of inaccuracy from Carlsen, who still appears to hold the upper hand.
And there we go. Hikaru goes and pins the black bishop. Very logical move. Also hitting black's a5 pawn. But how can Carlsen react? That's the big question. Does he have the opportunity to go and grab a pawn on a2, or does he have something even better?
Well, Hikaru's also setting up another trick, right? You're hitting queen takes pawn, but that knight that we were earlier highlighting is headed to a big square. Knight b6, knight d7. He's just pinned Magnus's bishop on f8. And I think he's coming for that bishop. That knight could jump there by a c5 or b6, threatening knight d7, asking some questions to Carlsen. What do you have in mind as defense?
Big pin on that black bishop. The white knight has to get into the game. It's that simple. Without the knight, you're playing a piece down. That knight might never get another opportunity.
Was looking for ways to maybe try and dissuade that pin with a pin of our own. If the knight comes into c5, for example, can you get away with playing queen a7? But the rook on f1 protects f2, so unfortunately, as much as I want it to be, that's an empty threat.
Magnus trying to break the pin with the queen trade. He's done the hard work. He's won a pawn. And I don't think Hikaru can contemplate that queen exchange. There we go. He keeps the queens on the board. Still, the white knight is headed towards more healthy pastures. Can Magnus deal with that? The white rook not able to get into the game. That's the key.
Yeah, if you pick up that rook and put it on the 8th rank, it's game over for Magnus Carlsen. But it's far, far away from that. This is a dance between the queen and the knight against black's king and bishop on the 8th rank. And Magnus Carlsen has one move to stop that idea, to stop that knight from coming into the game.
How do you invest that move? Maybe the black rook can improve. You can't move the bishop anyway. The queen is needed as a defender. He goes pawn hunting, very logical. Hikaru can't really save that pawn long term. That's another issue.
No, it's very tempting, of course, to go after that pawn, and it looks very vulnerable. The eval bar really wanted us to play rook d2 there to stop the knight coming in, a bit of a prophylactic move, trying to stop white's plans in their tracks. But this makes so much sense.
I think what Magnus is saying is, you bring your knight in, I'm just going pawn grabbing there. I'll have 2 connected passes. My queen does a beautiful job of defending everything on the last rank. We're going to see this being played out. Right. Is Magnus about to get greedy? That might just give Hikaru's rook the time to join the party to get into the attack.
Oh, maybe we show this, because big moment for Magnus Carlsen. He's got almost a 2-minute advantage, but it's not going to be straightforward to convert here. If he does take that white pawn, goes 2 pawns up, suddenly look at the bar, it would have shifted. We're looking at the green analysis board, the white rook shifts across, and if black takes a timeout now, for example, pushes a pawn, knight takes bishop is one idea, queen recaptures, and the white rook pins, wins the black queen. Game over. Hikaru with a huge counter-attacking idea on the board. Ooh, Magnus, instead he forced the white knight to make a decision.
He does not go greedy in that position with all the dangers that existed. Instead, we see a trade-off, and that's just Magnus with what looks like a very healthy extra pawn in the position. You know, you could also sacrifice it at a4, b pawn moving up the board, complete control of the d-line, and with the knights gone, the attack looks a lot less menacing.
Hikaru hitting himself in the head just as he did yesterday in one of his matches. Look at this, a queen trade. You cannot get those queens off the board. That would be disastrous. He's setting a trap here. He's hoping that Magnus gets greedy with the black queen, allowing the white queen some checks. But Magnus, he's kept control so far. He wants those rooks off the board, all queens off the board. Either way, Magnus Carlsen would be winning. Any major piece trade gets him closer to his end goal.
It was such a well-laid plan by Hikaru. Grab another pawn, and I would have enough activity to take this game back to you. Carlsen, though, seeing exactly what was going on, chooses not to do that. And now this is proving very, very difficult indeed, because the pawns are rolling down the board on the queen side. This is feeling like Carlsen is going to be forcing an exchange sooner rather than later.
Ooh, this is flashy. The white rook cannot take that pawn. The black rook would come through to d1 and deliver some killer blows. If the white pawn recaptures, let's show the rook first. Rook takes pawn, there's a check. And if the white king shuffles to the side, checkmate on h1, game over. If the white pawn takes, Magnus there silencing the audience with a finger to the lips there. But pawn takes would allow the b pawn to run forward. Magnus looking very, very confident now. That might just immobilize the white rook, win the white rook. We might be about to see a decisive result.
That is an incredible move by Magnus. What a stylish way to finish this game off. And you know, that smile on his face, I think that wasn't just silencing the audience for now. He heard that applause in that last game. He knows the crowd is rooting for Team Falcons right now. This is his reply to that moment.
Wow, Magnus versus the Falcons. He's the last one standing in Team Falcons' way here at chess at the EWC. He takes a pawn, Hikaru Nakamura. It's a pawn race, but Black's pawn so much closer to promotion. He just needs one more piece to help shepherd it forward.
You absolutely love to see it, don't you? Magnus taking time out to raise a finger to his lips for the audience. Queen comes in to try and shepherd the pawn to safety. That is it. We have the victory. Magnus Carlsen goes 2.5 to 1.5 up in this semi-final with a fantastic bit of play. Really, really great moves there in game number 4 of this semi-final.
Not the first time we've seen Magnus Carlsen put his finger on the lips. A sure sign that he's done before in the chess world. It's not only a statement to his opponent, but also everyone watching. This is Magnus Carlsen saying he is the best.
Silencing the fans there in the arena, the Team Falcons fans, and silencing Hikaru Nakamura's chances in that game. That was brutal technique. The pawn push to a4 that we showed there, the clincher, and Hikaru had to resign as the Black Queen was shepherding that pawn through. This last move The queen coming forward to d3, about to cost white his rook.
And
It's an absolutely packed house here inside the arena, and they had a fantastic treat in store. What a masterclass of an endgame there from Magnus Carlson to really put Hikaru Nakamura through the ringer. There was nothing Hikaru could have done more at the end of that game. If there were any mistakes, if there was anything to learn from getting a different result, he would have had to look much earlier. Magnus was cranking the handle of that game for quite some time.
Yeah, you just can't play these Queen's Gambit positions against Magnus Carlsen. He's the pro. He's the world leader in understanding these structures.
I'm just waiting for the memes on the internet with what Magnus just did. A blast from the past. You know, we've seen that before, and this is the second time I'm seeing him. A power statement by here, a bold one. You know, Magnus making his intentions clear in this matchup. 2.5 out of 4. If he wins the next one, he takes it. He takes the whole match. He goes through to the finals, and he starts with the white pieces.
And what a moment to be inside this arena watching this match unfold. I said earlier we were busy inside, we're busy outside. This is live. This is the queue of people waiting to get in. They're of course not filing in during the games while moves are being played, but there's standing room only even outside the arena. And hey guys, guess what? It's hot here even in the evening, but it is worth it. It's hot outside, it's even hotter on the board.
Queuing up to see Cristiano Ronaldo. Oh wait, is it Magnus Carlsen, the Cristiano Ronaldo of chess? Those fans out there in Riyadh, and there we go, the silencing of those fans.
Oh, I love it.
With a smile on his face.
That absolutely, I say will be a meme. That's already a meme. That's already been posted about 1,000 times on social media, I am sure. And Magnus wins in style. Now, that said, Magnus wins. He's 2.5, 1.5 up. It's match point for Team Liquid right now. That's big. But I want to point out, one of those 1.5 points from Hikaru Nakamura, that resulted from a win as well. A decisive result for Team Falcons is very much still on the cards.
Hikaru's been in this situation before, right? He was trailing Magnus after that first round loss and made his comeback. He got that win in, and he did it convincingly with the black pieces in the King's Indian defense. Can he do it again is the big question. If anybody can in the world, will they back to the wall? Facing the GOAT, facing Magnus Carlsen, it is this guy. It is Hikaru Nakamura. He's got to channel all his belief. He cannot rely on that last game with white. He has to make the most of his chances. For now, Magnus makes sure that there is no King's Indian defense on the board in Game 5.
Exactly. That's got to be the #1 goal, right? If you were able to play the King's Indian again and you could just blitz everything out, presumably if you're Hikaru, you'd love that right now.
Exactly. Hikaru said his match strategy, his game plan was aggression. He showed it in his previous black game, King's Indian defense. Let's face it, crushed Magnus Carlsen. But will he be crushing his key come the end of the day? That depends on the next 2 games. It's the 4 knights variation here. The 4 knights Spanish with the bishops coming out, mimicking each other. Game of copycat so far. We'll see both sides castle. And Magnus, he tends to use this variation, at least he used it recently at the Norway Chess Super Tournament, if he wants a draw. Knight takes pawn now, and this game could fizzle out very quickly. Is this Magnus Carlsen saying to Hikaru, I'm going to bank this half point, I'm going to get so close to my goal, you have to win the next one on demand?
Magnus just took a big lesson from that last loss. Don't go into Hikaru Nakamura's territory, you know. Don't allow him those complex battles where tactics and tactics are all across the board.
Right.
And Hikaru just had a crushing performance in that game with black. This one, none of that will happen. Look at the pawn formation. Absolutely identical on both sides of the board. Opposite color bishop as well. We're going to be seeing a lot of trades on those 2 open lines at the center. Magnus is happy to take this, navigate this to the draw, and he's saying, Hikaru, you'll play white next one. Let's see what you've got.
Yeah, there's a bit of respect going on here. Not wanting anything untoward to happen, recognizing that Hikaru is perfectly capable of causing him those sort of problems. At the same time, though, because of the scoreboard pressure, not only can he afford to do this, it's a bit aggressive as well. I don't need anything to happen. You're the one that needs something to happen. Go on, show me.
Yeah, and until this last couple of moves, the queen trade now, this is how I played chess as a youngster, copycat chess. And the black rook is about to slide across, all the rooks will disappear, just minor pieces left, opposite color bishops. That is all the ingredients for a draw. Wow, sprinting out here in game 5. Magnus Carlsen, he wants this one to be over. He wants to save his energy for the all-important final clash, game 6.
And I think I know what you wanted to point out. Just a few moves ago, the position completely mirroring, Black's pieces placed exactly as Magnus's was. Hikaru, Magnus playing copycat chess. A few differences right now, but nothing drastically changed. And we see the E-file tension does come on. More copycat chess on the board. All you got to do is put that rook on D8, but you're not going to get the time. That would have been aesthetic.
You're not playing G5 in this position, right? That starts getting a bit dicey. So finally, we're going to see a little bit of difference there. Bishop retreats to G6. There we go. But in principle, a lot of the same things apply that we've been talking about so far. The rooks get traded off. Oh, love that. The crowd going absolutely wild for this matchup. And I'm sure the memes are all over the place already.
Yeah, nice to see a real mixture out there in the arena. A couple of people holding up goat signs there. I'm assuming that's for Magnus. Might be for Hikaru, but also some falcon signs.
Yes.
And yeah, clear that support is split.
When you're playing the goat, you got to be a bird of prey. And that is Hikaru Nakamura right now for Team Falcons, but he needs that win to come back into this match. And look at what he's doing. He's making sure that Magnus doesn't get that final rook trade in from E1.
Right.
So he does keep the game alive, but not a real chance to fight for a lot here.
Yeah, it's always difficult, these positions, especially when the opponent is so set on a draw. How much risk do you take? You're always caught in two minds with Black, especially. I'm talking from Hikaru's point of view here. If you push too hard, you lose this game, you're done, you're out. If you agree to the draw, if you just calmly guide the game towards simplifications, more trades, a draw, fine, but you have to win with white in the last one. How much energy do you expend? That's the big question.
But I loved it. Those signs that our audience was very energetic, and thereby them having the goat on. There was this time in the chess world where Magnus and Hikaru's fans, they were quite divided. You could be one or the other. If you liked Magnus Carlsen, you couldn't like Hikaru, and the other way around. Hikaru fan, do not like Magnus Carlsen. But I think now, today, in the chess world, there's so much respect for both these players, and even between these two for each other, who've continuously pushed each other to their limits.
Look, I'll say it. It's difficult to like one and not the other, frankly. They've both accomplished so much. They're both have a really good relationship off the board. They have so much respect for each other. And frankly, when they meme off each other, it's just so much fun. Like, you absolutely love to see it, right? So right now, we're seeing their competitive over-the-board nature, and that's very important, of course. This is crunch time at the Esports World Cup. But frankly, these two players, absolutely phenomenal.
That reaction from Magnus right now? Slightly surprised with knight c4. I think he was expecting Hikaru to just go rook e8 and repeat the position. Handshakes, let's take it to the final game. But Hikaru says, not so quick.
Yeah, I love this last move from Hikaru. It does show that he's willing to test Magnus Carlsen. At least ask a couple of questions before the draw might be agreed. If Magnus isn't careful here, there are some pawns threatened. The black bishop wants to capture on d3. The black knight is hitting a pawn on the b2 square. He's even sacrificing a pawn, Hikaru Nakamura. But let's show what happens if Magnus does take this pawn on c7. The black rook will move, saving itself. The white bishop hit. If it retreats, moves wherever. Bishop takes knight, boom. And the knight takes on b2. Black wins a pawn due to the fact that knight to d3, whether it captures a pawn or not, will be a fork, hitting the white king, hitting the white rook. So Magnus actually does need to take a timeout to guard against this big threat. He can't get greedy, the world #1 right now. And that has paused him here. It's forced him to go into the tank.
Well, that's the trick, whether you take the pawn or not, right? Hikaru is setting up an idea here. And Magnus, he's not suddenly feeling as comfortable as he was looking on camera earlier. One of the natural moves that come to mind here would be to push that b pawn forward, b3, but then you're already calculating what actually happens if Hikaru, regardless, goes for the trade, and I believe b3 is on the board. Will Hikaru create an imbalance in this very balanced endgame? Bishop takes knight, and get your knight into Magnus's territory to threaten those forks, the idea of knight takes pawn via b2.
Yeah, I think he has to try. Just you don't want to retreat the knight and just admit a bit of a psychological blow there. You lose 2 tempi. There we go. He does jump in. This idea we did highlight a moment ago. He doesn't capture a pawn in the process, but he's going to win the d3 pawn. The white king or rook have to get out the way of this fork now. I'm expecting the white king to move, but the white rook also could enter the 7th rank. Magnus with a couple of questions. It's not as dead drawn as we were predicting.
Yeah, we've got some very interesting questions to be asked. Counter aggression here by the looks of things. Rook coming into e7, king getting out of the way via g3. And those moves happened very, very quickly.
We just have to point out, Hikaru's gone down a line that's likely to end in a draw now. But Hikaru, we blitzed past it. He had a very strong opportunity. If we just rewind, he could have given a check from the other direction. Knight to d1 check. And if the white king moves, knight takes pawn. Now the white rook cannot take on c7, for example, as there would be a nasty fork in the air. Ooh. It's a 3-4 move variation, but this was a missed opportunity for Hikaru, and instead, looking back at the game now, it looks like hungry hippos, the players just munching on each other's pawns, and the game likely to now end in a draw.
I don't think either player realized what they just missed. You know, you pick up the pawn that's hanging, but there's, hey, another one there on the board. And for Hikaru, he's absolutely not aware of this.
No. I mean, you could tell, because if either Magnus or Hikaru were aware of it, they'd be, we'd be seeing the heads shaking. We'd visibly see the frustration.
Maybe
the
head smash.
Exactly. Missed opportunities. Even Carlsen, when he misses an opportunity, even if he's winning, if he spots he played a bad move, 2 moves later, you can see the frustration on his face. There's none of that right now. I don't think either player saw it.
Wow, and it does show they are mortal. They are human, these two players, despite how fantastic and consistent their results are. I'm going to say one small word of caution. Hikaru is the one who has to be a bit on alert here, just because his pawns are split. There we go, he pushes one forward. He's going to try and trade off the whole of the queen side, the whole of the left flank. White's king is slightly more advanced than the black king as well, so Magnus is the only one who can win this endgame, but ultimately, with correct defense, should be level now.
And the good point is that the clocks are level as well. So Magnus will not be able to play on that time advantage, because these endgames, you know, you're down to that minute, 2 minutes on the clock, the pressure builds up, you keep holding it until you can't against Magnus Carlsen. We've seen that storyline, but I think this one, a player like Hikaru, he's got this. He does go on the attack, puts pressure on the b3 pawn, and I think we might see even more trades. Rook takes pawn, but something annoys Hikaru.
Do get a little bit worried sometimes, though, because you're right. You can keep piling the pressure on, especially when your opponent doesn't have very much time on the clock. I feel like, especially in classical chess, Carlsen can do that when his opponent still has an hour on the clock. He almost doesn't need the time advantage to be able to do that. But look at how centralized that king is. If the rooks are tied up, defending the pawns on the c-file, Carlsen's king is so much more active, so much more centralized.
Here we go, the position starting to repeat itself. This is the second time we've seen this one. The problem is if the white king steps forward, the black king also moves forward to block. Will Magnus play on, or will he agree to the draw here now?
I think he plays on. I think Magnus pushes this one. With 5 minutes on the clock, if he slides the rook over, that is a draw offer. But Magnus knows it's risk-free. King super active, rook super active. Ooh. He's going to play this.
He's thinking about it, isn't he?
He's going to play this.
Look at him.
I don't know. He wanted the draw.
Oh, and a draw it is. All right, game number 5 of this semi-final is in the books, but you saw the scores on your screen. Magnus Carlsen, 3. Hikaru Nakamura, 2. And that means we enter a must-win situation for Team Falcons if they want to take this to an Armageddon and have their finals hopes alive for Hikaru Nakamura. Teammate Alireza Firouzja already waiting for them in the grand final. But will Magnus Carlsen be able to push his team over the line and take on both Falcons at the Esports World Cup?
Fascinating there. Hikaru wasn't analyzing the game that just finished. He was analyzing his previous white game. He gets white in the final one, must-win situation. He's looking for improvements over what happened in the past.
That was a sneak peek into Hikaru Nakamura's preparation for this final game between these two players. Will Hikaru be able to take it into the tie breaks? Alireza said it, right? He hopes, he's rooting for his teammate.
Exactly.
If Hikaru makes it, Falcons, they are guaranteed the championship if it's Hikaru versus Alireza. But for that to even become a reality, first, Hikaru has to win this next game. He has to force the Armageddon. Magnus needs only a draw, but he starts with the black pieces.
Yes, indeed. So we've got several results we can play for here. Magnus Carlsen, of course, can win and take it all. He can draw and take it all, because a draw is all he needs. And if Hikaru Nakamura wins, well, then we go to Armageddon, and once again, either player can win. So it's interesting. It's a chess game where we're playing for 4 results. I didn't think that could happen.
It's a chess game, but Magnus also loves playing those odds, and by this by taking this draw, he's banked an Armageddon. We should mention that. Magnus is guaranteed to play at least the next game, maybe another, for a shot at the finals. Hikaru, it's all about here and now. He has to play on the front foot. He has to use that word that he dropped earlier, aggression. And we see another Queen's Gambit. I'm very surprised we've gone into this. We did see that sneak peek of Hikaru Nakamura looking at the computer, looking at what he should have done in the previous game, in game 4 of this Catalan. But Magnus switches up the order this time, switches the variation. He opens the position by taking on c4. This is known as the most rock-solid variation as black. But the game is guaranteed to go on for a long time. And that is what Hikaru is hoping for.
Rock solid is not what you want to hear as Hikaru Nakamura at the moment, but he's playing quickly, he's playing confidently, these moves getting blitzed out. Players, of course, they are very, very familiar with this by now. It's an opening we've seen so many times in the Esports World Cup and in this match. But now it's a must-win situation. We're going to start seeing those risks. This might be well understood, but we're going to move into unfamiliar territory. We're going to be taking those 50-50 moves, those risky punts, rolls of the dice, to see if we can catch our opponents off guard.
And a widening of the eyes from Magnus Carlsen as Hikaru allows him to double the pawns. Black's most principled move here, the theoretical move, this is still a well-known position, is bishop takes bishop. We would see a bishop trade on f4, white recapturing towards the center. Magnus actually says no. That would not only re-establish white's control over the center, though, it would open up the g file for potential attacks later on. And that's a long story that has a lot of history behind it, that variation, but Magnus doesn't want any risk here at all.
A slightly cagey approach by Magnus, just making sure that there are no imbalances in the position, so keeps the pawn formation as is, not allowing those open lines. But now this sort of again gives the option to Hikaru, right? He could get out of this trade. He could trade on d6 on his own self and say, you know what, that d6 pawn might come under fire. But if I'm white and I'm Hikaru Nakamura, I'm thinking, how do I keep as much tension on the board? How do I keep as many pieces on the board? This is my final chance to play for the win. There might not be something direct, but I want those bishops alive.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And also, if you take the bishop on d6, your queen's on the c file. You want to open up the half-open c file for black. It means that play becomes quite natural. It's not necessarily advantageous, but it becomes really obvious what the immediately plans are for black. So, what do you do instead? Not sure. But also, where do you move that bishop? Maybe g5? Are we risking trading it for a knight? It does get taken on the next move, but there were some big questions to be answered there.
And Magnus is the one to blink first with that trade. We talked about the doubled f-pawns. White has a lot of grip on the dart squares, a lot of grip on the center, but also a semi-open g-file. And it might not be relevant now. It might not look like White is going to brew up any attack, but watch out for a bit later as Hikaru now about to defend the front f-pawn. All pawns on dart squares with the light squared bishop to complement them. This one, I'm very surprised by Magnus's decisions, allowing White all these central pawns.
You know, with all the trades that have happened on f4 and c3, you see a flank pawn moving towards the center of the board, controlling more squares, opening up the g line for one rook, opening up the b line for the other rook. So quick decisions taken by Magnus. He's got to have something direct in his mind, and he shows his cards there. b5 is what he wanted. A trade on that line would open up the game to further trades. And let's not forget, after pawn takes pawn, if the rooks come off the board, the black queen slides over to a beautiful spot lining up with the black bishop.
Here we go. Hikaru tries to break the structure. If we do see a trade on the c4 square, black is left with a backward c-pawn. It's very committal from Magnus Carlsen. Eval bar shows small edge for white. I think this is a dream for Hikaru in most chess circumstances, but to win on demand, still a big ask.
And of course, the bishop defending the pawn on b5, so you could technically take the pawn on a4, and there's no immediate counter. But of course, in the long run, that's just a big weakness. With the major pieces, there should be a way to recapture. So we're not too worried about that at this moment in time.
He takes towards the center. That's normally the way. Give a top player 2 options. They'll usually capture towards the center. And that's because this time the black bishop is able to install itself very nicely, centralized in the middle of the board. But the black c-pawn isolated, the black a-pawn isolated. It does look like a small advantage for Hikaru.
It's very interesting, this position is, you know, with the pawn formation that white has right now. And it looks very solid. You know, you control all those dark squares, but Magnus, he's got the control on the e4 and the d5 square. In fact, Hikaru is inviting the knight to jump to the center of the board, attacking the queen with tempo. Magnus, though, not rushing with that. He's trying to calculate what happens, how would the follow-up be, and also some better options. You know, maybe get the rook to the open line, improve the position of the queen.
Yeah, very interesting, this provocative move there from Hikaru. Hoping for a queen trade, hoping for the black knight to leap forward. It actually retreats, and not only would the black knight step back, the queen does the same. And he's kind of decentralized the black knight in the process. Watch out, there might be the white knight jumping towards the g5 square, the white queen on a nice diagonal, and that has just been prevented.
But now we're in a position where if you need to sit here and come up with plans as white, you can see there's a target on c7. There's an open b file potentially for you to try and take. The knight on d7 is defending against it, but there's a potential outpost, a fairly juicy one on e5 that you might want to take in the long run as well. None of these are game-winning strategies, but they're all very concrete ideas that you can see just from looking at the position for a couple of moments. So from a clarification point of view, it feels like Hikaru now has an easier time than he did maybe 5 moves ago.
I feel you're absolutely right on that. But I think if you have to win, you have to make some breakthroughs, some big committal moves. You know, you need to find those concrete lines. It's about checks, captures, and threats. No checks on the board, no captures on the board. I do see a move for Hikaru that creates a threat on the board that I'd have on my radar. That e-pawn moving forward, e4, hitting the bishop, creating this big center. Yes, it's committal. Those pawns can be attacked, but they also come with ideas of their own, right? You gain so much space, and I wonder if we might see that play out.
Yeah, I think Hikaru in a must-win situation, very tempted. I think usually he wouldn't push that because it is very committal and could backfire due to how weakening it is. The white pawn's very loose there, waving to the audience back from our commentary booth. Instead, he plays a very non-committal move, very natural move. He sidesteps with his rook, but now black is ready. Black is one move away from striking out, pushing that backward c-pawn to c5. A trade of that pawn would spell the beginning of a simplification process. Maybe now is the moment. The white queen is slid across to attack the a6 pawn, but that one doesn't look like the most relevant pawn either way. Magnus, small window of opportunity here for him maybe.
Will he sacrifice the pawn for that activity to free up his pieces with c5? But that's a big decision to make. You know, when you need only a draw to go through, you're basically creating a lifelong imbalance, and then you have to go on to prove your initiative for the pawn that's given up. He does have another option. He could push that pawn one step forward and then think about going c5 on the next move.
Pawn to a5, save the one the white queen is looking at. Very, very natural. But, that would give Hikaru again the opportunity to push forward in the center. And 6 minutes plays 6 minutes 20. Magnus sacrifices a pawn. Hikaru reacts on the camera there.
Big decision. Big one from Magnus.
Absolutely spot on. And you can tell from the facial expression that you just saw from Hikaru, he's going, okay, this is interesting. Maybe he wasn't expecting that as a default response. Let's do a quick bit of calculation. 6 minutes and 5 seconds apiece on the clock at the moment, so no major time advantage for either player to speak of right now. This could be one of those scenarios, and it's very scary, where you say, okay, if you're going to let me take the pawn, I'm going to have to test it out. I'm going to have to take it and see what happens.
And talking of seeing what happens, let's see what might happen. We're looking at the analysis board, actually in sync. Hikaru ends up playing this move. Queen takes pawn, and now Magnus has multiple options. He can push forward with his pawn, creating a passer. That c-pawn, super strong. And the white queen on a6, almost like Magnus's queen on a6 earlier in the day, could well get trapped. There's ideas of the black rook sliding across to a8 and picking off the white a4 pawn at the very minimum. And there we go. We actually do see this come to pass. Black with a big threat of rook to a8. Hikaru needs to get his queen out, evacuate her ASAP.
These flank pawns, you know, when it comes to queen attacking them, are like a mousetrap. We've seen it happen with the B pawn, and we see it happen with the A pawn. You invite the queen over, pick up material. The moment they do that, you shut the mousetrap door and say there's no way home. And right now, you have to be careful about not losing that queen. You know, an idea that Hikaru used to win that game too. But right now, Magnus is the one threatening it. This will be revenge at a meta level if he gets it done.
Exactly. Massive momentum shift either way. Magnus willing to throw a pawn away just to create this very powerful pawn on c4 and to try and trap the white queen. Hikaru wasn't expecting this, that's for sure.
And for the first time in this all-important game, Hikaru Nakamura is about to go over a minute below Magnus Carlson as well. So they were more or less neck and neck for quite a lot of the middle game. Now we're settling in for a deep think, and Magnus will be keeping half an eye on that, looking to use it if we get into an endgame.
This is Magnus playing with fire, you know, needing only a draw. He could have held on to his material. He didn't have to do it. He's voluntarily given it, and there's no direct path to equality here. Yes, you're threatening the rook move, and maybe if white's not careful, there might be a direct path to equality. The rook shuffling around on the A line and the B line and the A line, you know, causing some problems to that white queen. This is some big brain chess here going on. I mean, just giving up a pawn, pushing your own pawn to C4, playing for initiative, incredible stuff.
And there's a lot beneath the surface here, a lot of calculation that needs to be done. How does Hikaru get his queen out? How does he save his extra pawn in the process? A few big questions. He does find a safe square for Her Majesty there, but given a question mark by the computer, eval bar sliding in Magnus's favor, the queen is forced away, forced back. She's done a lot of steps, a lot of work in the last few moves, but it might be Magnus's queen that's about to come out. The black pieces swarming forward.
And he puts it at a beautiful square, because it might look like he's only eyeing that A4 pawn. And look at the way Magnus just leans in. You know, he's smelling it, he's sensing it. The rook can double down on that A line. You've given up a pawn, but opened a file to get to your opponent's pawn. He first defends C4, rook A6 coming up next. Magnus going to target that extra pawn.
Now you can see that white pawn. Yes, it's a pass pawn on A4, but it's so difficult without anything else to back it up. The major pieces for Magnus Carlsen, so straightforward. In addition, we've got a discovered attack on the E4 pawn as well, which just got pushed, which is why you see D5 to try and prevent the queen from just picking that up. And Hikaru's queen swings back across to H3.
Wow, Magnus reacted to that one. Unexpected, the longest possible move in chess. A queen sliding from one side of the board to the other, but hitting the black knight in the process. Big question for Magnus. Does he put his knight, does he adopt it on a passive square, defensive square, or does he try to leap it forward into the white camp? That's the more ambitious one. A more defensive one would be back near the black king, for example. Magnus, he's going to show us a lot in this next move. What is his mood? Is he going to try and bank this with the draw? Is he going to go forward on the offensive?
Knight on F8, there's no mate. Knight on D3, and you're free. Which choice will he make in this one? Will he be free to play for a win, Magnus Carlsen, or will he make sure that at least one of his pieces stays close to that king, you know, just being a great defender there? And I'm going to point out, wherever the knight moves, Hikaru will pick up the D5 pawn while he chooses a different route there, comes to the center of the board. Now that it's attacked, knight E4 incoming. But there are tricks in the position. The white queen is eyeing the black rook. Rook takes pawn on the board. Queen takes rook, queen takes rook, queen takes rook.
Yeah, big problem here. If the black queen had moved away, the white queen would have swooped in and captured on C8. That's almost like checkers. Let's just do a quick backtrack on our analysis board. The green board on the right of your screens. Queen takes D5 here. Huge blunder avoided by Magnus Carlsen because queen takes rook on C8. Check. And queen takes A6. Both black rooks fall in one fell swoop.
That would have been two rooks lost for one. And of course, Magnus avoids all those dangers. He goes rook takes pawn himself, but this is going into proper blitz territory now. Hikaru Nakamura brings out his knight. Material is level. 4 pawns versus 4 pawns. But that's C4, which is just 3 steps away from becoming a queen. Tying down Hikaru's rook on C1. This is about to get tricky. I think it's advantage Magnus just simply because of that passer.
And the reason we just explored on the analysis board is also the reason E5 was given a question mark, because you could have actually just taken the pawn. The same tactic would have been on the board. So anyway, it came to pass. We saw what could have been. And now that looks like a big blunder. Knight F1 from Hikaru. This could be huge.
Magnus has blundered. The white knight can now retreat to F1. The black knight has pinned itself, and this wins the black knight. Magnus has blundered. He's going to react. He's just lost a piece in one move.
He can't believe it. And the crowd, they are supporting Hikaru. They know he's about to win. He's found the move. And now the queen can jump into the attack, triple down on that knight. You pin it and you win it, and Magnus Carlsen cannot believe it.
Wow, the black knight doomed, tied up in knots. Magnus is reacting to the crowd. I think he can hear what's going on. So much applause now. Hikaru Nakamura is about to strike back on demand and force Armageddon.
Team Falcons fans, they're going absolutely wild. And Hikaru Nakamura, he's about to get this done. He is taking the world #1 to an Armageddon.
He's won a night, he's done the hard work. There are no tricks in this position. Hikaru wants to go up to the top of the board, trade off queens. Magnus is about to resign. He's going to confirm the Armageddon. There we go.
Nakamura pounces when he sees the tactics in his favor, the persistence and the pressure in the position, paying off for the Team Falcons player, and he bites back on demand to force an Armageddon in this second semi-final of the day. The world number 1 and world number 2 in a best of 6 semi-final. Well, they can't be separated in regulation time, so it goes to Armageddon.
This is insane. Hikaru Nakamura does the unthinkable against the unbeatable Magnus Carlsen. Magnus taking that first win in this matchup. You know, coming back from that with your back to the wall. If anyone can make it happen, it's Hikaru, and he does it. And it was this moment that cost Magnus Carlsen. Will it go on to cost him that final spot?
Wow. Just breathless action here at the Esports World Cup. We saw it, Magnus reacting immediately. And annoyed at himself, I think, more than anything, for just walking into a simple pin, maybe missing that the White Queen covered the third rank, preventing any real defense there.
See, folks, Knights on the back rank. We were maybe making fun of it a little bit later, a little bit earlier on, I should say, in the broadcast. Well, guess what? That was the winning move here that took us to an Armageddon. Team Liquid versus Team Falcons, very much still alive as we go to Armageddon after this break.
Trevor, outside the SNB arena where Hikaru is currently taking on Magnus Carlsen, I'm going to see if I can speak to some of the fans here. Can I find anybody to chat? Would you like to speak about the... No? Would anybody like to chat? No. Would you like to chat? Come on. Sure. Okay, perfect. Hi, my name's Trevor. What's your name?
My pleasure.
Nice. And your name is?
My name's Omar.
Omar, fantastic. Okay, Omar,
Trevor.
What is this queue?
This queue is for the semifinal game between Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura.
That's amazing. Okay, so you're at the Esports World Cup. First of all, I'm waiting for this. Who do you want to win?
Hikaru, obviously. Yeah, Team Falcons.
That's it. Okay, Team Falcons. Yeah, they're nervous of the camera. They're nervous of the camera. Omar, this is insane support. How exciting is it having chess at the Esports World Cup?
Oh, it's absolutely wonderful. Basically, it's the highest level of chess possible. You've got the world's ranked 1 and 2 playing inside.
It should have been the final.
It should have been the final, really. But I'm actually very happy about the inclusivity that they've done and brought chess in as an esport. So I'm very happy about that.
Can you believe we found the next analyst for chess? Okay, one last question. I'm a nerd. My nickname is Quickshot. I come from normal video games.
All right.
This is new to me.
Okay.
Do you play normal video games? And like, what are the games would you be supporting here?
Oh, God. The games that I like, they're not really competitive. Okay. So I like a lot of Metal Gear sneaking games, you know, the PlayStation 2 era, you know, a bit of retro gaming also.
Okay, but you have to watch one other game. Which other game are you going to come to watch at EWC?
Oh, definitely Counter-Strike.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect.
We'll go.
There we go. Counter-Strike. Omar, thank you so much. I sincerely hope you get in. It looks like people are moving. Don't lose your spot. Don't lose your spot. If you're allowed in, you should go. You should absolutely go. They're going in to watch the tournament. We'll go back to the games.
Welcome to the most exciting format in chess, Armageddon, the ultimate tiebreaker. Armageddon grants White more time on the clock, but in return, White must win. A draw secures Black the match point. White will start with 10 minutes. Each player submits a confidential bid with the amount of time that they are willing to play with to take Black and get those coveted draw odds. The lowest bid gets to play Black and plays with the amount of time that they bid. The opponent gets the full 10 minutes. Let the Armageddon commence.
World number 1, the world number 2. Reigning club champions at the Esports World Cup versus the runners-up. And it's 3-all tied in the semi-final, going to an Armageddon game. It does not get more tense than this.
It feels like fate, it feels like destiny. The only way to separate these two fantastic chess players is Armageddon. It had to go the whole way. It was always meant to be. But who will come out on top? That is the big question. So much at play. The mind games, the blunders we've seen, the time scrambles, and it all ends here.
It all comes down to this. One game, no mercy. Biggest stakes, highest pressure. Two legends, one spot in the finals, and this one will settle it all. Magnus Carlson versus Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru doing it twice in the match, coming back from behind, making it a reality. What a performance. Magnus Carlson, he's angry right now. He knows that the crowd here is supporting the home favorite team, Team Falcons, Hikaru Nakamura. He's not used to that. He's the one who usually has the crowds cheering for him. How will he deal with the pressure?
So the scores are 3-all. And you might be asking yourself, well, chess is a game that can end in a draw. How does one game decide it all? This is an Armageddon game. And here's how it works. Both players submit a confidential bid to the arbiters, and the player with the lowest time plays with the black pieces. And you might be thinking, well, that sounds a bit unfair. You've got white with 10 minutes and black with less than 10. How does that make things interesting? We'll tell you how. It's because they've got draw odds. Black plays with less time, but all they have to do is secure a draw. If the game ends in a draw, that counts as a win for black. So there's extra pressure because the player who starts with white, who has 10 minutes, has to win the game to progress. And we can now reveal that the bidding process is complete, and the player who will play black in the Armageddon game is Hikaru Nakamura, who doesn't just go into the 6-minute territory. He bid 6 minutes and 12 seconds. He absolutely was determined to play with the black pieces here, and that gives him draw odds.
Wow, that is a statement. That shows confidence. He just won a game with the white pieces on demand, not backing himself to do it again, being so insistent that he takes black, backing himself to hold the draw, but taking only 60% of his opponent's time. Wow, will he regret that, Tanya?
6-12. That is insane. That is nuts. That's absolutely desperate to get the black pieces. We've spoken about this, you know, here at the EWC. Anything below 7. How low can you go? Anything below that mark should not be legal. If anyone can do it, it's got to be the speed monsters. It's got to be the speed demons, right? Hikaru Nakamura is one of the players who can pull it off. Needs only a draw to book his spot into the finals. But will it be too less of a time to make that happen?
You have to imagine that if any players can do it, it'll be one of the Team Falcons players who are the fastest with the mouse here, arguably. So here we go. This is the Armageddon game. King's Indian defense being deployed.
King's Indian Part 2 after Hikaru won earlier with the black pieces in this opening. And we see the bayonet attack here from Magnus Carlsen, one of the most trendy variations in this opening. Blocked center, white playing on the queen side, black most likely later playing on the king side. Anyone's game, but quick moves from Hikaru. He's only spent a few seconds up to this point.
And after this sudden death Armageddon, a key will be crushed. Will it be Team Liquid's or will it be Hikaru's key right now? There is so much that rides on this final Armageddon of the day, and Hikaru does what King's Indian defense requires. He's got the pawn storm going on that right flank towards Magnus's king. This is game on. It starts looking scary, this position. F4, G5, 8-6, all of that coming up the board.
Now, the Black Pawn Storm, as we call it, the King's Indian trademark. Hikaru looks locked in, looks super focused. And Magnus is the first to go into the tank. He's burned over a minute of his time. He asked for this opening. Very brave from Magnus this time to go into an opening he's already lost in this match. But there we go. The White Knight jumping forward is another typical motif in this opening.
Also typical of Carlsen. You lost in this opening. That's fine. I want another go. I want another bite at the cherry. I want to make things right. He's not afraid of that challenge.
He's not afraid, and it looks like if you go by the evaluation bar, it's a great opening decision by him what he's gone. But usually in the King's Indian defense, the evaluation bar does not tell the full story. It very often gives an advantage to White, but the position is so complex, so dynamic, where Black's going for the attack, White aiming for that E6 square, ideas on the Queen's side. David, how often have we seen the evaluation bar be completely wrong from a human perspective in this opening?
Exactly. It's deceptive. We'll ignore the eval bar for the next few moves unless it swings massively in either direction. This is the one opening that computers, that AI and others were still struggling to understand up until recently, always giving White an advantage due to the extra space, the D5 pawn as the spearhead. But Magnus forced back with his knight, forced into the retreat. Hikaru now stepping back with his rook. It's the clock times that tell a lot about this story. It is Hikaru's style. He's an attacker by heart, by nature. Magnus doesn't like defending these positions.
And he's coming in with those pawns next, right? 8-6 was only setting up F4 and G5. Magnus denies that. He goes for the trade of those pawns. Pawn takes pawn on the board, recaptured by the knight. But this does leave a beautiful E4 post for Magnus's knight to jump into.
Remember as well, Hikaru started with 6 minutes and 12 seconds. Magnus Carlsen with 10 minutes. So Hikaru has used less than half the time that Magnus has, but he has to keep this up for the entire game.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. I was shocked actually that Hikaru took on F5 with his knight. They do say that every schoolboy knows you should take back on F5 with your pawn to establish a beautiful pawn center. Much more fluid, much more mobile there. And especially against Team Liquid, you want that fluid pawn structure. And here, look at this. The White Knight installed brilliantly in the middle of the board. Magnus, I think this is a huge step in the right direction for him. The last few moves, he's going to be very happy with.
Complete control of the light squares in the middle of the board. He lines up the queen, a battery there. Bishop takes knight. Now another piece replaces that central square. Hikaru, meanwhile, sets up a battery on the F line. The queen and the rook lined up. Ideas of the knight jumping to H4 to trying to deflect that defender on F3.
Magnus covers the central D4 outpost. Still a very cagey position. Hikaru steps forward. He's playing this like a must-win game, Hikaru. Even though a draw is sufficient, that's a great attitude. He wants to be aggressive, as he was talking about earlier in the day. The White Knight felt it was redundant on that F3 square. It's relocating, going to jump forward to hit the Black Queen. Still very cagey stuff. Magnus still with a 3-minute time advantage, though. And a bit of a mistake from Hikaru. The Black Rook sliding to the wrong side of the board. Knight G4 in the air.
Okay. And it comes in, it hits the queen. There are big ideas. The queen needs to stay connected to that Black Knight. It moves back to F8.
Wow, apparently there's a brilliant tactic that gives Magnus a huge advantage in this position. It's difficult, it's hidden, it's unlikely to appear. I'm going to say for a human in a situation like this, tough. But bishop takes pawn on E5, bang, blowing open the center.
Wow.
And after a recapture, the White Rook is going to slide across, pinning the Black Knight, just like Hikaru pinned his knight in the previous game. White is going to win back the material that he just sacrificed with interest. Is Magnus going to find this? That is the key. This would be the continuation of the variation that he would need to see at the very end, with a knight fork, winning the Black Queen, emerging with a couple of extra pawns. Magnus misses it. Queen to D3 instead. Missed opportunity by the world number one, Hikaru, probably breathing a sigh of relief.
That was a long line to calculate, and especially that maneuver at the end by the knight winning the queen. You know, someone taps Magnus on the shoulder, tells him there's something in the position, he finds it. But to realize that this is the critical moment, that something exists, is the hardest part about chess. Instead, Magnus going the wrong way, another inaccuracy on the board.
It's something so difficult to see in the moment as well. And here we go. We have a little bit of liquidation on the queen side of the board. The rooks have been swapped off on the A file. There is no longer a pawn there. And now we've got White potentially taking the pawn on B6 at the end of that sequence.
Yeah, Magnus can swoop now. The white rook is poised as we see Hikaru actually pre-moving, expecting Magnus to take the knight in the center of the board instead. But why is he hesitating? There we go. Magnus Carlsen takes. Be careful. There are some forks in the air. Black is threatening to play rook takes bishop, followed by a nasty knight fork. That would be a winning tactic. Magnus needs to get out of that. He needs to sidestep with his king or defend the e2 square with his rook. Anything else, Hikaru might take this game.
And the time situation is beginning to get better and better for Hikaru Nakamura. He's down to 4 minutes flat. Magnus Carlsen, though, 5:45. Yes, he's still ahead, but that difference between those two times, which started at nearly 4 minutes, is now closer to 1.
But Magnus needs to be super careful. He could be lost in one move. He needs to find a good way to stop this trap that has been set up. He moves his king, sidesteps any forks, and there we have Hikaru Nakamura with his decision, stepping in with the rook to the second rank, now threatening a checkmate in one. Queen takes pawn. Fight is on. Magnus on the defense.
Checkmate threatened. Magnus needs to defend against this, needs to hold the gate. He retreats his knight. Not a happy move. The knight misplaced on the first rank, but out of necessity there. Long-term, Magnus is doing very well. Strategically, Magnus has the advantage. If he can get the queens off, he's loving life. Hikaru, though, going on the attack yet again, creating threats, and wow, Hikaru's trapped his own rook. The white queen retreating. That black rook has no escape squares.
He missed it. He completely missed the shot, and Magnus on top of things. He knows it. Queen takes rook. You've got nowhere to hide. If you put that on e2, bishop takes knight. Get rid of the defender. You have no time to capture the knight on d1, Hikaru Nakamura. What a miss. Rook b8 coming in as well. It's not only attacking the queen, but about to win Hikaru's queen, and Hikaru panicking there.
It's all gone wrong for Hikaru Nakamura in the space of one move. It was a very attacking position, a very promising position, one he would have enjoyed. But this double attack, very sneaky there from Magnus Carlsen, has just one material. Now the black rook drops off, exchange up, rook for knight.
But he will fight on with the queen, knight, and bishop around the white king. Magnus has to go on the attack. Otherwise, Hikaru's queen's about to come in on h2, threatening some big checks.
And you can see the mentality from Hikaru, that champion's mentality. He slumped in his chair when he realized that was a big mistake, and he got back up within a fraction of a second, and he was instantly calculating, what can I do next? How can I still make something out of this game?
This is still so complicated. Magnus has a very narrow path here to victory. His bishop is attacked. The black queen is super active. He needs to slide back. Great defensive move there. Hitting the black bishop, defending the white bishop, and setting up some checks. The white bishop hoping to slide into h7, forcing Hikaru back with his bishop. We saw Hikaru almost banging the table there. Look at the eval bar. Magnus is winning. White is winning, but can he put the finishing touches on? It's 4.5 minutes against under 3 minutes now. Still anything possible.
Exchange up, simplification here, favoring the player who's currently ahead, Hikaru, getting more and more frustrated as he sits because he has fewer pieces with which to create the complications that he so desperately wants and needs in this game.
But Magnus Carlsen is the one who is playing for the win here. He goes in with a check. And now look at that beautiful move. Retreats the bishop. Once the king is disconnected from the bishop, he disconnects the queen from that dark squared bishop. Rook takes bishop is the big threat. Hikaru Nakamura, is he giving up?
Hikaru looks devastated. He's going to slide his king across to defend the bishop. The white rook is perfectly placed. The white bishop perfectly placed. All Magnus needs to do is bring in his queen. But Hikaru looks so frustrated, giving up hope. Where is the finishing blow? Magnus looking for it with 4 minutes left. Hits the black queen. He's going to kick her away. And now he's going to give a check with his bishop. The black king has nowhere to go. The white queen poised to swoop in. And that might just spell the end. Hikaru gets ready to resign. Checkmate incoming. It's going to end here and now.
GG, Magnus Carlsen in an incredibly thrilling Armageddon game pounces on the mistake immediately after. Counter chances for both players, and he edges this thrilling contest to make it into the grand final of the Esports World Cup to face off against Alireza Firouzja. What an incredible match from both of these amazing competitors.
What a battle this was, and the rivalry gets settled one more time. Magnus Carlsen, after the thrilling fight, comes out on top. edges Hikaru Nakamura in a crazy Armageddon where you have to say it was a Magnus Carlson show. He got his opportunity, and in the end, finding the right checks, finding the right traps in the position, this was the moment it all turned around. Just when it looked like Hikaru was on top of things, it was Magnus who won the material, won the game, will go on to fight for $250,000 and pride for Team Liquid.
So nice to see the players as well. Great sportsmanship there, talking about the game afterwards. This was the best I've seen Hikaru play against Magnus in ages. Ultimately, though, it is that man again. He's got through one Falcon. Can he get through the other?
So much respect between the players. You could tell immediately following the end of that game. Let's go ahead and hear how it all went down in their heads as well, as we have the opportunity to talk with Magnus Carlson.
Ladies and gentlemen, after a barn-burning 7-game series, we have our second grand finalist, none other than the king of chess himself, Magnus Carlson!
Absolutely. Now, we all saw you breathe a sigh of relief after finally closing that last game. You were pushed to the edge this one, but you managed to pull through as you always do. Why do you think that was?
I don't know, like I was so nervous in the last game because, you know, I kind of knew what moves to play to some extent, but I was still shaking. Yeah, this was really tough.
Really tough, but you still toughed it out at the end. I want to ask you, when it comes to playing on a stage like this, having an audience in front of you, hearing the reaction after every move you make, does that in any way affect you and your gameplay whatsoever?
You can hear him for that headset.
Yeah, it pissed me off when they cheered when Hikaru was winning. But I know, you know, they cheered for me at the end as well, but you know, I got my bow and arrow ready. I've shot one Falcon. I want to shoot one more tomorrow.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our final is set in stone, but only one will have their name etched in Esports World Cup and chess history. Let's go on back to the studio to break that down for the end of the day. Thank you very much for joining us. Boys and girls, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sandstorm, and what a way to preview the grand final tomorrow. Magnus Carlson said he's already readying his aim and his bow to take down another Falcon tomorrow, but he was pushed to his absolute limits here. Went all the way to Armageddon against the world number 2 in Hikaru Nakamura for him to earn that bid in the grand final. I'm going to Maurice Ashley first because you were out there in the arena for most of this match. Just talk to me about the energy, the crowd, because they were getting behind both these guys.
I was there for all of it. I could not get out of my seat. This was must-see television. I got to see it live. The crowd was pumped when Magnus actually won the game. It was a big deal the first time, but then Hikaru bounces back, and you're thinking this is going to be a fight, and then Magnus punches him in the face again, and the guy's going to win the last game. The crowd was going crazy when he made that comeback, but much respect as well. They knew a champ when they saw one, and that was all they wanted. What a match.
We talked about it. Magnus Carlson, the immovable object in that #1 spot in the world of chess, but it looked like he was on the precipice of falling out of that spot for just a mere moment, and then he saves himself at the last minute.
Yeah, I know. We wanted the drama, we wanted the feels, and we got it all, right? And hats off to Magnus there, because in the Armageddon, he's just come from a loss in Game 6. And he's stressing, he's raging, and he manages to calm himself down. And you know what? Hikaru, credit to him, he came out swinging in that game. He just needed a draw, and he was like, you know what? I want to fight.
Yeah, we say the time is the third player on the board. I'd say the audience is the fourth player now here in the world of chess at the Esports World Cup. But now let's try and walk it back. Let's go through some of these games. Game 1 looked a little messy, a little shaky from both players. Magnus comes out on top. For Hikaru, the question was, can he strike back? Game 2, he misses the winning move. And there were so many questions behind the scenes, Jovi, about how he'd rebound if he recognized that he had missed a winning position.
Yeah, if he had seen that he had missed a win right there on the final move, he would never have bounced back.
And
ignorance is bliss.
We peeked over his shoulder on the broadcast too as he's going through the game recap before setting up for game 3. He didn't make it to that bishop move, so he didn't have the opportunity to see his own mistake. And in so many ways, Maurice, I think that might have been of benefit to him.
Yes and no. Yes, of course it was a benefit. You don't want to see the way you just tripped and fell in the face and you could have hit the guy and come right back. But Hikaru Nakamura, he is singularly made to go through hell, walk all the way through, and come right back. He is an incredible fighter, one of the greatest fighters we've ever seen in the history of chess, and he proved it by bouncing back in the other games.
Exactly. Game 3, he goes to the classic King's Indian defense. It's the young Hikaru classic, and he delivers in game 3, equalizing 1.5, going into the player break. Incredible stuff.
Right. I mean, we talk about vintage Magnus, but there it was vintage Hikaru. Hikaru, known as the H-bomb, known for his fiery brand of chess, always going for the jugular. He does it there. And he just manages to unsettle Magnus and take the point. And what was really crazy to me was how the crowd went wild. I was digging it. I was like, oh my God, how are the players going to react to this?
Absolute rarity that Magnus gets his queen trap, but Hikaru finds that, gets the full point. We're equalized going into game 4. Quick breaks for both of these players. Gotta wonder what was talked about between them, maybe their seconds or anybody in their camp during those 5 minutes, because we come right back out. Game 4, playing the Catalan versus Magnus? What a choice.
It was indeed a choice. By the way, Team Falcon was all in attendance. That's why you heard such a roar as well for Hikaru, because he had his team hanging out, all of them wanting to see this happen. But then playing against Magnus, as you said, in that Catalan, and Magnus with the moment when he puts his finger to his lips to say, quiet, people, I am a Magnus Carlsen, and watch me work. And he was able to come back and win that game and really put it to Hikaru.
Game 5, right? Felt kind of destined to a draw from the beginning. A lot of symmetry, a lot of liquidation. Not too much to discuss.
Yeah, this was a typical grandmaster draw. The players just prodded and poked each other and, just testing for some small weaknesses. Ultimately a draw, but yeah, it was all coming down to game 6.
That's what it did. It set us up for such a brilliant game 6 because it's now a must-win situation to force Armageddon.
Exactly. Hikaru with the white pieces has to win. And here, he took us all by surprise. Well, it took me by surprise, at least, because he goes for Magnus's favorite again, the Catalan. And it's a completely different game. He just gets a very small advantage. Magnus does what he does best. He sacrifices a pawn, plays brilliant chess, and then, well, you are only as good as your last move. And big blunder.
Well, the reality was it wasn't just a blunder that came out of a good position. It actually was a blunder that came out of a good position because Magnus was doing just fine. Magnus was like, I'm chilling like a villain. I'm about to win this thing. And what happens? He makes this ridiculous move. And you know what they say? The hardest move to see are backward knight moves. And that retreat knight F1, Magnus was just in shock. And here Hikaru won the piece. And you could see it in his body language like, oh my goodness, I'm back in this match.
It's nice to see, though, that every once in a while the world number 1 is a little bit human, makes mistakes that all of us can make on the chessboard. That brought us to the Armageddon. Magnus gets the win with, an unfortunate blunder from Hikaru, but Magnus pounces in that moment. Does mean that Hikaru exits contention for the top 2 spots, and he'll be dropping down into our 3rd, 4th place matchup up against Arjun Erigaisi. Let's go to Mike Klein as he's standing by with Hikaru Nakamura.
We're here with the hard luck loser Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, who took Magnus Carlsen to the wall. Now, before the event, you said that if you played Magnus, you wanted to use some aggression. You played the King's Indian defense twice, channeling your much younger self. Do you feel like overall you were as aggressive as you needed to be?
Yeah, I think with this match, the first game was unfortunately a very bad game. I got this slightly worse position and lost. And kind of after that first game, I decided I was going to go all in. I played great, but wasn't good enough.
Your Armageddon bid was about 30 seconds lower than anybody else bid. Take us on your thinking for that 6-minute and 12-second bid.
Yeah, that was obviously a mistake. I should have bid like 640 or around there. Would have made more sense. But that being said, when I had white against Alireza, I just played a horrible game and got killed. So it's all relative. Maybe I should have bid more time. But even in spite of that, I had a great position this game. And, if I had played bishop takes a4 instead of playing rook takes a4, I think I probably would be going to the finals. So it's very disheartening, but that's how it goes.
And finally, the crowd's been cheering a lot for both players. They seem to especially cheer for you. Did you notice the crowd? I know you probably can't hear them that well, but did you feel their presence in any way?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I was the underdog. That goes without saying. But I think certainly having the fans cheering for me was very nice. So it was a nice touch. So unfortunately, I couldn't get the job done. But hopefully tomorrow, Alireza can kick Magnus's ass.
All right. Well, Team Falcons are still to play for. Good luck in your third place match, and good luck to the Falcons. I appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mike Klein. But there the key goes, a smiling Magnus Carlsen as he makes his way to the key crusher. Hikaru Nakamura's dreams of that top prize are crushed. But as we heard from him just then, he's hoping that revenge is on the table for his teammate in Alireza Firouzja.
Yeah, those were fighting words. I haven't heard
That's what we need.
come out with those kind of words before.
We need the spice.
Exactly, bring it on. Chess has just leveled up.
Well, Magnus started it by saying, I'm shooting down Falcons. Hikaru's like, oh, really? Go get him, my man.
Right, you're going to take shots. Get ready for shots to be fired back. Here's your playoff bracket. Only 2 more series left to go. It's our grand final up there at the top. It's Alireza Firouzja for Team Falcons. It's Magnus Carlson for Team Liquid. Playing for third place, Arjun Erigaisi of Gen G and Hikaru Nakamura also trying to get it done for Team Falcons. 2 incredible matchups. Neither one is going to disappoint. And honestly, there was no combination of players with these 4 that could ever disappoint us on a final day.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are the best players in the world. These are the most fiery players in the world. Always initiating chaos, always giving us masterclasses, and where possible, crushing keys.
As well, let me tell you, you may have thought that Magnus is certainly the favorite going into the finals. This young man, Alireza Firouzja, he has not lost a game yet. And Magnus had not lost a game, but he tasted his own blood twice as Hikaru punched him in the face, and he had to admit defeat. So this matchup, I can't even call it. I got to spend a whole night thinking who's going to win tomorrow.
Let the rumblings and the whispers begin about the possible downfall of a Magnus Carlsen at the hands of Alireza Firouzja. I mean, again, I think it's still a tall order, and most people are going to put a lot of stock behind the name Magnus Carlsen, but that stat that Maurice just shared, not a single dropped game. It's wins and draws only for Alireza Firouzja on his way to the grand final.
Yeah, Alireza is insanely good at chess. Let's just get that over with. He's a genius. He's really excellent at complicated positions. And did you see the way that he handled the clock, the way he played those moves incredibly quickly, incredibly tricky as well. But of course, Magnus Carlsen is the boss. It's like race meeting that big boss level, right?
If you put together the stats, pros and cons, pluses and minuses, you would find, of course, Magnus stacking up with his ability. But there are things that Alireza has. He's got the speed, as you mentioned, that mercurial quickness. He's got the cool, and he has grown up in the era of using the mouse to play tons of bullet games. So he does have those massive pluses. Which ones are going to be the ones that rise as a result to see who wins tomorrow?
It's a big question. All those questions will be answered tomorrow. Arjun Erigaisi and Hikaru as well. They got to get it done. There's still plenty of circuit points and prize money in play. It is important to note, Team Falcons and Team Liquid already securing those top 2 spots are guaranteed at least 750 circuit points, up to 1,000, which means they are jumping ahead of Vitality at the end of the chess portion of this event. That's pretty incredible.
That is really incredible, actually. It's chess that has secured a new leader at the leaderboard. I mean, that's absolutely fantastic. First time chess has been here in the esports, and guess what? It's making an impact.
And what a statement for these teams that put stock in certain players. Again, 3 months ago, it was a slew of signings. It was a fire sale. Who can we get and how can we get the best? And now we're looking at a top prize of $7 million for our esports club. And it could be in part delivered because of the performance of the players that they decided to sign.
Absolutely. And they are smiling. Whatever they paid, but they paid some money for Magnus, for Hikaru, for Alireza, for Fabi, and the others as well. So they understand the value of chess. Chess now established, especially after these matches. They understand the excitement that chess brings. This is going to happen again next year and years to come. What an amazing thing to happen for our royal game.
All right, let's take a breath. What a day of games we had. We had 4 quarterfinals. We've been talking just about these 2 semifinals. Let's not forget that we had 8 guys enter the day. Of course, only 4 remain in play to some degree. When you reflect on the day, moving back towards those quarterfinals, big moments for you, key players, even maybe the ones who dropped out you want to give a nod to that we're not going to be able to see back on the stage again tomorrow?
You know, respect to young Nihal Sarin. He wanted Magnus. And you got to feel a little bit sad for him because he wanted Godzilla, and Godzilla put a big foot and smashed him. But respect that he wanted that, and now you're going to see him come back in the future, trying to be stronger, trying to be better. You'll see him again. And it's like the underdog story. It didn't work out this time.
Yeah, for me, it's also Levon Aronian. You know, he went out to Hikaru Nakamura, but what a match. Also making a comeback and, you know, just blundering there in the final game. But it was so close. And Levon, you know, he's just getting a second sail in his wings.
I know. I cannot wait to see what he does for the remainder of 2025 with his performance from Vegas and here as well. I hope he takes it with a bit of confidence after maybe a sting from the loss today. I mean, with that, let's go into MVP of the day. I think there's no one else to choose but Alireza Firouzja. It's the guy who's not dropped a single game on his way to the grand final.
Boss chess, absolutely. He is showing it. He has been pure perfection in terms of losing nothing. How do you do that? How do you play this field? You saw what happened to Magnus. The best of the best can lose. It's just one game. It's fast chess. Anything could happen. And for you to go through, run the gauntlet against these type of players and end up not losing a single game, I doubt that's going to be the case tomorrow, but he has got it done to this point.
Yeah, I mean, he was very convincing against Arjun Erigaisi, 1-4-1. But I have to say, he did sail close to the win there. He was losing a game, but it was just his remarkable mouse speed and his tenacity, the way that he kept finding moves with just seconds left on the clock.
Well, maybe sailing too close to the win this time. Tomorrow he's Icarus. The question is how close does he get to the sun? That is Magnus. But either way, the performance that he put up today is why he earns Sony's daily MVP. And again, sets us up for such a titanic battle tomorrow. I really don't think with the play that we saw across the board over these 3 days and going into tomorrow that we could have asked for a better 2 people to end up in that grand final.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He may not be so-called number 2 in the world, but in terms of this sort of format, I think it's evident that he is among the top 3, however you slice it. Ain't nobody putting him in any contender group or dark horse. This kid was a favorite walking in. He has established that. And again, youth on his side and living on the internet, playing bullets since he was like probably 3 years old. Just playing that mouse.
Born with a mouse in his hand.
Born with a mouse, exactly. And so Magnus will have his hands full taking on this young contender.
Yeah, I mean, how about that, right? There's definitely this conversation about, we're very referential to world rankings and classical ratings or things like that. But this is just a different animal. And so it really is the first opportunity for a lot of these players to kind of redefine themselves in the eyes of global chess players and global chess watchers.
Yeah, it's completely different in many, many levels. First up, in the arena, you're treated like a superstar. You have an audience that goes absolutely wild on every move. Love that. Hope to see more of that. And you also have a different type of chess. A lot of chess players are used to kind of playing with an increment, having that like safety net. But here, there's nothing of the kind. You are expected to play your best chess at every moment.
And your best chess, or the players playing the best chess, will absolutely be rewarded here on the EWC stage. That sets us up for a beautiful day tomorrow. Let's take a look at the schedule and what's in store. We have 2 matches in play. It's first the third place matchup, of course, between Hikaru Nakamura and Arjun Erigaisi. Third place decider, you're going for bronze, you're going for points, you're going for prize money. But then all focus turns to that grand finals. Magnus Carlson up against Alireza Firouzja. Team Liquid versus Team Falcon. Stage is set for tomorrow. We hope you'll be back here to join us. As you can see right there, time's on your screen. Make sure you mark your calendars. We expect you to be there because you're not going to want to miss these fireworks. And until tomorrow, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.